Service magazine, a magazine for storing ammunition for immediate use. Service magazines, plural of service magazine. Service mark, a trademark denoting the source of a service rather than a product. Service marks, plural of service mark. Service media, equipment, structures, or machinery used for the supply of a service utility provided on a continuous basis, such as water supply. Service member, alternative spelling of service member. Service of an heir, a proceeding before a jury to determine the heir of a deceased person. Service of process, the delivery of information to a person or entity providing notice that they are being sued with sufficient detail for them to respond to the suit. Service oneself, to masturbate. Service pack, a collection of software patches or upgrades offered as a single package with an installer. Service packs, plural of service pack. Service pipe, a smaller pipe from a main pipe to a dwelling. Service pipes, plural of service pipe. Service pistol, a handgun issued to a police officer or member of the military for use in the course of his or her official duties. Service pistols, plural of service pistol. Service plaza, rest area. Service plazas, plural of service plaza. Service provider, a company that provides a service. Service providers, plural of service provider. Service record, a record of the service of an individual or institution. Service records, plural of service record. Service revolver, a handgun of the revolver type, issued to a police officer or member of the military for use in the course of his or her official duties. Service revolvers, plural of service revolver. Service road, a relatively narrow road which runs alongside a major transportation route, such as a canal, a railway line, or a controlled access highway. Service roads, plural of service road. Service set identifier, a code that identifies the network to which packets on a wireless network belong. Service set identifiers, plural of service set identifier. Service station, a service area. Service stations, plural of service station. Service top, a dominant or penetrating partner in sex who applies sensation or control with their partner's pleasure in mind, rather than their own. Service tops, plural of service top. Service tree, either of two rare Old World deciduous trees, Sorbus domestica or Sorbus terminalis. Service trees, plural of service tree. Service wall, a non-structural wall whose purpose is to provide conduits and outlets for services such as plumbing or electrical wiring. Service water, water used for industrial purposes that is not for human consumption. Service worker, a scriptable network proxy in a web browser that manages network requests for a web page. Service workers, plural of service worker. Service berries, plural of service berry. Service berry, alternative spelling of service berry. Service learning, an educational method intertwining classroom learning with community service, encouraging students to apply their knowledge to real-world challenges. Service-oriented, of an architectural style focusing on discrete services instead of a monolithic design. Service-oriented architecture, a software architectural concept that defines the use of services to support the requirements of software users. Service-oriented architectures, plural of service-oriented architecture. Serviceabilities, plural of serviceability. Serviceability, the property of being serviceable, of being useful for some function. Serviceable, easy to service. Serviceableness, the state or condition of being serviceable. Serviceably, in a serviceable manner. Serviceberries, plural of serviceberry. Serviceberry, several species of trees in the genus Sorbus, especially Sorbus domestica and Sorbus terminalis. Tervist, simple past and past participle of service. Serviceless, without any service. Servicelessness, the quality of being serviceless. Service-like, resembling or characteristic of a service. Serviceman, a man who serves in the armed forces. Service mark, alternative form of service mark. Service marks, plural of service mark. Service member, one who serves in the armed forces. Service members, plural of service member. Serviceman, plural of servicemen. Service people, plural of service person. Service person, a service member, a serviceman or servicewoman. Service persons. Plural of service person. Servicer, one who services a loan or other obligation by collecting receivables and carrying out related actions such as enforcement. Servicers, plural of servicer. Services, that which is produced, then traded, bought or sold, then finally consumed and consists of an action or work. Services of process, plural of service of process. Servicescape, the range of services available in the market. Servicescapes, plural of servicescape. Serviced, the geographical region that supplies ecosystem services to a beneficiary. Serviced, plural of serviced. Serviceton, a small town in western Victoria, Australia, on the border with South Australia. Serviceware, the utensils used for serving food. Servicewoman, a woman who serves in the armed forces. Servicewomen, plural of servicewoman. Servicification, the transformation or encapsulation of existing processes or systems into one or more discrete services. Servicing, present participle and gerund of service. Servicings, plural of servicing. Servideo, a surname from Italian. Servidios, plural of servideo. Servient, the state of being servient. Servient, subordinate. Servient estate, a parcel of land that is subject to an easement. Servient estates, plural of servient estate. Servient premises, synonym of servient estate. Servient tenement, synonym of servient estate. Servient tenements, plural of servient tenement. Servential, of or relating to service rendered by one to another. Servette, a table napkin, now especially a paper one. Servettes, plural of serviette. Servile, obsolete spelling of servile. Servile, excessively eager to please, obsequious. Servilely, in a servile way, fawningly. Servileness, servility. Serviles, plural of of servile. Servilis, superlative form of servile. Most servile. Servilism, servile behavior. Servilisms, plural of servilism. Servilities, plural of servility. Servility, the condition of being servile. Servilize, to make servile. Servilize, simple past and past participle of servilize. Servilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of servilize. Servilizing, present participle and gerund of servilize. Sure, pronunciation spelling of serving. Serving, the act or process of serving. Serving cunt, present participle and gerund of serve cunt. Serving dish, a plate or dish or platter used to hold food to be served during a meal, but not used in cooking. Serving dishes, plural of serving dish. Serving girl, a female servant. Serving girls, plural of serving girl. Serving hatch, an opening usually in a wall through which food can be passed. Serving hatches, plural of serving hatch. Serving mallet, a piece of wood having a groove on one side to fit the convexity of a rope. Serving mallets, plural of serving mallet. Serving notice, present participle and gerund of serve notice. Serving one's time, present participle and gerund of serve one's time. Serving out, present participle and gerund of serve out. Serving pantries, plural of serving pantry. Serving pantry, a utility room in a large house traditionally used for the cleaning, counting, and storage of silverware. Serving someone right, present participle and gerund of serve someone right. Serving spoon, a large spoon used to serve food at table. Serving spoonful, the amount that a serving spoon will hold. Serving spoonfuls, plural of serving spoonful. Serving spoons, plural of serving spoon. Serving spoonsful. Plural of serving spoonful. Serving suggestion, a suggestion as to how a particular food could be served, used especially on the packaging of ready meals where the illustration is markedly different from the contents. Serving suggestions, plural of serving suggestion. Serving the time, present participle of serve the time. Serving the turn, present participle and gerund of serve the turn. Serving time, present participle and gerund of serve time. Serving two masters, present participle and gerund of serve two masters. Serving up, present participle and gerund of serve up. Serving with the colors, present participle and gerund of serve with the colors. Serving with the colors, present participle and gerund of serve with the colors. Serving spoonful, alternative form of serving spoonful. Serving spoonfuls, plural of serving spoonful. Serving spoonsful, plural of serving spoonful. Serving maid, a female servant. Serving maids, plural of serving maid. Serving men, a male servant. Serving men, plural of serving men. Servings, plural of serving. Serving spoonful, rare form of serving spoonful. Serving spoonfuls, plural of serving spoonful. Serving spoonsful, plural of serving spoonful. Servingware, synonym of serviware. Serving woman, a female servant. Serving women, plural of serving woman. Servius, servile, obsequious. Tervis. A surname. Services, plural of service. Servi, a member of the Servite order, one of the 5 original Catholic mendicant orders. Servites, plural of servite. Servitization, alternative form of servitization. Servitization, the delivery of a service component as an added value when providing products. Servitor, one who performs the duties of a servant. Servitario, of or relating to a servitor. Servitors, plural of servitor. Servitorship, the office, rank, or condition of a servitor. Servitorships, plural of servitorship. Servitress, a female servant. Servitresses, plural of servitress. Servitresses, plural of servitrix. Servitrix, a female servitor. Servitrixes. Plural of servitrix. Servitude, the state of being a slave, slavery, being forced to work for others or do their bidding without one's consent or against one's will, either in perpetuity or for a period of time over which one has little or no control. Servitudes, plural of servitude. Servitudinal, of or relating to servitude. Serviture, servants collectively, the servant class. Servitude, obsolete form of servitude. Servitutes, plural of servitude. Servlet, a Java program running on an internet server that generates web content dynamically in response to requests from clients. Servlets, plural of servlet. Servo, a servomechanism. Servo drive, an electronic amplifier used to power electric servomechanisms. Servo, controlled. Servo-driven, using a servomechanism. Servomechanism, alternative spelling of servomechanism. Servomechanisms, plural of servomechanism. Servocontrol, a control that uses a servomechanism. Servocontrolled, controlled via a servomechanism. Servocontroller, a controller that uses a servomechanism. Servocontrollers, plural of servocontroller. Servocontrols, plural of servocontrol. Servodrive, alternative form of servodrive. Servo-driven, alternative form of servo-driven. Servo, simple past and past participle of servo. Servoflurane, misspelling of sevoflurane. Servo-hydraulic, describing any hydraulic servomechanism. Servoing, present participle and gerund of servo. Servomechanical, of or relating to servomechanisms. Servomechanism, a mechanical device for controlling large amounts of power by means of smaller amounts of power and correcting the performance of the device using feedback. Servomechanisms, plural of servomechanism. Servomechaniste, of or relating to servomechanisms. Servomotor, an electric motor in a servomechanism. especially one which incorporates feedback so it accurately positions the device. Servomotors, plural of servomotor. Servopneumatic, relating to any pneumatic servomechanism. Servos, plural of servo. Servosphere, a device composed of a sphere that can be rotated in all directions that is used in experiments on the locomotion of insects, etc. Servospheres, plural of servosphere. Servosystem, a servomechanism or system of servomechanisms. Servosystems, plural of servosystem. Servoventilation, an automated ventilation system for patients with sleep apnea. Servais, a commune in Haute-Savoie department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Servos, plural of ser. Servs, plural of serve. Terth, abbreviation of servant. Terts, plural of serct. Sero, the univalent radical derived from serine. Serylation, reaction with a seryl group. Seryls, plural of seryl. Syringa, sweet mock orange Philadelphus coronarius. Syringas, plural of syringa. Der, a male given name from Armenian. Thus, initialism of state emergency service, any of various state-based emergency service organizations, staffed by volunteers and operating within state legislation. That, plural of SE. Thus, alternative spelling of sesamilla. Sesame, a tropical Asian plant Sesamum indicum bearing small flat seeds used as food and as a source of oil. Sesame dye, a Japanese typographic mark resembling a comma or dot, placed above or beside words to indicate emphasis. It exists in filled and empty variants. Sesame leaf, a leaf of the sesame plant. Sesame leaves, plural of sesame leaf. Sesame oil, oil extracted from sesame seeds often after roasting and used to flavor foods. Sesame seed, an edible seed of the sesame plant, Sesamum indicum. Sesame seeds, plural of sesame seed. Sesame Street, a television show for children on PBS. Sesames, plural of sesame. Sesame seed, rare form of sesame seed. Sesamin, an extract of sesame seeds, a component of sesame oil. Sesaminol, the compound 6,1,3-R4's 6,R4,1,3-benzodioxole 5-il-tetrahydro-1-H3-H-furan-3,4-C furan 1-il-1,3-benzodioxole 5 all present in sesame seeds is a glycoside. Sesamoid, resembling a sesame seed in size or shape. Sesamoid bone, a small bone embedded within a tendon, typically found in locations where a tendon passes over a joint. Sesamoid bones, plural of sesamoid bone. Sesamoidal, sesamoid, sesamoidian, alternative form of sesamoid. Sesamoidectomy, surgical removal or excision of a sesamoid bone. Sesamoidian, sesamoidal. Sesamoiditis, inflammation of a sesamoid bone, usually in the foot. Sesamoids, plural of sesamoid. Sesamo, the elephant in sesame oil. Sesamolin, a lignin found in sesame oil. Sesamolinol, The phenol 4 3s 3AR6R6AR313 benzodioxole 5-il-1,3,3A4,6,6 ahexahydrofuro 3,4-C furan 6-il-oxy 2-methoxyphenol present in sesame seeds as a glycoside. Sesamasi, the iridoid glycoside methyl 1s 2R4s 5R6R10s 5,6-ihydroxy 2-methyl 10-2s 3R4s 5s 6R345-trihydroxy 6-hydroxymethyloxan 2-il-oxy 3,9-dioxytricyclo 4.4.0.024 dec 17 7-carboxylate. Satamum. Dasami. Sesarmid. Any member of the family Sesarmidae of crabs. Sesarmids. Plural of sesarmid. Setsai. A surname. Setas. Plural of sesai. Sesba. A leguminous shrub Sesbania achillida, or others of the genus Sesbania, whose fiber can be used for making ropes. Sesbania, any of the plants of the genus Sesbania. Sesbanias, plural of Sesbania. Sesbans, plural of Sesban. Sesbian lex, spoonerism of lesbian sex. Sesquable, synonym of sesquialterate. Sesele, any plant of the genus Seseli. Seles, plural of Seseli. Sesas, plural of SAS. That is Seption. Zeta, alternative form of Shesha. Satiri, a surname from Sanskrit. Seshadris, plural of Seshadri. Seshajari, a male given name from Sanskrit. Setat, the Egyptian goddess of writing and wisdom, often depicted as a scribe or record keeper. That, simple past and past participle of sesh. Tefes, plural of sesh. Evis, plural of seshi. Seshing, present participle and gerund of sesh. Devweshwe, alternative form of shweshwe. Seti, sessionable, easy drinking. Mild. Teta, a river in Piedmont, Italy. Te, any in the family Caesidae of mats, a cliwing. Te, plural of Caesar. Sesinasi, an iridoid glycoside present in sesame seedlings. Caesii, any moth of the superfamily Caesioidea. Caeides, plural of Caesioi. Sasima, a surname from Spanish. Tesimas, plural of Sesma. Tesori, a town in San Miguel Department, El Salvador. Sesatho, a Bantu language spoken mainly in Lesotho and in the Free State and Gauteng provinces of South Africa. Sespenin, a particular Indalo-Squiterpene. Sesque, 1/2, 1/2 times. Sesquialter, synonym of sesquialterate, 1/2 times. Sesquialter, a ratio of 3 to 2 or 1/2 to 1. Sesquialtero, synonym of sesquialterate, 1/2 times. Sesquialterin, synonym of sesquialterate in the proportion of 3 to 2 or 1/2 to 1. Sesquialteras, plural of sesquialtera. Sesquialterate, in a ratio of 3 to 2 or 1/2 times to 1. Sesquialterous. Synonym of sesquialteral, having a band or dot occupying a third of a wing. Sesquialters, plural of sesquialter. Sesquiannual, occurring once every 1.5 years, i.e. once every 18 months. Sesquibasic, containing or acting as a base that reacts with acids in a proportion of 1.5 to 1. Sesquicarbonate, a chemical compound containing 3 carbonate ions for every 2 metal ions. Sesquicarbonates, plural of sesquicarbonate. Sesquicentenarian, someone or something of 150 years of age, or between 150 and 159 in its 16th decade of life or existence. Sesquicentenarians, plural of sesquicentenarian. Sesquicentenaries, plural of sesquicentenary. Sesquicentenary, a 150th year anniversary. Sesquicentennial, occurring every 150 years. Sesquicentennially, celebrated after 150 years. Sesquicentennials, plural of sesquicentennial. Sesquichloride, any chloride containing 3 chlorine atoms for every 2 atoms of another element. Sesquichlorides, plural of sesquichloride. Sesquicentennial, relating to a 15-year period. Sesquiterno, based on a cycle of 36 hours 1.5 days. Sesquidruple, of 2.5 times. Sesquiduplicate, 2.5 times as large, having the ratio of 2.5 to 1. Sesqureal, occurring once every 1.5 years, i.e. once every 18 months, or twice every 3 years. Sesquiannual. Sesquifumarate, any compound that has 3 fumarate groups for every 2 bases. Sesquifumarates, plural of sesquifumarate. Sesquihydrate, a hydrate whose solid contains 3 molecules of water of crystallization per 2 molecules. Sesquihydrates, plural of sesquihydrate. Sesquilinear, of a map of a complex vector space linear in one coordinate and conjugate linear in the other. Sesquilingual, pertaining to one language plus a second in a limited capacity, degree, or content. Sesquilingualism, the condition of being sesquilingual, the ability to speak one language fluently and a second language only to a limited extent. Sesquilingualisms, plural of sesquilingualism. Sesquimagnesium, 3 magnesium ions in a salt with 2 divalent anions. Sesquimustard, one of the sulfur mustards, 1,2-bis-2-chloroethylthioethane. Sesquimutant, a mutant that contains 1.5 times the amount of an original characteristic. Sesquimutants, plural of sesquimutant. Sesquinolignin, any compound having a structure based on a sesquinolignin. Sesquinolignin, any derivative of a lignane having 3 propylbenzene residues. Sesquinolignans, plural of sesquinolignin. Sesquinolignans, plural of sesquinolignin. Sesquioctave, a ratio of 9 to 8, especially in music. Sesquioctaves, plural of sesquioctave. Sesquioxidation, the act or process of sesquioxidizing. Sesquiaceae, any oxide containing 3 oxygen atoms for every 2 atoms of another element. Sesquioxides, plural of sesquioxide. Sesquioxidize, to convert to a sesquioxide. Sesquioxidize, simple past and past participle of sesquioxidize. Sesquioxidizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sesquioxidize. Sesquioxidizing. Present participle and gerund of sesquioxidize. Sesquioxide. Obsolete form of sesquioxide. Sesquioxes. Plural of sesquioxide. Sesquipedal. Measuring or containing a foot and a half. Sesquipedalian. A long word. Sesquipedalianism. The practice of using long, sometimes obscure, words in speech or writing. Sesquipedalianisms. Plural of sesquipedalianism. Sesquipedalianists. A person who tends to use and enjoy long sesquipedalian words. Sesquipedalianists. Plural of sesquipedalianists. Sesquipedalians. Plural of sesquipedalian. Sesquipedalism. Alternative form of sesquipedalianism. Sesquipedalities. Plural of sesquipedality. Sesquipedality. An instance or condition of being sesquipedalian. Sesquipalophobia. Fear of long words. Sesquiples. Plural of sesquipal. Sesquiplane. A biplane having one long wing and one short one above or below it. Sesquiplanes. Plural of sesquiplane. Sesquipple. Sesquiplicate. Sesquiplicate. Magnified by 1 1/2 in a ratio of 3 to 2. Sesquiquadrate. Of or noting the aspect or position of any two celestial bodies separated by 135 degrees. Sesquiquadrates. Plural of sesquiquadrate. Sesquisalt. A salt derived from a sesquioxide base or made up on the proportions of a sesquicompound. Sesquisalts. Plural of sesquisalt. Sesquisodium. 3 sodium cations for every 2 anions. Sesquisquare. Synonym of triactyl. Sesquisquares. Plural of sesquisquare. Sesquisulfate. A chemical compound containing 1 1/2 sulfate groups per formula. So 1.53. Sesquisulfates. Plural of sesquisulfate. Sesquisulfide. Alternative form of sesquisulfide. Sesquisulfides. Plural of sesquisulfide. Sesquisulfate. Alternative form of sesquisulfate. Sesquisulfates. Plural of sesquisulfate. Sesquisulfide. Any sulfide containing 3 sulfur atoms for every 2 metal atoms. Sesquisulfides. Plural of sesquisulfide. Sesquisyllabic. Consisting of a minor syllable plus a full syllable. Sesquisyllabicity. The condition of being sesquisyllabic. Sesquisyllable. A prosodic word consisting of an unstressed minor syllable followed by a stressed major syllable. Sesquisyllables. Plural of sesquisyllable. Sesquiterpene. Any terpene formed from 3 isoprene units and having 15 carbon atoms. Includes several plant pigments such as the flavones. Sesquiterpenes. Plural of sesquiterpene. Sesquiterpenic. Related to or derived from a sesquiterpene. Sesquiterpenoi. A terpenoid having a C skeleton. Sesquiterpenoids. Plural of sesquiterpenoi. Sesquiterpenol. Any sesquiterpenoid alcohol. Sesquiterpenols. Plural of sesquiterpenol. Sesquitertia. a ratio of 4 to 3. Sesquitertial, sesquitertian, sesquitertian, having the ratio of 1 and 1/3 to 1 as 4:3. Sesquitertianal, alternative form of sesquitertian. Sesquitertias, plural of sesquitertia. Sesquitergene, the sesquiterpene 1,5-R2-methyl 5,2s 6-methyl-hept 5N2-il bicyclo 3.1.0 hex 2-ene. Sesquitone, a minor third or interval of 3 semitones. Sesquitones, plural of sesquitone. Sesquizygotic, describing twins which are semi-identical, formed from one egg that is fertilized by 2 separate sperm. Sesquizygous, synonym of sesquizygotic. Thus, to lay a tax upon, to assess. Etha, a surname. Ethas, plural of Sessa. Sessay, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District, OS Grid Ref SC 4575. Thus, simple past and past participle of ses. Sessingen, a surname. Desas, plural of ses. Session, a period of intensive Zazen meditation in a Buddhist monastery. Sessions, plural of session. Sessile, permanently attached to a substrate, not free to move about. Sessile bellwort, a plant of the species Uvularia sessilifolia, native to eastern North America. Sessile bellworts, plural of sessile bellwort. Sessile oak, a large deciduous tree, Quercus petrea. Sessile oaks, plural of sessile oak. Sessile, in a sessile manner. Sessileness, the state or quality of being sessile, be directly or permanently attached. Sessility, the condition of being sessile. Sessing, present participle and gerund of sess. Sessa, a surname. Session ale, an ale that is relatively light, i.e. lower alcohol content and easy to drink. Session ales, plural of session ale. Session band, a group of musicians who play for the recording of an album but are not considered part of the recording artist's normal band. Session bands, plural of session band. Session bean, in Samsung Enterprise Edition specifications of the Java platform, a type of enterprise bean that maintains the state for a particular session with a client. Session beans, plural of session bean. Session beer, a beer that is relatively light and easy to drink. Session beers, plural of session beer. Session bitter, a bitter that is relatively light and easy to drink. Session bitters, plural of session bitter. Session data, the set of session variables held on a server that allow the continuation of a conversation with the client without the need to continually re-input data. Session fixation, an exploit where the attacker sets or finds out the victim's session identifier. Session hijacking, a type of exploit where a victim's session ID is stolen, allowing the attacker to access a service the victim is logged into. Session laws, the published set of all laws passed during a specific legislative session, including those that will not be incorporated into the statutes of the jurisdiction. Session musician, a professional musician employed by other musicians or singers either to play live or to make recordings. Session musicians, plural of session musician. Session Road. A barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Session replicated. Of something replicated in a session. Sessionability. The quality of being sessionable. Sessionable. Suitable for drinking over an extended period of time due to low alcohol content. Sessional. Pertaining to a period, often an academic term or a sitting of a legislative body. Sessionals. Plural of sessional. Sessionary. Synonym of sessional. Sessioned. Simple past and past participle of session. Sessioning. Present participle and gerund of session. Sessionization. The process of sessionizing. Sessionize. To process data describing individual users' navigation through a website, grouping the data points into sessions that each represent a single user's activity. Sessionize. Simple past and past participle of sessionize. Sessionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sessionize. Sessionizing. Present participle and gerund of sessionize. Sessiomus. Without a session. Taking the form of a series of isolated requests. Sessionographies. Plural of sessionography. Sessionography. A description of various musical sessions. Sessions. A surname. Sessor. A surname. Sessors. Plural of sessler. Cesspool. Archaic form of cesspool. Cesspools. Plural of cesspool. Cessrumnir. Freya's hall in the Folkanger, her room for half of those slain on the battlefield. Cessrumnir. Alternative spelling of Cessrumnir. Sesums. A surname. Sesumsos. Plural of sesums. Tatsta. Acronym of Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act. Sessai. A surname. Seshax. Plural of sestai. Sestamebai. A derivative of radioactive technetium used in nuclear imaging. Sefster. A surname from German. Sefspers. Sesterdes. Sesquicentenaries. Plural of sesquicentenary. Sesquicentenary. A 250th anniversary. Sesquicentennial. A 250th anniversary. Sesquicentennials. Plural of sesquicentennial. Sesterces. Plural of sesters. Sesterpenoi. Alternative form of sesterpenoid. Sesterpenoids. Plural of sesterpenoi. Sesters. Plural of sester. Sesterpenile. Sesterpenile. Sesterpene. Any terpene formed from 5 isoprene units and having 25 carbon atoms. Sesterpenes. Plural of sesterpene. Sesterpenoi. A terpenoid having a C skeleton. Sesterpenoids. Plural of sesterpenoi. Sesterpenile. A univalent radical derived from sesterpene. Sestertia. Plural of sestertium. Plural of sestertius. Sestertium. A money of a cat equal to 1,000 sestertiae. Sestertes. A large bronze or rarely small silver coin minted during the Roman Republic and an empire, valued at 2.5 asses, a quarter of a denarius. That's that. A piece of music composed for 6 voices or 6 instruments, a sextet or sesture. Sets, plural of sestet. Sestet, archaic form of sestet. Estet, archaic form of sestet. Estets, plural of sestet. Sestete, plural of sesteto. Sesteto, a sestet/sextet. Sestetos, plural of sesteto. Sestets, plural of sestet. Seshat, one of 6 parts. Seshats, plural of seshiat. Sestion, or relating to sestos. Sestena, a highly structured poem consisting of 6 6-line stanzas followed by a tercet or envoy, for a total of 39 lines. Sestenas, plural of sestina. Sestine, a sextane. Sestines, plural of sestine. Sestito, a surname from Italian. Sestitos, plural of sestito. Sesto, short for Sesto San Giovanni. Sesto San Giovanni, a commune municipality in the metropolitan city of Milan, Italy. Sesto, a sextolet. Sestols, plural of sestol. Sestalet. Sextuplet. Sestalets, plural of sestalet. Seston, all particulate matter suspended in bodies of water such as lakes and seas, including plankton, organic detritus, and inorganic material. Sestonic, related to or composed of seston. Sestans, plural of seston. Sestos, an ancient city in Thrace. Sestrin, any of a family of proteins that play key roles in regulating aging and metabolism. Sestrins, plural of sestrin. Sesture, a sestet/sextet. Sestures, plural of sesture. Sesuto, alternative form of Sesotho language. Gene for a human protein involved in apoptosis, transcription, and nucleosome assembly. An ancient Egyptian god, variously described as the god of chaos, the god of thunder and storms, or the god of destruction. Se letter 1 E6D, of a root having a final I sound in certain forms, originating from a final laryngeal in Proto-Indo-European. Set a beggar on horseback and he'll ride to the devil. A person unaccustomed to wealth or luxury will easily be corrupted by it. Set a spell to sit down for a period of time, especially in the company of other people and in order to relax or to engage in casual conversation. Set a sponge to leaven a small mass of flour to be used in leavening a larger quantity. Set a thief to catch a thief, to employ an unscrupulous person in order to catch another unscrupulous person. Set a bag, to startle or shock, to render someone confused or disconcerted. Set a bow, used with the adverb sense of about. Set adrift, to send a ship, boat, or raft out to sea without a crew or resources to steer it. Set afire, synonym of set on fire. Set after, to begin a chase or hunt for someone or something. Set against, to cause a person to be in conflict or opposition with someone or something. Set ahead, to move forward, often in reference to the time setting on a clock. Set a lie, to cause something to begin to burn. Set an example, to behave in a way that other people should. Set animal, an unidentified mammal, perhaps a canid, identified by the ancient Egyptians with the god Set and used often anthropomorphized in their depictions of him. Set animals, plural of set animal. Set apart, to select something or someone for a specific purpose. Set aright, to correct, repair, adjust, amend. Set aside, to separate and reserve something for a specific purpose. Set at defiance, to defy, flout, violate shamelessly. Set at naught, alternative form of set at naught. Set at naught, to treat as unimportant or worthless, to despise, disregard, defy, unheed. Set back, to delay or obstruct. Set book, a book or other text assigned for reading as part of a course. Set books, plural of set book. Set by, to save or put aside. Set that is, to make a person or persons argue, to set quarreling. Set chisel, a kind of chisel or punch, variously shaped, with a broad flat end, used for stripping off rivet heads, etc. Set chisels, plural of set chisel. Set deck, clipping of set decoration. Set designer, a designer specialized in set design. Set designers, plural of set designer. Set down, to write. Set dresser, a person who prepares the set with props and furniture to give it the correct appearance and to make sure that each item is in the correct position for each performance. Set dressers, plural of set dresser. Set eyes on, to see, to observe. Set fair, to become favorable. Set fire, followed by to cause to be on fire, to light using fire, to set a light. Set foot, to enter. Set foot on land, to disembark. Set for life, possessing sufficient resources, especially financial, to last a lifetime. Set forth, to state, describe, give an account of. Set forward, to put or carry something forward. Set forwards, alternative form of set forward. Set free, to release, to free, to give freedom to. Set function, a mathematical function whose input is a set usually of real numbers or a set of points in the Euclidean or some measure space and whose output is usually a number. Set functions, plural of set function. Set in, to take root, become established. Set in motion, to trigger movement or progress, to get going. Set in one's ways, driven by habit, inclined or determined to continue according to one's custom or established preferences. Set in stone, permanent, certain, firm. Set in train, to start a process. Set light, followed by to, synonym of set fire, to cause to be on fire, to set alight. Set less, alternative form of set list. Set lists, plural of set lists. Set loose, to set free, let go, release, liberate, unleash. Set menu, a menu in a restaurant, often changed on a regular basis with a small number of choices for each course at a fixed price. Set menus, plural of set menu. Set mine, to enter a hand with a low pair in hopes of flopping a set, i.e. 3 of a kind. Set mind. Simple past and past participle of set mind. Set minds. Third person singular simple present indicative of set mind. Set mining. Present participle and gerund of set my. Set net. A fishing net that is used by securing it to a fixed underwater framework. Set nets. Plural of set net. Set netted. Simple past and past participle of set net. Set netter. One who fishes using a set net. Set netters. Plural of set netter. Set netting. The practice of fishing with a set net. Set of one's jaw. The manner of one's lower facial expression, especially as suggesting firm resolve or intensity of thought or feeling. Set of pipes. A wind instrument incorporating multiple pipes, such as a panpipe or bagpipe. Set of wheels. A car. Set off. To leave, to set out, to begin a journey or trip. Set on. To attack. Set on a pedestal. Alternative form of put on a pedestal. Set on fire. To cause to begin to burn. Set on foot. To originate, to put into action. Set one's affairs in order. Alternative form of put one's affairs in order. Set one's cap at. To choose a man as a potential husband for a girl. Set one's face against. To oppose strenuously, to determine not to do or accept. Set one's hair on fire. To become wildly impassioned, to behave crazily. Set one's hand to. Alternative form of turn one's hand to. Set one's heart on. To desire with intensity and commitment, to earnestly long for. Set one's heart upon. Alternative form of set one's heart on. Set one's house in order. Synonym of put one's house in order. Set one's shoulder to the wheel. Synonym of put one's shoulder to the wheel. Set one's sights. To give one's close attention to, especially as a goal, objective, or other object of special interest. Set one's watch back. To ponder or experience a past time. Set one's watch by someone. To know the current time by observing a very punctual and reliable person going about their regular routine. Set on to. Synonym of set on to attack or to encourage someone or an animal to attack someone. Set operation. A mathematical operation that returns a set taking one or more sets as input. Set operations. Plural of set operation. Set out. To explain something or give exact details, usually in writing. Set out one's stall. To make publicly clear one's position with reference to a particular idea or philosophy or what one can do. Set over. To assign, transfer ownership of something. Set pen to paper. Synonym of put pen to paper. Set facers to. Prepare to, commence used with the following verb or noun. Set phrase. An established expression whose wording is subject to little or no variation and which may or may not be idiomatic. Set phrases. Plural of set phrase. Set piece. A piece of freestanding stage scenery. Set pieces. Plural of set piece. Set point. A situation where if one of the two players wins the next point, as he will win the set, but not the match. Set points. Plural of set point. Set pulses racing. To excite, thrill. Set right. Alternative form of set aright. Set sail. To depart on a voyage by boat. Set sails. Alternative form of set sail. Set screw. Any screw used to hold or adjust a setting via fixation in a certain location or position, frequently a headless one, but may also be any other machine screw or thumb screw used for the purpose of setting. Set screws, plural of set screw. Set shot, a kick for goal after a free kick has been awarded to the kicker and play has stopped. Set shots, plural of set shot. Set sights, alternative form of set one's sights. Set sights on, alternative form of set one's sights on. Set someone's teeth on edge, to irritate or strike as unpleasant. Set square, a flat triangular piece of plastic or other material having corners of precise angles used in technical drawing. Set squares, plural of set square. Set store by, to believe that something is very necessary or important, to value highly. Set straight, to correct, to make right or true. Set the ball rolling. Synonym of get the ball rolling. Set the bar, to set specific standards or expectations. Set the cat among the pigeons. Alternative form of put the cat among the pigeons. Set the heather alight. Alternative form of set the heather on fire. Set the heather on fire, to create a disturbance. Set the land, to observe by the compass how the shore bears from the ship. Set the pace, to establish the speed for a group to move at, for example in a race. Set the record straight, to correct a previous error or misunderstanding, especially one in print. Set the scene, to prepare for something by providing a background, a description, etc. Set the stage, to prepare, to establish the basis or required conditions. Set the table, to arrange plates, etc. for a meal. Set the Thames on fire, to achieve something amazing but to a nearly impossible degree, to do something which brings great public acclaim. Set the tone, create the emotional quality to be expected for something. Set the wheels in motion, to initiate a chain of events necessary to help one achieve a goal more quickly. Set the world ablaze, alternative form of set the world on fire. Set the world afire, alternative form of set the world on fire. Set the world aflame, alternative form of set the world on fire. Set the world alight, alternative form of set the world on fire. Set the world on fire, to do something sensational. Set the world to rights, to talk about improving the world. Set theoretically, in a manner which uses set theory. Set theories, plural of set theory. Set theory, the mathematical theory of sets. Set to begin something with determination, to commence a long and difficult task or project. Set to music, to adapt a literary work by adding music and often song. Set to work, to begin working. Set together by the ears, alternative form of set by the ears. Set tool, a blacksmithing tool meant to be struck by a hammer. Set tools, plural of set tool. Set-top box, alternative form of set-top box. Set-top boxes, plural of set-top box. Set up, to ready for use. Set up camp, to prepare an outdoor area for a prolonged stay. Set up one's bristles, to bristle, to react in a defensive and bad-tempered manner. Set up one's rest. To have a settled determination. Set up one's staff. To take up one's residence. To start to live in a certain place. Set up shop. To physically arrange a shop or workplace. Set up someone's burst. To make someone angry. Set up to oneself. To set up compose. Types at one portion of text that precedes another portion set up by the same typesetter. Set upon. To attack someone. Set with. To accept, handle, or agree with something. Set and forget. Of a device setting, a strategy, etc. configured a certain way and then left without further attention. Set aside. Land that has been taken out of agricultural production to reduce crop surpluses. Set builder notation. A mathematical notation for describing a set by specifying the properties that its members must satisfy. Set down. Alternative form of set down. Set downs. Plural of set down. Set fair. In plastering, a particularly good troweled surface. Seton. A sleeve that is made separately and inset into a garment. Set in sleeve. A sleeve sewn into an arm side. Set in sleeves. Plural of set in sleeve. Setins. Plural of set in. Set net. Alternative form of set net. Set nets. Plural of set net. Set netted. Simple past and past participle of set net. Set netter. Alternative form of set netter. Set netters. Plural of set netter. Set netting. Alternative form of set netting. Set off. That which is set off against another thing, an offset. Set offs. Plural of set off. Set piece. Alternative spelling of set piece. Set pieces. Plural of set piece. Set shot. Alternative form of set shot. Set shots. Plural of set shot. Set stitched. Stitched according to a formal pattern. Set theoretic. Of. Relating to or using set theory. Set theoretic difference. The set that contains exactly those elements belonging to A but not to B, the relative complement of B in A. Set theoretic differences. Plural of set theoretic difference. Set theoretical. Alternative spelling of set theoretic. Set theoretically. Alternative spelling of set theoretically. Tetsu. A fight. Set-top box. A device that connects some source of signal to a television set, often decrypting a digitally encrypted signal from a communications, satellite, or cable network. Set-top boxes. Plural of set-top box. Set-as. Plural of set-to. Set-up. Alternative form of setup. Set-ups. Plural of setup. A bristle or hair. Set-a-serrate. Having the serratures ending in a bristle-like point or seta. Cetaceous. Of, relating to, or resembling a seta or bristle, bristly. Cetaceous Hebrew character. Zeshchasinegram. A noctuid moth having distinctive black wing markings that resemble the Hebrew letter non-Hebrew nun. Cetaceous Hebrew characters. Plural of cetaceous Hebrew character. Cetaceously. In a cetaceous manner. Seta. Plural of seta. Setagaya, one of 23 special wards in Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Settle, of pertaining to or having seti. Setaphai, any of the plants of the clade Setaphyta. Setar, a Persian musical instrument. Setters, plural of setter. Taras, plural of seta. Set aside, alternative spelling of set aside. Set asides, plural of set aside. Cetistine, a particular antihistamine drug. Cetacean, a growth or covering of setae. Cetaceans, plural of cetacean. Setazindol, an anortic drug. Setback, an obstacle, delay, disadvantage, or below an adverse event which slows down or prevents progress towards a desired outcome. Setbacks, plural of setback. Setbolt, an iron pin or bolt for fitting planks closely together in shipbuilding. Setbolts, plural of setbolt. Setbook, alternative form of setbook. Setbooks, plural of setbook. Set down, the act of setting down something or someone. Set downs, plural of set down. A commune and town in Hérault Department, Occitania, France. Citadades, a twin lake situated in the crater of a massive volcano on the Portuguese archipelago of the Azores. Sitquetas, a municipality in the Brazilian state of Mato Grosso do Sul. Setebal, the Antepo language. Setebos, a fictional deity worshipped by Caliban and his mother Sycorax in William Shakespeare's play The Tempest. Setebosian, of or relating to the Shakespearean characters Setebos. Set, alternative form of settee sofa or sailing vessel. Setis, plural of seti. Tenant, alternative form of sea tenant. Sanants, plural of setenant. Setter, alternative spelling of cedar. Setters, plural of setter. That, initialism of social exclusion task force. Setasts, a tumor on a horse's back. Setasts, plural of setasts. Setfile, obsolete form of septfoil. Setfoils, plural of setfoil. The third son of Adam and Eve. Seth, name, a Seric name that features the figure of the god set atop the Seric. Seth names, plural of Seth name. Celera, 6 in Cumbrian sheep counting. Sai, a surname. Sa'in, a member of an ancient Christian Gnostic sect who venerated the biblical Seth, third son of Adam and Eve, depicted in their creation myths as a divine incarnation. Satianism, the beliefs and practices of the Sethians. Satians, plural of Sathian. Se, of or relating to the biblical Seth. Sais, plural of Seth. Sethood, the state of being a set. Sethoxidum, the herbicide 5-RS2-EZ1-ethoxyaminobutyl 5-2-RS2-ethyltheopropyl 3-hydroxycyclohex-2N11. Acronym of Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Says, or relating to the Egyptian god Set. Sessionism, the beliefs and practices of the Sessions. Sessions, plural of session. Seta is surname from Sedef, a city, the capital of Sedef province, northeast Algeria. Setiferous, having bristles, bristly. Setiform, having the shape or structure of bristles. Setiger, an annelid having setae, a ketopod. Setigerous, covered with bristles, having or bearing a seta or setae. Setigers, plural of setiger. Duck, alternative form of shittim. Setiparous, producing setae. Seteptile, a tetracyclic antidepressant. Setire, a swimming leg of an insect having a fringe of hairs on the margin. Setiarms, plural of setiarms. Settling, obsolete spelling of settling. Setle's syndrome, a rare genetic ectodermal dysplasia characterized by facial skin abnormalities with double upper eyelashes and missing lower eyelashes. Setless, without a set. Setlessness, absence of a set. Setliff, a surname. Setliffs, plural of setliff. Setlike, resembling or characteristic of a theatrical set. Setline, synonym of trotline. Setlines, plural of setline. Test, a list of the songs to be played by a particular band or musical act for a particular show or tour. Setlists, plural of setlists. Setmaker, a manufacturer of television sets. Setmakers, plural of setmaker. Setmark, a special value used on computer tape to separate sets of files. Detmarks, plural of setmark. Setmelanotide, an anti-obesity drug. Setmine, alternative spelling of setmine. Setmine, simple past and past participle of setmine. Setmines, third person singular simple present indicative of setmine. Setmining, present participle and gerund of setmine. Setworthy, a civil parish served by Embleton and District Parish Council in Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England. Setness, the quality or state of being set, formality, obstinacy. Setnesses, plural of setness. The alternative form of setnet. Setnets, plural of setnet. Setneted, simple past and past participle of setnet. Setnetter, alternative form of setnetter. Setnetters, plural of setnetter. Setnetting, alternative form of setnetting. Seto, a surname. Seto Inland Sea, a body of water that separates three of the main islands of Japan, i.e. Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu. Setoff, alternative form of setoff. Dedos, plural of setoff. Setagawa, a surname from Japanese. Setogenesis, the formation of new seti. Setagachi, a surname from Japanese. Setoid, a set together with an equivalence relation. Setoids, plural of setoi. Setoka, alternative letter case form of setoka. Setomak, a region in southeastern Estonia. Set, a surname. Setons, plural of seton. Cetoprone, a compound that is a ligand to the 5-HT2A receptor. Cetos, plural of ceto. Setos, thickly set with bristles or bristly hairs. Setosely, in a setose manner. Setosity, the quality of being setos. Setachi, region of Japan's inland sea and coastal areas roundabout. Evas, sevas, set up, an outset. Setouts, plural of set out. Set over, a form of canal lockage in which the towboat and one or more barges are separated from the other barges and brought alongside them as a unit in the lock chamber. Setovers, plural of set over. Set piece, alternative spelling of set piece. Set pieces, plural of set piece. Set point, the command signal or value which is fed into a controller to establish the target or desired position or state of the controlled device or process. Set points, plural of set point. Cetribuvir, an experimental drug for the treatment of hepatitis C. That's plural of set. Sets a spell. Third person singular simple present indicative of set a spell. Sets a thief to catch a thief. Third person singular simple present indicative of set a thief to catch a thief. Sets aback. Third person singular simple present indicative of set aback. Sets about. Third person singular simple present indicative of set about. Sets adrift. Third person singular simple present indicative of set adrift. Sets after. Third person singular simple present indicative of set after. Sets against. Third person singular simple present indicative of set against. Sets ahead. Third person singular simple present indicative of set ahead. Sets alight. Third person singular simple present indicative of set alight. Sets apart. Third person singular simple present indicative of set apart. Sets aright. Third person singular simple present indicative of set aright. Sets aside. Third person singular simple present indicative of set aside. Sets back. Third person singular simple present indicative of setback. Sets by. Third person singular simple present indicative of set by. Sets bears. Third person singular simple present indicative of set by the ears. Sets down. Third person singular simple present indicative of set down. Sets eyes on. Third person singular simple present indicative of set eyes on. Sets fair. Third person singular simple present indicative of set fair. Sets fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of set fire. Sets foot. Third person singular simple present indicative of set foot. Sets forth. Third person singular simple present indicative of set forth. Set free. Third person singular simple present indicative of set free. Sets in. Third person singular simple present indicative of set in. Sets in motion. Third person singular simple present indicative of set in motion. Sets in stone. Third person singular simple present indicative of set in stone. Sets of pipes. Plural of set of pipes. Set of wheels. Plural of set of wheels. Sets off. Third person singular simple present indicative of set off. Sets on. Third person singular simple present indicative of set on. Sets on a pedestal. Third person singular simple present indicative of set on a pedestal. Sets on fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of set on fire. Sets one's cap at. Third person singular simple present indicative of set one's cap at. Sets one's hair on fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of set one's hair on fire. Sets one's heart on. Third person singular simple present indicative of set one's heart on. Sets one's shoulder to the wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of set one's shoulder to the wheel. Sets one's watch back. Third person singular simple present indicative of set one's watch back. Sets one's watch by someone. Third person singular simple present indicative of set one's watch by someone. Sets onto. Third person singular simple present indicative of set onto. Sets out. Third person singular simple present indicative of set out. Sets out one's stall. Third person singular simple present indicative of set out one's stall. Sets over. Third person singular simple present indicative of set over. Sets pulses racing. Third person singular simple present indicative of set pulses racing. Sets right. Third person singular simple present indicative of set right. Set sail. Third person singular simple present indicative of set sail. Sets someone's teeth on edge. Third person singular simple present indicative of set someone's teeth on edge. Sets store by. Third person singular simple present indicative of set store by. Sets a straight. Third person singular simple present indicative of set straight. Sets the bar. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the bar. Sets the cat among the pigeons. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the cat among the pigeons. Sets the heather alight. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the heather alight. Sets the pace. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the pace. Sets the record straight. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the record straight. Sets the stage. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the stage. Sets the table. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the table. Sets the Thames on fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the Thames on fire. Sets the wheels in motion. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the wheels in motion. Sets the world on fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of set the world on fire. Sets to. Third person singular simple present indicative of set to. Sets to were. Third person singular simple present indicative of set to work. Sets up. Third person singular simple present indicative of set up. Sets up cam. Third person singular simple present indicative of set up camp. Sets up one staff. Third person singular simple present indicative of set up one's staff. Sets up shop. Third person singular simple present indicative of set up shop. Sets up to oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of set up to oneself. Sets upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of set upon. Sets way. Third person singular simple present indicative of set with. Set screw. Alternative spelling of set screw. Set screws. plural of set screw. Setzer, a surname. Setzers, plural of setzer. Setsubun, a Japanese festival on the last day before spring. Setsuko, a female given name from Japanese. Setswana, a language spoken widely in southern Africa, mainly in Botswana and South Africa in the Northern Cape, the Central and Western Free State and in the Northwest Province, and also, to a lesser extent, in Namibia, also known as Tswana. The system of tunnels that is the home of a badger. Settability, the state or condition of being settable. Setable, capable of being set. A surname. Simple past and past participle of set, meaning to divide students into different ability groups. Sedets, second person singular simple past indicative of set. Seti, a surname from Cree. Seti bed, synonym of sofa bed. Seti beds, plural of settee bed. Settees, plural of settee. Settegas, a surname from German. Settegasts, plural of settegasts. Alternative past participle of set. Setter, a surname. Setter up, one who sets something up. Setter, simple past and past participle of setter. Setterfield, a surname. Setterfields, plural of Setterfield. Settering, present participle and gerund of setter. Setter-like, resembling or characteristic of a setter breed of dog. Setters, plural of setter. Setters up, plural of setter up. Setterwort, the bear's foot hellebores feededus. Setterworts, plural of setterwort. That, plural of set. Teves, second person singular simple present indicative of set. Saddest about, second person singular simple present indicative of set about. Setta, third person singular simple present indicative of set. Setteth about, third person singular simple present indicative of set about. The pronunciation spelling of setting. Setting, the time, place, and circumstance in which something such as a story or picture is set, context, scenario. Setting a spell, present participle of set a spell. Setting a thief to catch a thief, present participle and gerund of set a thief to catch a thief. Setting aback, present participle and gerund of set aback. Setting about, present participle and gerund of set about. Setting adrift, present participle and gerund of set adrift. Setting after, present participle and gerund of set after. Setting against, present participle and gerund of set against. Setting ahead, present participle and gerund of set ahead. Setting alight, present participle and gerund of set alight. Setting apart, present participle and gerund of set apart. Setting aright, present participle and gerund of set aright. Setting aside, present participle and gerund of set aside. Setting back, present participle and gerund of set back. Setting by, present participle and gerund of set by. Setting that airs, present participle and gerund of set by the ears. Setting coat, the finishing or last coat of plastering on walls or ceilings. Setting coats, plural of setting coat. Setting dog, a dog trained to set game, a setter. Setting dogs, plural of setting dog. Setting down, present participle and gerund of set down. Setting eyes on, present participle of set eyes on. Setting fair, present participle and gerund of set fair. Setting fire, present participle and gerund of set fire. Setting foot, present participle and gerund of set foot. Setting forth, present participle and gerund of set forth. Setting free, present participle and gerund of set free. Set him in, present participle and gerund of set in. Setting in motion, present participle and gerund of set in motion. Setting in stone, present participle and gerund of set in stone. Setting off, present participle and gerund of set off. Set him on, present participle and gerund of set on. Setting on a pedestal, present participle and gerund of set on a pedestal. Setting on fire, present participle and gerund of set on fire. Setting one's cap at, present participle and gerund of set one's cap at. Setting one's hair on fire, present participle and gerund of set one's hair on fire. Setting one's heart on, present participle and gerund of set one's heart on. Setting one's shoulder to the wheel, present participle and gerund of set one's shoulder to the wheel. Setting one's watch back, present participle and gerund of set one's watch back. Setting one's watch by someone, present participle and gerund of set one's watch by someone. Setting onto, present participle and gerund of set onto. Setting out, present participle and gerund of set out. Setting out one's stall, present participle and gerund of set out one's stall. Setting over, present participle and gerund of set over. Setting pole, a pole, often iron-pointed, used for pushing boats along in shallow water. Setting poles, plural of setting pole. Setting pulses racing, present participle and gerund of set pulses racing. Setting right, present participle and gerund of set right. Setting rule, synonym of composing rule. Setting rules, plural of setting rule. Setting sail, present participle and gerund of set sail. Setting someone's teeth on edge, present participle and gerund of set someone's teeth on edge. Setting store by, present participle and gerund of set store by. Setting straight, present participle and gerund of set straight. Setting the bar, present participle and gerund of set the bar. Setting the cat among the pigeons, present participle and gerund of set the cat among the pigeons. Setting the heather alight, present participle and gerund of set the heather alight. Setting the pace, present participle and gerund of set the pace. Setting the record straight, present participle and gerund of set the record straight. Setting the stage, present participle and gerund of set the stage. Setting the table, present participle and gerund of set the table. Setting the Thames on fire, present participle and gerund of set the Thames on fire. Setting the wheels in motion, present participle and gerund of set the wheels in motion. Setting the world on fire, present participle and gerund of set the world on fire. Setting time, synonym of initial setting time. Setting times, plural of setting time. Setting to, present participle and gerund of set to. Setting to music, present participle and gerund of set to music. Setting to work, present participle and gerund of set to work. Setting up, present participle and gerund of set up. Setting up camp, present participle and gerund of set up camp. Setting up one staff, present participle and gerund of set up one staff. Setting up shop, present participle and gerund of set up shop. Setting up to oneself, present participle and gerund of set up to oneself. Setting upon, present participle and gerund of set upon. Setting with, present participle and gerund of set with. Setting pole, alternative form of setting pole. Setting poles, plural of setting pole. Settingless, without a setting. Settings, plural of setting. Tela, synonym of settler Swahili, a pidgin language. Settlability, alternative form of settlability. Settleable, alternative form of settleable. Settle, a town and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District OS Grid Ref SD 816,640. Settle a score, to even the score. Settle accounts with, to bring an argument, etc. to a peaceful but resigned conclusion. Settle bed, a kind of early sofa bed, one that can be converted into a bench when not in use. Settle beds, plural of settle bed. Settle down, to make or become quiet and calm after a period of disturbance or restlessness. Settle for, to accept or allow something, especially something not entirely desirable. Settle in, to get comfortable or established, as in a new place. Settle into, to become comfortable with a place or routine. Settle on, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See settle on. Settle one's account, to return what one owes, to make good on one's debts, to pay back. Settle one's affairs, synonym of put one's affairs in order. Settle someone's hash, to physically or verbally subdue someone. Settle the score, synonym of even the score. Settle up, to pay what one owes a debt, a bill, etc. Settle upon, synonym of settle on. Settle with, to get revenge on someone, to resolve a grudge with someone. Settleability, the quality of being settleable. Settleable, that can settle or be settled. Settleables, plural of settleable. Settled, comfortable and at ease, especially after a period of change or unrest. Settled a score. Simple past and past participle of settle a score. Settled accounts with. Simple past and past participle of settle accounts with. Settled district, a division of the country peopled with settlers, typically as opposed to wild or aboriginal territory. Settled districts, plural of settled district. Settled down. Simple past and past participle of settle down. Settled for. Simple past and past participle of settle for. Settled in. Simple past and past participle of settle in. Settled into. Simple past and past participle of settle into. Settled on. Simple past and past participle of settle on. Settled one's account, Simple past and past participle of settle one's account. Settled someone's hash. Simple past and past participle of settle someone's hash. Settled the score. Simple past and past participle of settle the score. Settled up. Simple past of settle up. Settled upon. Simple past and past participle of settle upon. Settled with. Simple past and past participle of settle with. Settledly. In a settled manner. Settledness. The quality or state of being settled. Settlement. The act of settling. Settlement agreement. A contractual agreement between parties to actual or potential litigation by which each party agrees to a resolution of the underlying dispute. Settlement agreements. Plural of settlement agreement. Settlement currencies. Plural of settlement currency. Settlement currency. Synonym of unit of account. Settlement date. The date on which a trade bonds, equities, foreign exchange, commodities, etc. Settles. Settlement dates. Plural of settlement date. Settlement house. An institution providing various community services, usually to the urban poor. Settlement houses. Plural of settlement house. Settlement Indian. A Sabo. Settlement Indians. Plural of settlement Indian. Settlement tank. A container in which sediment or other denser materials in water settle on the bottom. Settlement tanks. Plural of settlement tank. Settlementation. Settlement, especially in an area that has no official incorporation or legal claim made on it. Settlementations. Plural of settlementation. Settlements. Plural of settlement. Settlemyre. A surname from German. Settlemyres. Plural of Settlemyre. Settlemyre. A surname. Settlemyres. Plural of Settlemyre. Settler. Someone who settles in a new location, especially one who takes up residence in a previously uninhabited place, a colonist. Settler colonialism. A form of colonialism in which colonizers seek to displace indigenous populations from their land in order to establish permanent settlements of their own. Settler of Catan. A player of the multiplayer board game The Settlers of Catan. Settler Swahili. A Swahili pidgin mainly spoken in large European settlements in Kenya and Zambia. Settler's clock. Synonym of laughing kookaburra. Settlers' clocks. Plural of settler's clock. Settlers' twy. Synonym of Borgai. Settledom. The realm or sphere of settlers. Settlerhood. The state or condition of being a settler. Settlerism. An ideology extolling the virtue of bettering oneself by becoming a settler in an undeveloped new country. Settleress. Characteristic of or pertaining to settlerism. Settleristic. Related to or characterized by settlerism. Settlerests. Plural of settlerists. Settlers. Plural of settler. Settlers of Catan. Plural of settler of Catan. Settles. Plural of settle. Settles a score. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle a score. Settles accounts with. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle accounts with. Settles down. Third person singular singular simple present indicative of settle down. Settles for third person singular simple present indicative of settle for. Settles in third person singular simple present indicative of settle in. Settles into third person singular simple present indicative of settle into. Settles on third person singular simple present indicative of settle on. Settles one's account. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle one's account. Settles someone's hash. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle someone's hash. Settles the score. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle the score. Settles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle up. Settles upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle upon. Settles with. Third person singular simple present indicative of settle with. Settling. Pronunciation spelling of settling. Settling. Present participle and gerund of settle. Settling a score. Present participle and gerund of settle a score. Settling accounts with. Present participle and gerund of settle accounts with. Settling down. Present participle and gerund of settle down. Settling for. Present participle and gerund of settle for. Settling in. Present participle and gerund of settle in. Settling into. Present participle and gerund of settle into. Settling on. Present participle and gerund of settle on. Settling one's account. Present participle and gerund of settle someone's hash. Settling the score. Present participle and gerund of settle the score. Settling time. The elapsed time from the application of an ideal instantaneous step input to the time at which the amplifier output has entered and remained within a specified error band. Settling times. Plural of settling time. Settling up. Present participle and gerund of settle up. Settling upon. Present participle and gerund of settle upon. Settling with. Present participle and gerund of settle with. Settlings. Plural of settling. Settler. A person who settles property on express trust for the benefit of beneficiaries. Settlers. Plural of settler. That's. Plural of set. A surname from Telugu. Teres. Plural of seti. Setúbal. A district in central Portugal. Setula. A small, short hair or bristle is small seta. Setuli. Plural of setula. Setulate. Having setuli. Setchel. A setula. Setchels. Plural of setchel. Setuliform. Resembling a setula. Setulose. Having small bristles or seti. Setulus. Alternative form of setulose. Zetoma. A closed parasha is section of a book in the Hebrew text of the Tanakh, set apart by a space in the middle of the line of text, with the previous portion ending before the space, and the next portion starting after it. Setimus. Plural of setuma. Dedima. Plural of setuma. Setuma. Plural of setuma. Setup. Equipment designed for a particular purpose, an apparatus. Setup block. Synonym of 1-2-3 block. Setup blocks. Plural of setup block. Setup fee. An initial fee that is charged by an organization to set up an account or similar financial instrument. Setup fees. Plural of setup fee. Setup man, a male relief pitcher who appears in the inning prior to the closer, typically the 8th inning. Setup man, plural of setup man. Setup time, the minimum amount of time for which the data input should be held steady before the clock event for reliable sampling. Setup times, plural of setup time. Setups, plural of setup. Set wall, a plant evaluation. Setwise, in terms of a set or sets. Setwork, synonym of setwork's sawmill mechanism that positions the log for the next cut. Setworks, the mechanism in a sawmill that positions the log for the next cut. Setzer, a surname. Setzers, plural of setzer. Seta, plural of seta. T, initialism of social exclusion unit. Tubert, a surname. Tuberts, plural of Subert. Toda, a festive meal. Suda Schlichet, the third meal eaten on the Sabbath. Sudat Mitzvah, a meal held in honor of the fulfillment of certain mitzvah. Poa, obsolete typography of 7. Surah, obsolete spelling of several. Dovert, a surname. Doverts, plural of Sufert. Dumas, a male given name from Scottish Gaelic, equivalent to English James. Suration, of or relating to Georges Seurat, French post-impressionist artist known for devising the painting techniques of chromoluminarism and pointillism. T, plural of SCU. Toser, a surname. This, a surname. Susan, of or relating to Dr. Seuss Theodore Seuss Geisel, 1904-1991, American writer and cartoonist best known for his imaginative children's books, often written in rhyme. Seha, a musical comedy inspired for the life and bibliography of Dr. Seuss Theodore Seuss Geisel, 1904-1991, co-written and composed by Lynn Ahrens and Stephen Flaherty. Seussification, the process of making or becoming like the works of Theodore Seuss, Dr. Seuss 1904-1991, American writer and cartoonist best known for his imaginative children's books, often written in rhyme. An Indian snack food consisting of small pieces of crunchy noodles made from chickpea flour paste. The contraction of 7. Several, contraction of several. Tela, selfless service that is performed without any expectation of reward for performing it. Sevayan, alternative form of Sevian. Telva, large freshwater mountain lake in Armenia. Seven trout, a highly valued endangered species of freshwater trout, Salmo ischion, that is native only to Sevan, a mountain lake in Armenia. Severed, a surname. Sevastopol, a port city in Crimea, internationally recognized as part of Ukraine but de facto in Russia. It is the base of the Black Sea Fleet. Tevzik, a surname. Tevziks, plural of Sevsik. Sadalenka, a traditional genre of folk music from Bosnia and Herzegovina, also popular in the ex-Yugoslavia region. Sadalenkas, plural of Sadalenka. Sever, obsolete spelling of severe. Sever, comparative form of severe, more severe. Severus, superlative form of severe, most severe. Sevelamer, a phosphate binding drug used to treat hyperphosphatemia in patients with chronic kidney disease. Tava, a river in North Yorkshire, England that flows through Rosedale to join the Rye. 7 and a half. An Italian comparing card game similar to blackjack, in which players try not to gain more than 7.5 points, face cards being worth a half a point each and certain other cards removed from the deck before play. 7 and 7. A highball made with Seagram's 7 Crown whiskey and 7-Up. 7 and 7s. Plural of 7 and 7. 7 arts. The traditional subdivision of the arts into music, sculpture, painting, literature, architecture, performing, and film. 7 bells. Said to be beaten, knocked, etc. out of a person who is severely violently assaulted. 7 brothers. The jungle babbler, Turdoid striata, habitually flocking in extended family groups. 7 card stud. Alternative form of 7 card stud. 7-11. A superstitious incantation hoping for a favorable initial coming out roll of 7 or 11 in the game of craps. 7 deadly sins. The cardinal sins enumerated by medieval philosophers and theologians: pride or vanity, vainglory, envy, gluttony, greed or avarice, lust, sloth or acedia, and wrath or anger. 7 devils. A series of mountain peaks in west central Idaho, United States. 7 dials. A junction of 7 roads in the Covent Garden area of London, England. 7 dirty words. A parody of 7 deadly sins, 7 English language curse words often referred to as being the most obscene. The words, in the order George Carlin originally listed them, are shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. 7/8. Rare spelling of 7/8. 7 figures. An unspecified amount of money ranging from $1 million to $9,999,999 or other unit of currency. 7 Hills. A suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. 700. The cardinal number occurring after 699 and before 701, represented in Arabic numerals as 700. 7 islands. Synonym of Septils, Quebec, Canada. 7 Kings. A suburban area in the borough of Redbridge, Greater London. 7 Minutes in Heaven. A teenager's party game in which 2 participants are shut in a closet for 7 minutes, giving them the opportunity to kiss, etc. 7 o'clock. The start of the 8th hour of the day. 7:00 a.m. 7:00. 7 out. In the game of craps, to roll a 7 after having established the point. 7 sages. 7 ancient Greek men renowned for their wisdom: Thales, Solon, Periander, Cleobulus, Chilon, Bias, and Pittacus. 7 seals. The seals that secure the book or scroll that John of Patmos saw in an apocalyptic vision. 7 seas. Alternative letter case form of 7 seas. 7 seas. All the oceans of the world in a common modern interpretation: the North and South Atlantic, North and South Pacific, Indian, Arctic, and Antarctic Ocean, but historical interpretations differ widely. 7 shades. A complete range. A whole lot, used with a noun or occasionally an adjective. 7 sisters. The jumble babbler, Turdoid striata, habitually flocking in extended family groups. 7 sleepers day. June 27 in Germany, Siebenschläfertag, a day whose weather is supposed to determine the average weather of the next 7 weeks. 7 stars. The constellation Ursa Major. 7,000. Cardinal number between 6,999 and 7,001. 1. 7 virtues. The 7 heavenly virtues, the 3 theological and 4 cardinal virtues. 7 wonders of the ancient world. 7 man-made structures that were listed and accepted as the greatest such in the vicinity of the eastern Mediterranean and Near East. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Pyramids of Giza, the statue of Zeus, the Temple of Artemis, the Colossus of Rhodes, the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, and the Lighthouse of Alexandria. 7 wonders of the world. Any of several lists of remarkable natural or man-made places. 7 Years' War, a war fought between 1754 and 1763 between almost every European great power of the time, partly over colonies and partly over Austria's desire to recover Silesia from the Prussians. The main conflict occurred in the 7-year period from 1756 to 1763. 7-armed octopus. Halophron atlanticus, a species of octopus notable for its large size. 7-armed octopuses, plural of 7-armed octopus. 7-card stud, a version of stud poker where each individual receives 7 cards, 3 face down and 4 face up. 7-day wonder, a person or process which requires only 7 days to be perfected. 7-day wonders, plural of 7-day wonder. 7/8, 7 of 8 equal parts, 7/8, 0.875. 7-footer, a person who is 7 feet tall. 7-footers, plural of 7-footer. 700, the ordinal form of the number 700. 7-layer cake, a cake consisting of 7 thin layers of baked batter interlaced with 7 layers of frosting. 7-layer cakes, plural of 7-layer cake. 7-layer dip, an American appetizer containing layers of ingredients typical of Tex-Mex cuisine. 7-layer dips, plural of 7-layer dip. 7-layer salad, an American salad dish containing layers of vegetables and other ingredients. 7-layer salads, plural of 7-layer salad. 7-league boot, singular of 7-league boots. 7-league boots, a pair of boots enabling the wearer to cross 7 leagues at one stride. 7-level, a person who has qualified for craftsman level of skill in the United States Air Force with more training than journeyman 5-level, but less than a superintendent 9-level. 7-level screwdriver, a plastic-handled officially yellow pocket screwdriver with clip and a 2.5-inch shank, ending in a 1-8-inch slotted head. 7-level screwdrivers, plural of 7-level screwdriver. 7 levels, plural of 7-level. 7-eye, alternative form of 7-night. 7 nights, plural of 7-night, alternative form of 7 nights. 7-segment, of an electronic device or display, consisting of 3 horizontal and 4 vertical lines, in an arrangement similar to the shape of the number 8 that may be individually shown or hidden, usually for the display of numeric digits, or consisting of a set of these arrangements. 7-shooter, a revolver which holds 7 cartridges. 7 shooters, plural of 7-shooter. 730s, plural of 730. 730. In the United States, a 3-year Treasury note bearing interest at a rate of 7.30% annually. Made during the American Civil War, the notes had denominations of $50, $100, $500, $1,000, and $5,000. 7,000er. Any mountain on Earth that extends more than 7,000 meters 22,966 ft, but less than 8,000 meters 26,247 ft above sea level. 7,000ers, plural of 7,000er. 7,000, the ordinal form of the number 7,000. Seven-toed Pete, synonym of seven-card stud. 7-Up, a children's game in which players with their eyes shut try to guess which of a group of 7 people press down their thumbs. 7-Veil dance, alternative form of dance of the 7 veils. 7-Veil dances, plural of 7-veil dance. 7-Year apple, a rubiaceous shrub Gedipiclusiafolia growing in the West Indies. 7-year apples, plural of 7-year apple. 7-year itch, scabies. 7-year itches, plural of 7-year itch. 7-year melon, a Malabar gourd Cucurbita ficifolia. 7-year vine, a tropical climbing plant Ipomoea tuberosa related to the morning glory. 7-year vines, plural of 7-year vine. 7-bark, the flowering plant Hydrangea arborescens. 7-barks, plural of 7-bark. 7-double, thorough, complete, utter. 70, pronunciation, spelling of 70. 7'd out, simple past and past participle of 7 out. 7er, a member of a branch of Ismaili Shia Muslims who believe that Ismail ibn Ja'far was the 7th and last Imam, hereditary leader of the Muslim community. 7ers, plural of 7er. 7-fold, 7 times as much, multiplied by 7. 7-folded, obsolete form of 7-fold. 7-foldness, the property of being 7-fold. 7-gill, having 7 pairs of gill slits, as some sharks do. 7 gills, plural of 7-gill. 7-Hampton, a village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0321. 7ing out, present participle and gerund of 7 out. 7ish, a surname. 7less, a gene in Drosophila melanoidester that encodes a receptor tyrosine kinase protein essential to the development of R7 cells in the embryonic eye. 7-lang, a poem consisting of 7 lines, split into 3 stanzas. 7-langs, plural of 7-lang. 7s, the property of being 7 in number. 7i, a period of 7 consecutive days and nights, a week. 7 nights, plural of 7-ite. 7oaks, a town in Sevenoaks District, Kent. 7pence, the value of 7 old pennies. 7pences, plural of 7pence. 7penny, having a value or cost of 7pence. 7plex, a building divided into 7 separate residences or commercial premises. 7plexes, plural of 7plex. 7s, plural of 7. 7's out, third person singular simple present indicative of 7 out. 7 score, 140. 7 days, a call in any children's game, such as jacks, where 7 actions must be performed. 7 sum, a group of 7 persons or things. 7 sums, plural of 7 sum. 7 stones, a locality on the boundary of Calstock Parish and Stoke Clymslyn Parish, Eastern Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 3971. 17. The cardinal number occurring after 16 and before 18, represented in Roman numerals as Roman 17 and in Arabic numerals as 17. 1700. The start of the 18th hour of the day on the 24-hour clock, i.e. 1700. 17-year locust. Certain periodical cicadas of genus Magicauda, a brood of which was to emerge in the U.S. in 2024, together with a brood of 13-year cicadas, such co-emergence occurring only once in more than 200 years. 17-year locusts. Plural of 17-year locusts. 17-fold. By a factor of 17. 17ish. Of about 17 years of age. 17ness. The property of being 17. 17 pence. The monetary amount of 17 pence. 17s. Plural of 17. 17th. The ordinal form of the number 17. 17thly. In the 17th place, 17th in a row. 17ths. Plural of 17th. 7. The ordinal form of the number 7. 7th art. The art of making motion pictures, filmmaking, cinema. 7th chord. A chord that contains 4 notes that make 3/3. 7th chords. Plural of 7th chord. 7th cranial nerve. Synonym of facial nerve. 7th day. Saturday, the 7th day of the Judeo-Christian 7-day week. 7th grade. The period in school that comes after 6th grade and before 8th grade. 7th grader. A pupil who is in 7th grade. 7th graders. Plural of 7th grader. 7th grades. Plural of 7th grade. 7th heaven. The empyrean, the outermost of the heavenly spheres, a dwelling of the angels. 7th inning stretch. A more extended than usual break taken between the top half and the bottom half of the 7th inning. 7th inning stretches. Plural of 7th inning stretch. 7th world. Collectively, those potential micronations with only simulated territory, such as a virtual reality or RPG, typically run for purely egotistical or entertainment purposes. Seventh-day Adventism. A Protestant Christian denomination, one of its founders was Ellen White, emphasizing Sabbath observance, a healthy diet, and the soon return of Jesus Christ. It grew out of the Millerite movement, Millerism. Seventh-day Adventists. A member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Seventh-day Adventist Church. A Protestant Christian denomination that observes Saturday as the Sabbath. Seventh-day Adventists. Plural of Seventh-day Adventists. Seventhly. In the 7th place, 7th in a row. Sevenths. Plural of 7th. 70 is plural of 70. 70th. The ordinal form of the number 70. 70thly. In the 70th place. 70th in a row. 70ths. Plural of 70th. 70. The translators of the Septuagint. 78. The cardinal number immediately following 77 and preceding 79. 78. The ordinal form of the number 78, describing a person or thing in position number 78 of a sequence. 78ths. Plural of 78. 78ths. Plural of 78. 75th. The ordinal form of the number 75, describing a person or thing in position number 75 of a sequence. 75ths. Plural of 75th. 71st. The ordinal form of the number 71, describing a person or thing in position number 71 of a sequence. 71sts. Plural of 71st. 75. the cardinal number immediately following 74 and preceding 76. 74, the cardinal number immediately following 73 and preceding 75. 74s, plural of 74. 74th, the ordinal form of the number 74, describing a person or thing in position number 74 of a sequence. 74ths, plural of 74th. 79, the cardinal number immediately following 78 and preceding 80. 79th, the ordinal form of the number 79, describing a person or thing in position number 79 of a sequence. 79ths, plural of 79th. 71, the cardinal number immediately following 70 and preceding 72. 71th, 71st, 71ths, plural of 71th. 72nd, the ordinal form of the number 72, describing a person or thing in position number 72 of a sequence. 72nds, plural of 72nd. 72nd, non-standard form of 72nd. 77, the cardinal number immediately following 76 and preceding 78. 77th, the ordinal form of the number 77, describing a person or thing in position number 77 of a sequence. 77ths, plural of 77th. 76, the cardinal number immediately following 75 and preceding 77. 76, the ordinal form of the number 76, describing a person or thing in position number 76 of a sequence. 76, plural of 76. 70-something, alternative form of 7-something. 70-somethings, plural of 70-something. 73rd, the ordinal form of the number 73, describing a person or thing in position number 73 of a sequence. 73rds, plural of 73rd. 73, the cardinal number immediately following 72 and preceding 74. 73s, best wishes, regards. 72, the cardinal number immediately following 71 and preceding 73. 70-fold, by a multiple of 70 by 70 times as much or as many. 70ish, of about 70 years of age. 70, slightly more than 70. 7-something, an indeterminate value between 70 inclusive and 80 exclusive. 7-somethings, plural of 7-something. Sever, to make a separation or distinction, to distinguish. Sever, a surname. Severabilities, plural of severability. Severability, the quality of being severable. Severable, capable of being separated. Several, a number of different, various. Several fisheries, plural of several fishery. Several fishery, a site where a person has an exclusive right of fishery, whether on his or her own property or another person's. Several states, the states of the United States collectively. Severalfold, by several times. Severalities, plural of severality. Severality, the state or property of being several. Severalize, to distinguish, to make, or treat as several. Severalize, simple past and past participle of severalize. Severalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of severalize. Severalizes, Present participle and gerund of severalize. Several. Obsolete spelling of several. Severally. Separately. Severalness. The quality of being several. Severals. Plural of several. Several. Having the ordinal position of several, occurring after several others. Severalties. Plural of severalty. Severalty. The sole ownership of property by someone. Sever. Of or relating to the ancient Roman Emperor Septimius Severus. Severance. A surname. Severance pay. Money paid as compensation to someone whose employment is ended, often in exchange of waiver. Severance payment. Money that an employer pays to an employee when the employee leaves the company in case of layoffs, often in exchange for some kind of waiver. Severance payments. Plural of severance payment. Severance tax. A state tax on the extraction of non-renewable natural resources such as minerals, petroleum, or natural gas that will be used in another state. Severance taxes. Plural of severance tax. Severances. Plural of severance. Severes. Plural of severa. Severation. A severing or cutting. Severance. Obsolete form of severance. Severances. Plural of severance. Severe. A surname. Severe acute respiratory syndrome. A form of pneumonia resulting from infection by a coronavirus characterized by fever, myalgia, lethargy, and coughing, and which can be fatal. Severe acute respiratory syndromes. Plural of severe acute respiratory syndrome. Severe clear. Weather so bright that visibility is practically unhindered. Severe combined immunodeficiencies. Plural of severe combined immunodeficiency. Severe combined immunodeficiency. A genetic disorder characterized by the disturbed development of functional T cells and B cells, resulting in extreme vulnerability to infectious diseases. Severe fever with thrombocytopenia syndrome. A clinical condition prevalent in East Asia caused by SFTS virus, SFTS Huayanchen virus, a phlebivirus in the family Bunyiaviridae. Severe gale. On the Beaufort scale, a force 9 wind 41-47 knots. Severe gales. Plural of severe gale. Severe myopletic epilepsy of infancy. Former name of Dravet syndrome. Severe tea. A large evening meal, less formal than dinner, typically including various cooked foods served with tea. Sever. Simple past and past participle of sever. Severely. In a severe manner. Severness. The property of being severe. Severnesses. Plural of severness. Sever. Comparative form of severe, more severe. Severers. Plural of severer. Severs. Plural of severe. Arrest. Superlative form of severe, most severe. Severa. Third person singular simple present indicative of sever. Tavura. A historical region in present-day southwest Russia, northern Ukraine, and eastern Belarus. Tavura. A member of a tribe or tribal confederation of early East Slavs once occupying areas to the east of the Middle Dnieper River and southeast of the Danube River. Taverias. Plural of Severian. Tavris. Plural of Sever. Severin. A municipality of Croatia. Severing. Present participle and gerund of sever. Severings. plural of severing. Severino. A surname. Severinos, plural of Severino. Elerides, plural of severity. Severides, a subgenre of Harry Potter fan fiction in which Severus Snape is the biological father of Harry. Severity, the state of being severe. Tiber, a river of England and Wales that flows into the Bristol Channel. Severn Beach, a village on the Severn Estuary in Pilning and Severn Beach Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5484. Severn Stoke, a village and civil parish served by Severn Stoke and Croom Dabatot Parish Council in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 857441. Severn Tunnel Junction, a railway station and junction in Roget Community, Monmouthshire, Wales, on the west side of the Severn Tunnel, which serves the village of Roget. OS Grid Ref ST 4687. Severn Cotswold Tomb, a kind of megalithic chamber tomb with a trapezoid mound, built by Neolithic peoples in Wales and southwest England around 3500 BC. Severn Cotswold Tombs, plural of Severn Cotswold Tomb. Severnaya Zemlya, an archipelago in the Arctic Ocean in the north of Russia, Krasnoyarsk Krai, off Taymyr Peninsula. Severdru, alternative form of Suvarnadurg. Seversai, the area adjoining or straddling the River Severn in the United Kingdom. Seversider, someone who lives by the River Sever. Seversiders, plural of Severn cider. Severny, a district of Vorkuta, Russia. Severodonsk, synonym of Severodonsk. Severodvinsk, a city in Arkhangelsk Oblast, Russia. Severs, third person singular simple present indicative of sever. Seversky Donets, synonym of Donets River. Severson, a surname. Seversons, plural of Severson. Sever, a surname. Severtok, a transliteration of the Russian surname Syavye te or ka Severtok. Severts, plural of severed. Severtson, a surname. Severtsons, plural of Severtson. Severer, the banded cichlid. Heros Severus previously Cyclosoma severum, a freshwater tropical fish of South America. Severums, plural of Severum. Severus, an ancient Roman cognomen, notably that of Septimius Severus. Severy, a minor city in Greenwood County, Kansas, United States, named after railroad employee Luther Severy. Sevre, alternative form of Severian. Sevres, plural of Sevrian. Seviövi, a village in Finland. Sevich, alternative spelling of Sevich. Seviches, plural of Sevich. Thove, a surname. Sevier County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, DeQueen, named after Ambrose Sevier. Sevierville, a city, the county seat of Sevier County, Tennessee, United States. Sevigny, a surname. Sevigny's, plural of Sevigny. Sevilla, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Ilocos, Philippines. Celoan, alternative form of civilian. Sevillana, a barangay of Benito Soliven, Isabela, Philippines. Sevillano, a person from Sevilla. Sevillanos, plural of Sevillano. Sevillans, plural of Sevillane. Tevel, the capital city of Andalusia, Spain. Juvil orange, the bitter orange, a tree and fruit of the species Citrus aurantium. Seville oranges, plural of Seville orange. Sevillian, of or pertaining to Seville, city in Spain. Sevillians, plural of Sevillian. Sever, alternative form of sexuer. Severate, alternative form of sexuate, a group of 6 men. Severates, plural of severate. Taurari, plural of sevier. Seviers, plural of sevier. Severumab, a human monoclonal antibody used to treat cytomegalovirus infections in AIDS patients. Sevian, an Indian style of wheat vermicelli. Hermione, the ship of characters Severus Snape and Hermione Granger of the Harry Potter series. Sevoflurane. Sevoflurane, misspelling of sevoflurane. Sevoflurane. Sevoflurane, when used as an anesthetic. Sevoflurance, misspelling of sevoflurane. Sevoflurane, a sweet-smelling, non-flammable, highly fluorinated methyl isopropyl ether used for induction and maintenance of general anesthesia. A surname from Armenian. Sev, initialism of student and exchange visitor program. Severnartes, a river in Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Severs, a town in France on the outskirts of Paris. Sevres ware, porcelain manufactured in Sevres, France, especially in the national factory situated there. Sevres wares, plural of Sevres ware. Sevruga, stellate sturgeon Acipenter stellatus. Sevrugas, plural of Sevruga. Sevum benzonatum, benzonated suet. Sevum purpuratum, prepared mutton tallow, the internal fat of the abdomen of the sheep, purified by melting and straining and used to make ointments. A surname. Davis, plural of savvy. To use a needle to pass thread repeatedly through pieces of fabric in order to join them together. Davis, plural of savvy. To use a needle to pass thread repeatedly through pieces of fabric in order to join them together. Sew buttons, used in response to someone asking so. Sew buttons on your underwear. Alternative form of sew buttons, humorous response to someone asking so. Sew up, to seal by sewing. Sew ups, synonym of tubulars. The alternative form of seva. Sewability, the quality of being sewable. Jolval, capable of being sewed. Sewedar, a volunteer who offers his or her help to a gurdwara or to the community for religious reasons. Sewedars, plural of suedar. Sered, a suspension of water and solid waste, transported by sewers to be disposed of or processed. Sewage fungus, a filamentous colony of bacteria e.g. Spheratillus natans and fungi e.g. Fusarium aqueductum, protozoa, and other species, which may be found adhering to surfaces in sewage treatment plants or in natural waters as a result of the discharge of incompletely treated wastewater. Sewage plant, an industrial structure used in the treatment of sewage. Sewage plants, plural of sewage plant. Seweridas, plural of sewage. Suale. Night jasmine nictans arbor tristes. Sualik hills. Obsolete form of Civlic hills. Tua. A surname. Huh. Alternative form of C1. Tony. Alternative spelling of Suani. Soren. A retired wrestler who assists at a stable. Thuns. Plural of Suan. Dut. Alternative form of C1. Dunce. Plural of Suant. Tuor. A native trooper. Thur. A surname. Seward County. One of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat. Liberal. Seward's Day. A legal holiday in the U.S. state of Alaska observed on the last Monday in March, commemorating the signing of the Alaska Purchase Treaty on March 30, 1867. Seward's Folly. An unofficial nickname for Alaska, a state of the United States. Sodite. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and zinc. Turds. Plural of sewer. Seward Stone. A linear settlement in Waltham Abbey Parish, Epping Forest District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3897. Doers. Plural of sewer. Simple past and past participle of so. Sewed up. Simple past of sew up. Test. Second person singular simple past indicative of so. Taw. A scarecrow, generally made of feathers tied to a string, hung up to prevent deer from breaking into a place. Sewell Convention. The British policy that the Parliament of the United Kingdom will generally not legislate for Scotland in respect of devolved matters without the consent of Scottish Parliament. 2. A surname. 2. The mountain beaver of Plodonshire rufa. Tuddles. Plural of Sewell. Dos. Plural of Sewell. The. Past participle of so. Tons. Plural of Suan. Thur. A pipe or channel or system of pipes or channels used to remove human waste and to provide drainage. Sewer flies. Plural of sewer fly. Sewer fly. Any of the family Psychodidae of true flies, sometimes found in plumbing drains and sewage systems. Sewer gas. A mixture of toxic and non-toxic gases produced and collected in sewage systems by the decomposition of organic household or industrial wastes. Sewer rat. The brown rat Rattus norvegicus. Sewer rats. Plural of sewer rat. Sewer service. The intentional failure to provide service of process on a named party in a lawsuit in order to prevent the party from having a chance to respond. Sewer sly. Synonym of suicide. Sewer socialism. A form of socialism that prioritizes provision of public services and infrastructure, primarily associated with Milwaukee. Cerebral. Able to be provided with sewers. Sewered. A network of sewer pipes that geographically transfers wastewater. A sewer system. Seweragers. Plural of sewerage. Ter. Simple past and past participle of sewer. Sewering. The act of constructing or replacing a sewer system for a new development or neighborhood. Sewerings. Plural of sewering. Durus. Without a sewer drainage pipe. Sewerlike. Resembling or characteristic of a sewer drainage pipe. Dura. A man who works in a sewer. Sewerman. Plural of sewermen. Sewers, plural of sewer. Sewershed, an area of land in which one or more sewers discharge. Sewersheds, plural of sewershed. Tur, resembling or characteristic of a sewer. Toes, second person singular simple present indicative of so. Soa, third person singular simple present indicative of so. Those, initialism absorption enhanced water gas shift. Survey, a borough in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, United States. Sea trout, a subspecies of brown trout Salmo trutamorpha trutta. Sowing, present participle and gerund of so. Sewing circle, a social meeting of women who congregate to sew and talk together. Sewing circles, plural of sewing circle. Sewing kit, a small package containing items needed for sewing, such as needles and thread. Sewing kits, plural of sewing kit. Sewing lounge, a commercial space where people may sew or learn to sew as members of a community. Equipment and tuition is normally available. Sewing lounges, plural of sewing lounge. Sewing machine, any mechanical or electromechanical device used to stitch cloth or other material. Normally uses two threads to form lock stitches. Sewing machines, plural of sewing machine. Sewing needle, a dragonfly or damselfly. Sewing needles, plural of sewing needle. Sewing room, a room in a home set aside for sewing. Sewing rooms, plural of sewing room. Sewing up, present participle and gerund of sew up. Sewing machine, dated form of sewing machine. Sewing machine music, Baroque classical music that is characterized by motoric rhythm and the dense masses of notes. Sewing machines, plural of sewing machine. Sewings, plural of sewing. Herns, plural of sewen. Tourists, one who sews. Tourists, plural of sewist. Sewless, not requiring sewing. Past participle of sew. Sewn up, past participle of sew up. Tiri, a neighborhood of Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Surround, a kind of indoor shoe made inside out and stitched by hand. Surrounds, plural of surround. Thus, initialism of strategic early warning system. Thus, third person singular simple present indicative of so. Sews up, third person singular simple present indicative of sew up. Thursfer, a seamstress, a sewer someone who sews. Thursfers, plural of sewster. Sexual activity, usually sexual intercourse unless preceded by a modifier. Sex abuse, synonym of sexual abuse. Sex hack, synonym of sexual act. Sex acts, plural of sex act. Sex act, a person addicted to watching or taking part in sexual activity, particularly sexual intercourse. Sex addicts, plural of sex addict. Sex aid, any object or device that is primarily used in facilitating human sexual pleasure. Sex aids, plural of sex aid. Sex and shopping, a genre of popular fiction in which characters with an affluent lifestyle have frequent explicit sexual encounters. Sex appeal, sexual attractiveness. Sex attack, an act of sexual assault. Sex attacks, plural of sex attack. Sex bolt, a type of fastener comprising a mated pair of screw and post. The post is a nut with a barrel-shaped flange and protruding boss that is internally threaded. Sex bolts, plural of sex bolt. Sex bomb, someone who is highly physically attractive, a bombshell. Sex bombs, plural of sex bomb. Sex boycott, synonym of sex strike. Sex boycotts, plural of sex boycott. Sex bracelet, a gel bracelet, in the context of an urban legend according to which the girl wearing the bracelet will engage in a sex act determined by the color of the bracelet with whoever snaps it from her wrist. Sex bracelets, plural of sex bracelet. Sex cell, germ cell. Sex cells, plural of sex cell. Sex change, a change in sex, either natural or artificial. Sex changes, plural of sex change. Sex characteristic, a physical trait of a sexually dimorphic organism that is specific to one sex. Sex chromosome, either of a pair of chromosomes in most animals and plants whose combination determines the sexual characteristics of an individual. Sex chromosomes, plural of sex chromosome. Sex club, a group or establishment which organizes sex-related activities for its members. Sex clubs, plural of sex club. Sex comb, an appendage in the male of some flies used to grasp the female prior to mating. Sex combs, plural of sex comb. Sex comedies, plural of sex comedy. Sex comedy, a genre of comedy film with sexual content or themes. Sex cord, a cord developed in the fetus by the development or repression of the Wolffian duct or Mullerian duct, and giving rise to the gonads in both sexes. Sex cords, plural of sex cord. Sex crime, an unlawful sexual act. Sex crimes, plural of sex crime. Sex cult, a cult in which unrestrained sexual activity is central to worship, ceremonies, etc. Sex cults, plural of sex cult. Sex doll, synonym of love doll. Sex dolls, plural of sex doll. Sex drive, the tendency or instinct of animals to engage in sexual activity. Sex drives, plural of sex drive. Sex drug, any of the medications, supplements, or recreational drugs typically associated with sexual encounters, especially party and play and erectile dysfunction drugs. Sex drugs, plural of sex drug. Sex dungeon, a dungeon-like location designed and equipped for BDSM sexual activities. Sex dungeons, plural of sex dungeon. Sex economy, the Reichian theory progressing from Freudian psychoanalysis of the energy household of the human organism. Sex ed, abbreviation of sex education. Sex education, education about human sexual anatomy, reproduction, and intercourse and other human sexual behavior. Sex flush, the flushed appearance, redness, or blush that appears after sex or an orgasm, afterglow. Sex flushes, plural of sex flush. Sex gland, a gland in which sex cells are produced. Sex glands, plural of sex gland. Sex god, a man with remarkable sex appeal or sexual prowess. Sex goddess, a woman who is particularly sexually attractive or notably skilled at sex. Sex goddesses, plural of sex goddess. Sex gods, plural of sex god. Sex hair, bed hair as a result of sexual intercourse. Sex hormone, a hormone such as testosterone in males or estrogen in females, affecting sexual development and reproduction. Sex hormone binding globulin, alternative spelling of sex hormone binding globulin. Sex hormone binding globulin, a glycoprotein produced in the liver that binds tightly to testosterone, dihydrotestosterone, and estradiol and transports them in blood. Sex hormone binding globulins, plural of sex hormone binding globulin. Sex hormones, plural of sex hormone. Sex in, to have sex with one or more members of a gang as an initiation. Sex industry, collectively, the business involved in sexual products or services. Sex kitten, a woman who is both sexually desirable and sexually active. Sex kittens, plural of sex kitten. Sex laborer, U.S. standard spelling of sex laborer. Sex laborers, plural of sex laborer. Sex laborer, synonym of sex worker. Sex laborers, plural of sex laborer. Sex life, that part of a person's life that is directly concerned with sexual activity. Sex Y, a full line reserved for phone sex. Sex lines, plural of sex line. Sex lives, plural of sex life. Sex machine, someone with considerable sexual prowess. Sex machines, plural of sex machine. Sex negativity, the state or condition of being sex negative. Sex number, the number 69. Sex numbers, plural of sex number. Sex object, a person seen primarily or solely as sexually attractive. Sex objects, plural of sex object. Sex offender, somebody who has committed a crime of a sexual nature. Sex offenders, plural of sex offender. Sex on a stick, a very sexually attractive person or persons. Sex on legs, a person or persons considered to be very sexually attractive. Sex on the beach, a cocktail containing vodka, peach schnapps, cranberry juice, and orange juice. Sex on the beaches, plural of sex on the beach. Sex organ, an organ responsible for sexual reproduction or sexual stimulation. Sex organs, plural of sex organ. Sex pact, an agreement about having sex with a particular frequency or in a particular way regardless of circumstances. Sex pacts, plural of sex pact. Sex pal, synonym of sexual partner. Sex pals, plural of sex pal. Sex parties, plural of sex party. Sex partner, someone that one has sex with, especially on an informal or casual basis. Sex partners, plural of sex partner. Sex party, an orgy. Sex pest, a person who sexually harasses others. Sex pests, plural of sex pests. Sex pillow, a pillow designed to facilitate or enhance sexual intercourse. Sex pillows, plural of sex pillow. Sex play, play of a sexual nature between children. Sex plus, alternative form of sex plus. Sex position, any of the physical positions adopted for sexual intercourse. Sex positions, plural of sex position. Sex positivity, the state or condition of being sex positive. Sex ratio, the ratio of males to females in any given population. Sex ratios, plural of sex ratio. Sex reassignment, synonym of sex reassignment surgery. Sex reassignment surgeries, plural of sex reassignment surgery. Sex reassignment surgery, surgical procedure that alters a person's sexual characteristics to conform to one's identified gender, particularly for transgender people, or to conform to societal standards for intersex people to present in a dyadic fashion, the latter often done without consent. Sex reveal, synonym of gender reveal. Sex reveals, plural of sex reveal. Sex scene, a segment in a film or television program in which characters engage in simulated or real sexual activity. Sex scenes, plural of sex scene. Sex sells, the use of sex appeal is a successful marketing tactic. Sex shop, a shop that sells sex toys, erotic lingerie, pornography, etc. Sex shops, plural of sex shop. Sex slave, a slave kept for sexual purposes. Sex slaves, plural of sex slave. Sex steroid, synonym of sex hormone. Sex steroids, plural of sex steroid. Sex strike, a strike involving the withholding of sex from one's partner until demands are met. Sex strikes, plural of sex strike. Sex surfer, alternative form of sex surfer. Sex surfers, plural of sex surfer. Sex swing, a swing used in sexual activity designed to restrain one person while one or more others are able to move freely. Sex swings, plural of sex swing. Sex symbol, a person who embodies the sexual ideals of a mass audience. Sex symbols, plural of sex symbol. Sex talk, flirtatious conversation, used as foreplay or for seduction. Sex talks, plural of sex talk. Sex tape, a video recording of a sex act, especially one starring a celebrity. Sex tapes, plural of sex tape. Sex therapist, a therapist or sexologist licensed to providing sex therapy and other care for those with sexual dysfunctions or who are victims of sexual assault. Sex therapists, plural of sex therapist. Sex therapy, the treatment of sexual dysfunction. Sex tool, the penis. Sex tools, plural of sex tool. Sex tourism, travel to another country for the purpose of sexual intercourse with prostitutes or for the purpose of engaging in sex acts which are prohibited in one's home jurisdiction. Sex tourist, one who travels for the purpose of sex tourism. Sex tourists, plural of sex tourists. Sex toy, any physical object or device that is primarily used to facilitate human sexual pleasure. Sex toys, plural of sex toy. Sex trafficking, human trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Sex up, to take part in sexual acts with. Sex work. Any job in which sex or eroticism is involved, especially prostitution or pornography. Sex worker. A person who supplies sex work short-term sexual services in exchange for compensation. Sex workers. Plural of sex worker. Sex working. Work in a sex-related industry, such as prostitution or pornography. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Indulgent and pleasurable activities. Sex, lies, and videotape. The controversy surrounding a political scandal. F. A form of sexa, meaning six. Sex appeal. Alternative form of sex appeal. Sex change operation. An artificial sex change carried out by surgery upon a transsexual individual or intersex newborn. A sex reassignment surgery. Sex haver. One who has sex, especially frequently, a person with an active sex life. Sex hormone binding globulin. Alternative spelling of sex hormone binding globulin. Sex hunger. The desire for sexual intercourse. Sex influence. Of a trait or phenotype affected by whether it appears in a male or a female body. Sex limited. Occurring or active in only one sex. Sex linked. Of a mutation or other genetic feature carried on the chromosome shared by both the male and female of the species, for example the X chromosome in mammals or the Z chromosome in birds. Sex machine. Alternative form of sex machine. Sex machines. Plural of sex machine. Sex mysteries. Plural of sex mystery. Sex mystery. A secret religious celebration involving sexual intercourse. Sex negative. Having a generally negative view of sexuality, seeking to repress and control the libido, in particular seeking to ban sex work, pornography, and kinky or unusual kinds of sex. Sex negativity. The state or condition of being sex negative. Sex on premises venue. Any commercial premises other than lodging in which sexual activity is known to take place. Sex on premises venues. Plural of sex on premises venue. Sex plus. Having as factors a person's gender and some other factor related to that gender. Sex positive. Viewing sexual activity as fundamentally beneficial and healthy, in particular supportive of personal autonomy and rights in relation to sex, including consensual kinky sex, queer sex, or sex work. Sex positivity. The state or condition of being sex positive. Sex-ridden. Excessively concerned with or driven by sex. Sex-starved. Undersexed to sexually unsatisfied. Sex-text. To send someone a sexually suggestive text message. Sex-texted. Simple past and past participle of sex-text. Sex-texting. The act of sending sexually explicit text messages and slash or photographs between cell phones. Text-texts. Plural of sex-text. Sex traffic. To illegally transport a person from one nation or area to another for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Sex trafficked. Simple past and past participle of sex traffic. Sex trafficking. Simple past and past participle of sex traffic. Sex traffics. Third person singular simple present indicative of sex traffic. Sex 0R. Alternative form of sex 0R. Sex 0 red. Simple past and past participle of sex 0R. Sex 0 ring. Present participle and gerund of sex 0R. Sex 0rs. Third person singular simple present indicative of sex 0r. Tatsa. Hikis. Sex ability. Sexual nature. Sexable. Sexually attractive, worthy of having sex with. Sexade simile. Pertaining to 16. Sexade simile. In a sexade simile manner, in 16 parts or in hexadecimal. Sexagenal. Sexagenary. Sexagenarian. Synonym of 6 to something, a person between 60 and 69 years old. Sexagenarianism. The condition of being between 60 and 69 years old. Sexagenarians. Plural of sexagenarian, individuals in their 6th decade of life. Sexagenaries. Plural of sexagenary. Sexagenary. Of or related to the number 60. Sexagene. An arc or angle of 60 degrees. Sexagenarian. Misspelling of sexagenarian. Sexagenarians. Plural of sexagenarian. Sexagenes. Plural of sexagene. Sexagesima. In the Christian calendar, the Sunday 2 weeks before Lent, 8 before Easter Sunday. Sexagesima Sunday. In the Catholic liturgical year, the 8th Sunday, i.e. the 60th minus 1 day before Easter and the 2nd before Lent. Sexagesima Sundays. Plural of Sexagesima Sunday. Sexagesimal. Of, related to, or based on the number 60. Sexagesimile. In the sexagesimal system. Sexagesimals. Plural of sexagesimal. Sexagesimoquarto. A paper size, 1.872.5 x 2.53.125, 1/64 of the standard uncut flat sheet. Sexagesimoquartos. Plural of sexagesimoquarto. Sexagesum. Synonym of sexagesimal, a 60th part of something. Sexagesums. Plural of sexagesm. Sexagentoquatuornian. A 64-dimensional hypercomplex number. Sexagentoquatuornians. Plural of sexagentoquatuornian. Sexagon. Alternative form of hexagon. Sexagonal. Alternative form of hexagonal. Sexagons. Plural of sexagon. Sexahedron. Synonym of hexahedron. Sexahedrons. Plural of sexahedron. Sexaholic. One who is addicted to sex. Sexaholics. Plural of sexaholic. Sexaholism. An addiction to sex. Sexalicious. Very sexually attractive. Sexameter. Synonym of hexameter. Sexameters. Plural of sexameter. Sexangle. A hexagon. Sexangled. Having 6 angles. Hexagonal. Sexangular. Sexangles. Plural of sexangle. Sexangular. Having 6 angles. Hexagonal. Sexangularly. Hexagonally. Sexannulate. Having 6 rings or segments. Sexaquark. Synonym of hexaquark. Sexaquarks. Plural of sexaquark. Sexarticulate. Having 6 joints. Sexasyllabic. Alternative form of sexasyllabic. Sexathen. A prolonged session of sexual intercourse. Sexathens. Plural of sexathen. Sexational. Alternative form of sexational. Sexationalism, alternative form of sexationalism. Sexauer, a surname from German. Sexauers, plural of sexauer. Sexauants, the property of being hexolent. Sexolency, the property of being hexolent. Sexolent, hexavalent. Sexe, synonym of sexy, usually appears as the last word in a sentence. Sexbot, a robot designed to have sexual intercourse with humans. Sexbots, plural of sexbot. Sexcapade, a sexual escapade, an incident or story involving sex. Sexcapades, plural of sexcapade. Sexcation, a vacation taken for the purpose of engaging in sexual activity. Sexcations, plural of sexcation. Sexcellent, sexually outstanding. Sexcentenaries, plural of sexcentenary. Sexcentenary, of or pertaining to the number 600 or to a 600-year period. Excess, sexual excess. Sexcesses, plural of sexcess. Sexscissories, plural of sexscissory. Sexscissory, a sex toy. Sexi, to excite sexually. Sexcomb, alternative form of sexcomb. Sexcombs, plural of sexcomb. Sexdactyly, a variety of pellidactyly, a genetic variation leading to a person having 6 digits on hands or feet. Sexdecillion, Sexdecillions, plural of sexdecillion. Sexdecimal, alternative form of sexagesimal. Sextidetal, having 6 fingers on each hand or 6 toes on each foot. Sexdigitate, sexdigital having 6 fingers. Sextigetism, the state of having 6 fingers on a hand or 6 toes on a foot. Sextigetus, someone who has 6 fingers on a hand or 6 toes on a foot. Sextigitus, plural of sextigitus. Sextum, alternative letter case form of sextum. Sextroy, a sex spot. Sextroids, plural of sextroy. Sexduction, a form of bacterial conjugation involving the F plasmid. Archaic form of sex. X, having a sex, being male or female. Sexton, simple past and past participle of sex in. Sextup, simple past and past participle of sex up. Sexenary, proceeding by 6s or in a base of 6, sextuple. Sexenary, sexennial. Sexennial, pertaining to a period of 6 years, taking place once every 6 years. Sexennially, once in every 6 years. Sexennials, plural of sexennial. Sexennium, a period of 6 years. Sexenniums, plural of sexennium. Texer, one who determines the sex of living things. Sexercise, sexual exercise, the performance of sexual activity as a means of promoting health and fitness. Sexercise, simple past and past participle of sexercise. Sexercises, plural of sexercise. Sexercising, present participle and gerund of sexercise. Sexers, plural of sexer. Dexes, plural of sex. Sexes in, Third person singular simple present indicative of sex in. Sex is up. Third person singular simple present indicative of sex up. Sex, Egyptian goddess of malevolent fire, sister of Bast, the bringer of ill fortune. Sexy, a surname. Sexparius, presenting 6 rows, extending longitudinally round an axis. Texfest, any event involving a great amount of sexual intercourse. Sexfests, plural of sexfests. Sexfe, cleft into 6. Sexfi, a physical competition in which the competitors attempt to bring each other to orgasm, engaged in as an erotic fetish. Sex fighting, present participle and gerund of sexfi. Sexfice, plural of sexfight. Textfile, a stylized flower or leaf with 6 lobes. Sexfoils, alternative form of sexfoil. Sexfoils, plural of sexfoil. Sexfi, simple past and past participle of sexfi. Sexful, full of sexual desire, longing, or activity, sexual. Sexgate, any sex-related public scandal, especially the Monica Lewinsky scandal. Sexhaustion, exhaustion from copulation. Sexhibition, a sex show, an erotic performance. Sexhibitionist, a person who enjoys being watched while having sex. Sexhibitionists, plural of sexhibitionists. Sexhibitions, plural of sexhibition. Sexa, the state or condition of one's sex or gender, sexuality. Sex it up, simple past and past participle of sexy up. Sexer, comparative form of sexy, more sexy. Sex is up, third person singular simple present indicative of sexy up. Sexiest, superlative form of sexy, most sexy. Sexification, sexualization. Sexuate, alternative form of sexfit. Sexify, simple past and past participle of sexify. Sexifies, third person singular simple present indicative of sexify. Sexify, to sexualize. Sexifying, present participle and gerund of sexify. Sexige-simile, alternative spelling of sexige-simile. Sexile, to banish somebody, usually one's roommate, from the room for the privacy to have sex. Sexiled, simple past and past participle of sexile. Sexiles, third person singular simple present indicative of sexile. Sexiling, present participle and gerund of sexile. Sexillion, sextillion. Sexillions, plural of sexillion. Sexily, in a sexy manner. Seximal, using base 6, scenery. Seximbre, composed of 6 distinct types of elements. Sexinal, relating to the sex sign. Sex sign, the adjective is the adjective of Ellen. Sex signs, plural of sex sign. Sexiness, the state or quality of being sexy, of possessing the traits of sexual appeal. Sexinesses, plural of sexiness. Sexe, present participle and gerund of sex. Sexing-in, present participle and gerund of sex in. Sexing up, present participle and gerund of sex up. Sexings, plural of sexing. Sexapyridine. Any compound that contains 6 linked pyridine rings. Sexism. The belief that people of one sex or gender are inherently different from those of another sex, and generally that one sex is superior to others. Sexisms. Plural of sexism. Sexes. Unfairly discriminatory against one sex in favor of the other. Sexiste. Synonym of sexist. Sexistly. In a sexist manner. Sexists. Plural of sexist. Sexasyllabic. Having 6 syllables. Hexasyllabic. Sexasyllable. A word of 6 syllables. Sexasyllables. Plural of sexasyllable. Sexaphene. An oligomer composed of 6 thiophene residues. It is an organic semiconductor. Sexaphenes. Plural of sexathiophene. Sexatubercular. Having 6 tubercles or cusps. Sexavalence. The property of being hexavalent. Sexavalency. The property of being hexavalent. Sexavalent. Hexavalent. Sexless. Without sexual activity. Sexlessly. In a sexless manner, or in a way that lacks sex appeal. Sexlessness. The property of being sexless. Sex-like. Resembling sex or some aspect of it. Sex-linked. Whose phenotypic expression is related to the chromosomal sex of the individual. Sex-locular. Having 6 cells for seeds. Sexor. Knowledge, science, study, or history of sex. Sexually. Relating to a person's bodily sex. Sexmon. Former name of Sasmuan. Sexmobile. A vehicle in which people have sexual intercourse. Sexmobiles. Plural of sexmobile. Sexmonger. A person who trades in sex. Sexmongers. Plural of sexmonger. Sexadomorphic. Relating to sexadomorphism. Sexadomorphism. Sexual dimorphism. Sexoholic. Alternative form of sexaholic. Sexoholics. Plural of sexoholic. Sexological. Of or relating to sexology. Sexologically. In terms of sexology. Sexologies. Plural of or relating to sexology. Sexologically. In terms of sexology. Sexologies. Plural of sexology. Sexologist. Someone who studies or is an expert in sex and sexuality. Sexologists. Plural of sexologists. Sexology. The study of sex and sexuality, usually from a psychological or clinical perspective. Sexophobe. Someone who has sexophobia. Sexophobes. Plural of sexophobe. Sexophobia. Fear or loathing of sexual activity. Sexophobic. Pertaining to, having, or exhibiting sexophobia. Sexorcism. Copulation with someone who is possessed in an attempt to drive out the spirit. Sexorcisms. Plural of sexorcism. Theft. Abbreviation of symbolic expression. Sexpartite. In 6 parts. Sexpat. An expatriate who engages in sex tourism. Sexpats. Plural of sexpat. Dexpect. To have an expectation of or relating to sex. Sexpectation. Expectation of or relating to sex. Sexpectations. Plural of sexpectation. Sexpected. Simple past and past participle of sexpect. Sexpecting. Present participle and gerund of sexpect. Dexpex. Third person singular simple present indicative of sexpect. Expedition. An expedition of a sexual nature. Sexpeditions. Plural of sexpedition. Sexperience. An individual sexual experience. Sexperiences. Plural of sexperience. Sexperiment. An instance of sexual experimentation. Sexperimental. Pertaining to sexperimentation. Sexperimentation. Sexual exploration, experimentation in sexuality. Sexperimented. Simple past and past participle of sexperiment. Sexperimenting. Present participle and gerund of sexperiment. Sexperiments. Third person singular simple present indicative of sexperiment. Sexpert. An expert in sexology. Sexpertise. Great knowledge in sexology. Sexperts. Plural of sexpert. Sexpho. Alternative form of sexophobe. Sexphobes. Plural of sexpho. Sexphobia. Alternative form of sexophobia. Sexphobic. Alternative form of sexophobic. Sexpionage. Espionage using sex or sexual allure. Sexpiration. Only used in sexpiration date. Sexpiration date. The point after which one is no longer sexually appealing. Sexplay. Alternative spelling of sex play. Sexpletive. A sex-related vulgar term. Sexpletives. Plural of sexpletive. Sexplicit. Sexually explicit. Sexploit. A sexual exploit. Sexploitation. Sexual exploitation in the media, especially film. Sexploitational. Featuring or pertaining to sexploitation. Sexploitationer. A sexploitation film. Sexploitationers. Plural of sexploitationer. Sexploitations. Plural of sexploitation. Sexploitative. Sexually exploitative. Sexploited. Simple past and past participle of sexploit. Sexploiter. A sexploitation film. Sexsplitters. Plural of sexsplitter. Sexsplitting. Present participle and gerund of sexploit. Sexploitive. Sexually exploitative. Sexsplits. Plural of sexploit. Sexploration. Sexual exploration, experimentation in sexuality. Sexplorations. Plural of sexploration. Sexplore. To explore sexually. Sexplored. Simple past and past participle of sexplore. Sexplorer. Someone who engages in sexploration. Sexplorers. Plural of sexplorer. Sexplorers. Third person singular simple present indicative of sexplore. Sexploring. Present participle and gerund of sexplore. Sexpo. An exhibition of sex toys or other sexual goods and services. Sexpose. Plural of sexpo. Sexpose. An expose revealing sexual misconduct. A sex scandal. Sexposes. Plural of sexpose. Sexposition. The practice of providing exposition against a backdrop of sex or nudity. Sexspot. A sexy person. Sex spots. Plural of sexspot. Sexper. Abbreviation. creation of symbolic expression. Sex breeding, the sending sexual content without the consent of a party from which consent is required, comprehended as a type of cyber violence. Sexpresso, the marketing trend of coffee shops staffed by scantily clad female baristas. Sexpes, plural of sexper. Pecps, plural of sexp. Sexradiate, having 6 rays. Sexational, very sexy or sexual, characterized by brash, overt sexuality. Sexationalism, the exploitation of sexually sensational material. Sexship, a relationship based purely on sex. Sexships, plural of sexship. Sexsomnia, a form of non-rapid eye movement parasomnia that causes people to engage in various sexual acts while they are asleep. Sexamniac, one who exhibits sexsomnia. Sexamniacs, plural of sexamniac. Sexon, a surname. Sexons, plural of sexon. Sexpionage, alternative form of sexpionage. Sex surfer, a person who engages in sex surfing. Sex surfers, plural of sex surfer. Sex surfing, the practice of couch surfers and hosts engaging in sexual intercourse. Hex, noon, reckoned as the 6th hour of daylight. Sextacular, spectacular in a sexual context. Sextagenarian, misspelling of sexagenarian. Sextagenarians, plural of sextagenarian. Sexte, a stanza of 6 lines, a sestine or sestina. Sextans, plural of sextane. Sextile, having a base of 6. Sexton, that recurs on the 6th day. Sextans, a dim spring constellation of the northern sky, said to resemble a sextant. It lies south of the constellation of Leo. Sextant, the constellation Sextans. Sextental, of or relating to a sextant. Sextantes, plural of sextants. Sextants, plural of sextant. Sextaries, plural of sextary. Sextarii, plural of sextarias. Sexarias, a Roman unit of liquid measure reckoned as the volume of 1/2 Roman pound of wine and equivalent to about 0.54 L, although varying slightly over time. Sextarias is plural of sextarias. Sextare, synonym of sextarias, an ancient Roman unit of volume. Sextaste, great with regards to sex. Sexte, methyl cyclohexyl acetate. Sextated, simple past and past participle of sextate. Sextates, third person singular simple present indicative of sextate. Sextating, present participle and gerund of sextate. Ex, alternative form of sext. Sexta, simple past and past participle of sex. Sexty, one who receives a sexual text message. Sexties, plural of sexty. Sextenio, lasting or continuing 6 years. Sexteniole, once in every 6 years. Sexter, one who sexts. Sexterities, plural of sexterity. Sexterity, sexual ability, experience, or prowess. Sexters, plural of sextors. sexter. Ext, plural of sext. Textet, any group of 6 people or things. Textet, plural of sextet. Sextet, archaic form of sextet. Sextet, dated form of sextet. Textets, plural of sextet. Sextetto, a sextet. Sextettos, plural of sextetto. Sextets, plural of sexted. Section, of or relating to Sextus Empiricus Greek, sigma epsilon psi tau omicron sigma letter 1f10 mu pi epsilon iota rho, iota cap omicron sigma, FL mid-late 2nd century AD, ancient Greek Pihanist philosopher and empiric school physician with Roman citizenship. Sexte, of the 6th degree or order. Sexticovariant, a covariant of degree 6. Sexticovariants, plural of sexticovariant. Sextes, plural of sextic. Sextile, of or denoting the aspect or position of any 2 celestial bodies separated by 60 degrees. Sextiles, plural of sextile. Sextillion, a trillion billion, 1 followed by 21 zeros, 10 2. Sextillionaire, somebody whose wealth is at least 1 sextillion 10 2 currency units. Sextillionaires, plural of sextillionaire. Sextillion fold, by a multiple of 1 sextillion. By a sextillion times as much or as many. Sextillions, plural of sextillion. Sextillient, the ordinal form of the number 1 sextillion. Sextillions, plural of sextillient. Sextine, alternative form of sextane. Sextines, plural of sextine. Sexting, the act of transmitting and / or receiving sexually suggestive text messages and / or photographs between cell phones equipped with text messaging. Sextings, plural of sexting. Sextinvariant, an invariant of degree 6. Sextinvariants, plural of sextinvariant. Sextipara, a female that has borne 6 offspring. Sextiparas, plural of sextipara. Sextipartite, in 6 parts. Sextipolar, having 6 poles. Sexto, a book consisting of sheets each of which is folded into 6 leaves. Sextodecimo, a size of a sheet of paper resulting from folding and cutting a sheet of paper into 16ths 3.255 x 5 6.25. Sextodecimos, plural of sextodecimo. Sextole, a sextolet. Sextoles, plural of sextole. Sextolet, a double triplet, a group of 6 equal notes played in the time of 4. Sextolet, plural of sextolet. Sexton, a surname originating as an occupation. Sexton beetle, a necrophore. Sexton beetles, plural of sexton beetle. Sextoncies, plural of sextoncy. Sextoncy, sextonship. Sextoness, a female sexton. Sextonesses, plural of sextoness. Sextonian, of or relating to Anne Sexton 1928-1974, American poet known for her highly personal confessional verse. Sextonries, plural of sextonry. Sextonry, the office of sexton. Sextons, plural of sexton. Sextonship, the office or position of a sexton. Sextonships, plural of sextonship. Sextopia, a sexual utopia. Sextopias, plural of sextopia. Sextort, to coerce through the threat of revealing someone's sexual history. Sextorted, simple past and past participle of sextort. Sextorting, present participle and gerund of sextort. Sextortion, a form of sexual extortion. The extortion of a person through the use of the history of their sexual conduct, such as saved sexting messages. Sextortionist, a person who carries out sextortion. Sextortionists, plural of sextortionists. Sextorts, third person singular simple present indicative of sextort. Sextos, plural of sexto. Sextra, an extra in a pornographic or sexual film. Sextracurricular, relating to sexual activities outside a personal relationship. Sextras, plural of sextra. Sextravaganza, an event, production, etc. involving plenty of sex or erotic imagery. Sextravaganzas, plural of sextravaganza. Sextremism, an extreme form of feminist activism. Sextremist, a radical feminist. Sextremism, an extreme form of feminist activism. Sextremists, a radical feminist. Sextremists, plural of sextremists. Sextries, plural of sextry. Sextragentillion, the sextry and sacristy. Sexts, plural of sex. Sexual, of, relating to, or characteristic of sexting. Sexually, in a sexual manner. Sextumvirate, alternative form of sexvirate, a group of 6 men. Sextumvirates, plural of sextumvirate. Sexture, a sex that. Sextures, plural of sexture. Sextuple, a sixfold amount. Sextuple, simple past and past participle of sextuple. Sextuples, plural of sextuple. Sextuplet, a group of 6 objects. Sextuplets, plural of sextuplet. Sextuplex, having 6 components. Sexduplicate, 6 times the number, volume, length, etc. of something else. Sexduplicated, simple past and past participle of sexduplicate. Sexduplicates, plural of sexduplicate. Sexduplicating, present participle and gerund of sexduplicate. Sexduplication, multiplication by 6. Sexduplications, plural of sexduplication. Sextupling, present participle and gerund of sextuple. Sextuply, in a sextuple fashion. Sextuple, a distribution of either electric charge or magnetization equivalent to 3 dipoles that point in different directions. Sextupoles, plural of sextupole. Sexstitch, a painting or other artwork made on 6 separate panels. Sexstitch, plural of sexstitch. Sexual, arising from the fact of being male or female, pertaining to sex or gender or to the social relations between the sexes. Sexual abuse, Any sexual activity that is undesired by one participant but forced on them nonetheless, especially when considered to be more sustained or frequent than an incident of sexual assault. Sexual abuses. Plural of sexual abuse. Sexual act. Any act involving sexual stimulation. Sexual acts. Plural of sexual act. Sexual anorexia. A physiological state involving the loss of sexual appetite either entirely or episodically based out of an anxiety or other physiological disorder, or by extension, a dry spell. Sexual anorexic. A person with sexual anorexia, a physiological loss of sex drive. Sexual anorexics. Plural of sexual anorexic. Sexual appetite. One's desire to engage in sexual practices. Sexual appetites. Plural of sexual appetite. Sexual assault. A physical attack of a sexual nature on another person or a sexual act committed without explicit consent. Sexual assaults. Plural of sexual assault. Sexual cannibalism. A type of cannibalism in animals whereby the female devours the male after or during copulation. Sexual capital. The social power an individual or group accrues as a result of their sexual attractiveness and social charm. Sexual climax. Orgasm. Sexual complex. A psychological complex involving fixation of a sexual nature, a fetish. Sexual complexes. Plural of sexual complex. Sexual congress. Sexual intercourse. Sexual dichromatism. A plumage or fur color difference between male and female individuals of the same species. Sexual dichromatisms. Plural of sexual dichromatism. Sexual dichronism. The practice in some insects of all the offspring of one sex being produced before all the offspring of the other. Sexual dimorphism. A physical difference between male and female individuals of the same species. Sexual dimorphisms. Plural of sexual dimorphism. Sexual diversity. Set of sex characteristics, sexual orientations, and gender identities. Sexual division of labor. U.S. standard form of sexual division of labor. Sexual division of labor. The delegation of different tasks between the male and female members of a species. Sexual dysfunction. A difficulty experienced by an individual or partners during any stage of normal sexual activity. Sexual education. Sex education. Sexual favor. Alternative spelling of sexual favor. Sexual favors. Plural of sexual favor. Sexual favor. A sex act from one person to another, usually outside of a romantic relationship. Sexual favors. Plural of sexual favor. Sexual fraternization. Any kind of sexual relations between two or more individuals. Sexual harassment. Harassment in the form of unwelcome sexual advances or remarks. Sexual headache. A rare type of headache that occurs during sexual activity, including masturbation or orgasm. Sexual headaches. Plural of sexual headache. Sexual identity. One's self-perception concerning the type of person one is romantically or sexually attracted to, or concerning one's identified sexual orientation. Sexual intercourse. Coitus or genital sexual contact. Sexual intercourses. Plural of sexual intercourse. Sexual inversion. Homosexuality, as regarded by a theory of the late 19th and early 20th century that saw it as an inborn reversal of gender traits. Sexual literacies, plural of sexual literacy. Sexual literacy, knowledge required to advance and protect one's own sexual health and well-being. Sexual majorities, plural of sexual majority. Sexual majority, the state of being an adult major rather than a minor in sexual matters. Sexual market value, the value of a person in the dating market based on physical attractiveness and other traits. Sexual market values, plural of sexual market value. Sexual marketplace, a notional place where people's desirability as sexual or romantic partners is evaluated. Sexual marketplaces, plural of sexual marketplace. Sexual maturity, the stage when an organism can reproduce, though this is dissimilar from adulthood. Sexual method, a method of classification based mainly on the difference in the number and position of the stamens and pistils of plants. Sexual mimicry, a phenomenon in which one sex takes the characteristics of the other within a single species. Sexual minorities, plural of sexual minority. Sexual minority, the state of being a minor in sexual matters. Sexual misconduct, any kind of unacceptable sexual behavior, including sexual harassment and sexual assault. Sexual misconducts, plural of sexual misconduct. Sexual orientation, the tendencies of a person's sexual attraction considered as a whole. Sexual orientation and gender identity change efforts, synonym of conversion therapy. Sexual orientation change efforts, synonym of conversion therapy. Sexual orientations, plural of sexual orientation. Sexual partner, a person with whom someone has sex. Sexual partners, plural of sexual partner. Sexual play, synonym of sex play. Sexual politics, the gender-based motivations and behavioral tactics present in the interactions between men and women, especially as involving manipulation and rivalry for power. Sexual predator, a person who obtains or tries to obtain sexual contact in an abusive manner and for that reason is seen as threatening. Sexual predators, plural of sexual predator. Sexual preference, sexual orientation. Sexual preferences, plural of sexual preference. Sexual reassignment, synonym of sex reassignment surgery. Sexual reassignment surgery, synonym of sex reassignment surgery. Sexual relation, behavior of a sexual nature between one or more individuals. Sexual relations, plural of sexual relation. Sexual reproduction, the process whereby a new organism is created by combining the genetic material of two organisms. Sexual revolution, a period in which attitudes towards sexual behavior undergo a substantial change, usually in the direction of increased liberality. Sexual revolutions, plural of sexual revolution. Sexual selection, a type of natural selection where members of the sexes acquire distinct forms either because the members of one sex choose mates with particular features or because in the competition for mates among the members of one sex only those with certain traits succeed. Sexual selections, plural of sexual selection. Sexual slavery, a criminal activity that involves forced sexual acts upon a person who is usually held hostage as a slave. Sexual tension, libidinal unrest arising between individuals when exposed to one another. Sexual tensions, plural of sexual tension, sexual union, sexual intercourse, sexual violence, a broad term encompassing sexual assault, harassment, indecent assault, rape, and other sexual offenses against a non-consenting victim. Sexuale, a bisexual aphid. Sexuales, plural of sexuale. Sexualizable, alternative spelling of sexualizable. Sexualization, alternative spelling of sexualization. Sexualizations, plural of sexualization. Sexualize, alternative spelling of sexualize. Sexualize, simple past and past participle of sexualize. Sexualizer, alternative form of sexualizer. Sexualizers, plural of sexualizer. Sexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sexualize. Sexualizing, present participle and gerund of sexualize. Sexualism, the quality of being sexual, a sex-oriented approach or focus. Sexualisms, plural of sexualism. Sexualist, one who believes that plants reproduce by sexual reproduction, especially one who accepts the sexual classification method of Linnaeus. Sexualistic, of or pertaining to sexuality. Sexualists, plural of sexualists. Sexualities, plural of sexuality. Sexuality, the quality of being sexual, that which is characterized or distinguished by sex. Sexuality studies, the study of sexuality, including sexual cultures, sexual orientations, etc. Sexualizable, that can be sexualized. Sexualization, the act or process of sexualizing. Sexualizations, plural of sexualization. Sexualize, to render sexual or apply sex appeal to a person, thing, or concept. Sexualize, simple past and past participle of sexualize. Sexualizer, one who sexualizes. Sexualizers, plural of sexualizer. Sexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sexualize. Sexualizing, present participle and gerund of sexualize. Sexually, in a sexual manner, erotically. Sexually anorexic, of pertaining to or having sexual anorexia. Sexually assault, to commit sexual assault upon. Sexually harass, to harass a coworker or classmate or someone in an otherwise confined place with unwelcome sexual advances and other verbal comments. Sexually mature, having reached the age or stage of being able to reproduce. Sexually transmitted disease, any of various diseases that are usually contracted through sexual contact. Sexually transmitted diseases, plural of sexually transmitted disease. Sexually transmitted infection, a sexually transmitted disease with or without symptoms. Sexually transmitted infections, plural of sexually transmitted infection. Sexually oriented, of or pertaining to any material depicting sexually explicit content or conduct. Sexualness, quality of being sexual. Sexuological, related to sexuology. Sexuology, the study of the differences between the sexes. Sexuals, plural of sexual. Sexuate, having distinct male and female forms. Sexuation, sexuality regarded as a logically coherent attribute of either gender rather than a fixed attribute of each. Sexuo, of or concerning sexuality. Sexuo-economic, concerning the economics of human sexuality. Sexuo-economic, alternative form of sexuo-economic. Sexuo-erotic, pertaining to sex and erotic arousal. Sexuo-erotically, in a sexuo-erotic manner. Sexuo-eroticism, the state of being sexuo-erotic. Sexuo-pharmaceutical, any pharmaceutical drug used to enhance sexual performance. Sexupara, a sexuparous individual. Sexuparous, plural of sexupara. Sexuparous, describing a generation of aphids that produces sexual offspring. Sexvalent, hexadolent. Sexvigintillion, sexual, a notional term representing sexual activity, sexual thoughts, etc. Sexuere, any member of a group of 6 officials. Sexvirate, a group of 6 men, especially politics, a council of 6 men who share office or rule, particularly historical various such councils in ancient Rome. Sexvirates, plural of sexvirate. Sexuere, plural of sexuere. Sexueres, plural of sexuere. Sexway, a sexual tradition or custom of a group of people. Sexways, plural of sexway. Sexwear, fetish wear. Sexwise, in terms of sex, sexually. Sexworthiness, the quality of being sexworthy, one's suitability as a sexual partner. Sexworthy, worthy of sex, worth having sex with. Sex, ero, sexual intercourse. Sex, red. Simple past and past participle of sex, r. Sex, ring. Present participle and gerund of sex, r. Sex, rs. Third person singular simple present indicative of sex, r. Sexy, having sex appeal, attractive. Sexy baby voice, an English language speech pattern in which young women affect the high-pitched voice of a prepubescent girl. Sexy baby voices, plural of sexy baby voice. Sexy prime, either of a pair of prime numbers that differ by 6. Sexy primes, plural of sexy prime. Sexy shrimp, a tropical shrimp, for Amboinensis. Sexy sun hypothesis, the hypothesis in evolutionary biology that a female animal's optimal choice among potential mates is a male whose genes will produce male offspring with the best chance of reproductive success, irrespective of the mate's capacity as a caregiver or any other direct benefits he can offer. Sexy time, time dedicated to sexual activity, by extension, sexual intercourse. Sexy times, time dedicated to sexual activity, by extension, sexual intercourse. Sexy up, to make more sexually attractive. Sexier, misspelling of sexier. Sexying up, present participle and gerund of sexy up. Sexamen, ellipsis of Tumblr sexamen. Sexamen, plural of sexamen. Sexadime, alternative form of sexy time. Sexatimes, alternative form of sexy times. The abbreviation of Seychelles. Sebert, a surname. Saberts, plural of sabert. Sabold, a surname. Sabolds, plural of sable. Tips, flipping of Seychelles. Seychelian, of or pertaining to the Seychelles. Seychelians, plural of Seychelian. Seychelles, an archipelago and country in East Africa in the Indian Ocean. Official name, Republic of Seychelles. Seychelles nut, coco de mer. Seychelles nuts, plural of Seychelles nut. Seychelles time, the official time zone used by the nation of Seychelles, UTC plus 400. Seychelles, from or pertaining to Seychelles. Seyches, plural of Seych. Se, obsolete spelling of said, simple past and past participle of say. The, obsolete spelling of say. Se, alternative spelling of Sayyid. Sayyid Moaddin, a male given name from Iranian Persian. Sayyids, plural of say. Sire, a surname from German. Sayers, plural of Sayer. Seifert, a surname from German. Seifert galaxies, plural of Seifert galaxy. Seifert galaxy, a kind of galaxy having quasi-like nuclei. Seyferts, plural of Seifert. Seyfri, a surname. Seyfrieds, plural of Seyfried. Sayan, a river in Cilicia, in southern Turkey, also known as the Saros, flowing to the Mediterranean Sea. Salar, a surname. Salars, plural of sailor. Sally, a township in Paskam, Kashgar Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Salar, a surname from German. Salars, plural of sailor. Ta, a river which flows for 748 kilometers 465 mi through the Belgorod and Kursk oblasts of Russia and Sumy and Chernihiv oblasts of Ukraine. Samar, a surname. Samar, a surname from Anglo-Norman. Samariamarf, any of the order Samariamarfa of extinct land vertebrates. Samariamars, plural of Samariamarf. Samari, any tetrapod in the family Samariidae. Samarids, plural of Samariae. Saint, obsolete form of saint. Saints, plural of saint. Sound, obsolete spelling of Sion. Tayo, a surname from Amharic. Tayums, plural of Sayum. Sayre, a surname. Sazes, a town and commune of Haute-Garonne department, Occitania, France. Seizure, obsolete form of seizure. Sayers, plural of seizure. Say, alternative form of Sayyid. Sayyids, plural of Sayyid. Sada, alternative form of Sayyid. Sayyids, plural of Sayyid. Plativ, alternative form of Sayyid. Sayyats, plural of Sayyid. Initialism of special economic zone. That I dialect spelling of says. Tivana, a town and municipality in southwest Slovenia, near the border with Italy. Cezanne, a commune in Marne department, Grand Est, France. César disease, alternative form of Sézary's disease. Sézary syndrome, Sézary's disease, Sévère disease, a type of cutaneous lymphoma in which the affected cells are T cells that have pathological quantities of mucopolysaccharides. CE. SF. Initialism of science fiction or speculative fiction, often used to avoid having to choose between the two. SF. A book size 1/64th of the size of a standard uncut sheet of paper, less 7.5 cm 3 in height. SF10. Abbreviation of School Form 10. SF9. Abbreviation of School Form 9. SF ratio. Alternative form of S/F ratio. SF ratios. Plural of SF ratio. SF and F. A genre of fiction, combining the subgenres of science fiction or speculative fiction and fantasy. SF/F. Alternative form of SF and F. SF/F/H. The parent genre encompassing the genres of science fiction, fantasy fiction and horror fiction, speculative fiction, imaginative fiction, non-mimetic fiction. SF10. Abbreviation of School Form 10. SF9. Abbreviation of School Form 9. SFA. Initialism of Scottish Football Association. SFA. Initialism of So Far As I Am Aware. SFAKE. Abbreviation of So Far As I Can Tell. SFAKE. Initialism of So Far As I Know. Sfakia. A mountainous area in the southwest of Crete. Sfakiat. A native or inhabitant of Sfakia. Sfakiets. Plural of Sfakia. Sfantigarg. A city in Covasna County, Romania. Sfard. Alternative form of Seferat. Sfax. A city in Sfax Governorate, Tunisia. SFB. Abbreviation of Sunken Featured Building, Pit House. SFB. Plural of SFB. SFC. Initialism of Shop Floor Control. SLA. Initialism of Spurious Free Dynamic Range. SLA. Plural of SFDR. SVA. Alternative spelling of SVH. Aspheric. A short pulse of electromagnetic radiation produced by lightning. Asphericase. A proteolytic enzyme obtained from Bacillus asphericus. Aspherics. Plural of aspheric. Asfermion. A sparticle of the class of spin 0 superpartners of ordinary fermions appearing in supersymmetric extensions to the standard model. Asfermionic. Relating to asfermions. Asfermions. Plural of asfermion. Asfax. Acronym of Subic Freeport Expressway. SFF. Alternative form of SF and F. SFG. Initialism of signal flow graph. SFG. Plural of SFG. SFH. Initialism of single family home. SFE. Initialism of Senior Fellowship of the Higher Education Academy. SBF. An Arab pizza-like dish, traditionally an open-faced meat pie made with ground mutton. Asbiaz. Plural of Asfiha. Asfini. Initialism of substitution failure is not an error. SFM. Abbreviation of Source Filmmaker, a software tool for video capture and editing often used to create animations. SFMS. Initialism of Smith-Feynman-Myers syndrome. SFM. Plural of SFM. SFN. Initialism of short file name. SF Now, abbreviation of science fictional. SF Now, alternative form of SF Now. SFN, plural of SFN. SFO, initialism of Serious Fraud Office. Sfabrietalo, a Neapolitan pastry made from puff pastry with a sweet filling. Sfabrietale, plural of Sfabrietala. SFOR, abbreviation of Stabilization Force, the NATO forces in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Kosovo, and other regions of the former Yugoslavia. Sforzandi, plural of Sforzando. Sforzando, a mark that indicates that a note is to be played with a strong initial attack. Sforzandos, plural of Sforzando. Sforzati, plural of Sforzato. Sforzato, alternative form of Sforzando. Sforzados, plural of Sforzato. SFB, initialism of small form factor pluggable sludge plug-in, a kind of transceiver. SFBD, initialism of San Francisco Police Department. SFAM, initialism of surface feet per minute. SFB, plural of SFP. SFR, initialism of Socialist Federal Republic. SFRJ, initialism of Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, official name of Yugoslavia, a former communist country in Southeast Europe that existed from 1943 until 1992. SFRP, initialism of steel fiber/fiber reinforced polymer/plastic. SFR, plural of SFR. SFRI, initialism of Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, official name of Yugoslavia, a former communist country in Southeast Europe that existed from 1943 until 1992. SF, plural of SF. FS, plural of SF. SFSR, initialism of Soviet Federated Socialist Republic or Socialist Federated Soviet Republic. SFSR, plural of SFSR. SFT, initialism of sparse Fourier transform. SFTP, initialism of Secure File Transfer Protocol, a true SSH file transfer protocol client from the OpenSSH project. SFT, plural of SFT. SFTWD, abbreviation of softwood. SFTWD, abbreviation of softwood. SFTWDS, plural of SFTWD. SFTWDS, plural of SFTWD. Sfumato, a painting technique prominent during the Italian Renaissance involving the application of subtle layers of translucent paint, blurring the transition between colors, tones, and often objects, and creating the illusion of depth. Sfumatos, plural of sfumato. SFV, initialism of San Fernando Valley. SSW, safe for work, i.e. content containing neither graphic nor adult imagery, such as content that would not be offensive to employers or coworkers. SFX, abbreviation of sound effects. SFX, abbreviation of suffix. SFY, initialism of state fiscal year. SFL, initialism of sorry for your loss, commonly said in response to someone being scammed or losing money from a risky investment. It originated from the phrase sorry for your loss, usually addressed to people mourning loved ones, and is mostly used in finance in a sarcastic way. ASDE, Initialism of Secretary General. SJ. Abbreviation of singular. SG and E. Initialism of Stadia Games and Entertainment. SJ. Abbreviation of singular grammatical number. SDA. Initialism of Schwarzschild Alliance. Sbabelli. Plural of Sgabello. Sgabello. A kind of stool typical of the Italian Renaissance, typically made of walnut and having a variety of carvings and turned elements. Sgabellos. Plural of Sgabello. SDAC. Abbreviation of Subgenual Anterior Cingulate Cortex. SDAC. Plural of SJACC. SDA. Plural of SDA. SRA. Alternative form of SGA. SJB. Initialism of Super Game Boy. SDS. Initialism of Simpson-Balabi-Baimel syndrome. SDBE. Initialism of sexual and gender-based violence. SJC. Abbreviation of soluble guanylyl cyclase. SGCAPS. A Windows keyboard feature that strictly produces an uppercase version of a letter on certain keys, whereas Shift produces an unrelated symbol. SJC. Plural of SGC. SJD. Initialism of speech generating device. SJD. Abbreviation of sign. SGEQ. Initialism of Summer Games Done Quick. SDD. Plural of SGD. SDE. Initialism of Special Government Employee. SDE. Plural of SDE. S-Giant Dove. A small, single-edged knife worn tucked into the hose stocking as part of traditional Scottish Highland dress along with the kilt. S-Giant Dubs. Plural of S-Giant Dub. S-Giant Dove. Alternative form of S-Giant Dub. S-Giant Dubs. Plural of S-Giant Dub. S-Giant Dutha. Plural of S-Giant Dub. S-Giant Nutta. Plural of S-Giant Dub. S-Giants Dub. Plural of S-Giant Dub. S-Giants Dub. Plural of S-Giant Dub. SDL. Initialism of solar gravitational lens. SDLF. Initialism of solar gravitational lens focus or solar gravity lens focus. S-Blods. French fries chips. S-Gluon. The hypothetical superpartner of a gluon. S-Gluons. Plural of S-Gluon. SDN. Sergeant Major. SDML. Initialism of Standard Generalized Markup Language. SDMRNA. Subgenomic mRNA. SDMRNA. Alternative form of SDMRNA. SDMRNA. Plural of SDMRNA. SDMNS. Plural of SDMRNA. SDN. Plural of SDM. SDO. Initialism of Society of Gynecologic Oncologists. S. Goldstino. The theoretical superpartner of a Goldstino. S. Goldstinos. Plural of S. Goldstino. SJP. Abbreviation of secreted glycoprotein. SJP. Plural of SGP. SDA. Initialism of soft gamma ray repeater or soft gamma repeater. SDA. Abbreviation of Sagittarius, the modern IAU constellation. S-Graphati. Plural of S-Graphiato. S-Graphiato. Alternative form of S-Graphito. S-Graphiatos. plural of sgraffiato. Sgraffiti, plural of sgraffito. Sgraffito, a technique in ceramics, art, and wall design where the top layer of pigment or slip is scratched through to reveal an underlying layer. Sgraffitoed, simple past and past participle of sgraffito. Sgraffitos, plural of sgraffito. Sgraffitoing, the act or process of creating a sgraffito design. Sgraffitos, plural of sgraffito. SRAM, initialism of synchronous graphics random access memory. sDRNA, single guide RNA for use in gene editing. sDRNA, alternative form of sgRNA. sDRNA, plural of sDRNA. sDNS, plural of sDRNA. sRO, a surname from Italian. sROI, a surname from Italian. sROIs, plural of sGroi. Sgrappino, a cocktail originally from Venice consisting of a mixture of vodka, prosecco, and lemon gelato. Sgrappenos, plural of sgrappino. Sgraus, plural of sgro. SDA, plural of SDR. SDS, initialism of Skinzel-Giedian syndrome. SD, plural of SG. SDS, abbreviation of Song of Songs. SDSE, initialism of sugarcane grassy shoot disease. SDT, a title added before the name of a sergeant. SDEF, initialism of sounds good to me. SGT Maj, abbreviation of Sergeant Major. SGT Maj Mar Corps, abbreviation of Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps. SDES, plural of SGT. Asbutal, garbage. Asver, a rocky peak in Scotland. Asberis, plural of Esker. SH, initialism of self-harm. SH, alternative form of SH, abbreviation of Shry. SH sound, a voiceless post-alveolar fricative. SH sounds, plural of SH sound. SH exclamation toll, censored spelling of shittle. SH'd, contraction of should. SH asterisk asterisk, censored spelling of shit. SH asterisk asterisk s, plural of SH asterisk asterisk. SH asterisk asterisk ted, simple past and past participle of SH asterisk asterisk. SH asterisk asterisk ting, present participle and gerund of SH asterisk asterisk. SH asterisk T, censored spelling of shit. SH asterisk T or mouth, alternative form of shut one's mouth, used to express hatred toward the listener. SH asterisk T load, censored spelling of shitload. SH asterisk T loads, plural of SH asterisk T load. SH asterisk TS, plural of SH asterisk T. SH, alternative form of sh. SH toll, censored spelling of shithole. SH, abbreviation of Shry. F, abbreviation of Shawinigan. F, the letter Sha, Town Cock, a town in North District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Sha Tin, an area and town in Sha Tin District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Shaban, misspelling of Shaban. Shaanxi, misspelling of Shaanxi. Shaban, the 8th month of the Islamic calendar. Jet, dated spelling of Shant. Shema, alternative spelling of Shanat Shalmat. Shad, alternative form of Shashi. Shadi, a wedding. Shadis, plural of Shadi. Gyo, alternative form of salda-tree. Shanbai, the northern part of Shaanxi, China. Shaanxi, misspelling of Shaanxi. Shaanxi, a province of China, including the Huai River Valley and the fertile southern half of the Ordos Loop, comprising much of the Loess Plateau. Capital, Xi'an. Shanyang, the central part of Shaanxi, China. Shatnez, alternative form of Shatnez. Skadius. Shaban, alternative form of Shaban. Shabender, alternative form of Shebender. Shabenders, plural of Shabender. Shabani, a surname from Persian. Shabanis, plural of Shabani. Shavarun, an unkempt, disreputable person. Shavaruns, plural of Shavarun. Shabash, an exclamation of praise for an achievement. Shabaz, a surname. Shabazes, plural of Shabaz. Shabaz, alternative form of Shabbat. Shabbos Goy, alternative form of Shabbat Goy. Shabbos Goyim, plural of Shabbos Goy. Shabbos Goys, plural of Shabbos Goy. Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, from sundown Friday to nightfall Saturday, commemorating God's rest on the 7th day in the book of Genesis. Shabbat elevator, an elevator/lift device for transport within a building which operates automatically on Shabbat, generally by stopping and opening its doors at each floor of the building, allowing observant Jews to make use of the elevator without violating Jewish prohibitions against operating electrical machinery on Shabbat. Shabbat elevators, plural of Shabbat elevator. Shabbat Goy, a non-Jewish person who assists Jews on the Sabbath by performing tasks that Jews are not permitted to do, such as operating machinery. Shabbat Goy, plural of Shabbat Goy. Shabbat Goys, plural of Shabbat Goy. Shabbat Haggadol, the Shabbat before Passover. Shabbat lamp, a lamp with movable parts to expose or block its light, so that it can be lit or dimmed without using electrical power and thus by some interpretations without violating Jewish prohibitions against work on the Sabbath. Shabbat lamps, plural of Shabbat lamp. Shabbat mode, alternative form of Sabbath mode. Shabbat shalom, used to express good wishes on or before the Jewish Sabbath. Shabbat, alternative form of Shabbat. Shabbaton, a Shabbat-long or weekend-long educational gathering. Shabbatons, plural of Shabbaton. Shabbatah, plural of Shabbat. Shabbats, plural of Shabbat. Shab, Shad, Gavs, alternative form of Shabbat. Shabs Goy, alternative spelling of Shabbos Goy. Shabs Goys, plural of Shabs Goy. Hadit, comparative form of Shabi, more shabby. Kais, superlative form of shabby, most shabby. Shabbify, simple past and past participle of shabbify. Shabbifies, third person singular simple present indicative of shabbify. Shabbify, to make something shabby, to shabby. Shabbifying, present participle and gerund of shabbify. Shabbily, in a shabby manner. Shabbiness. Depapity being shy. Shabbinesses, plural of shabbiness. Shabby, present participle and gerund of shab. Jaddle, a kind of bent sword or hanger weapon. Jaddles, plural of shabble. Shabos, alternative letter case form of shabos. Shabos elevator, alternative form of Shabbat elevator. Shabos elevators, plural of Shabos elevator. Shabbos goy, a Gentile who performs certain acts which are forbidden to observe in Jews on the Sabbath/Shabbat, such as kindling fire. Shabbos goys, plural of Shabbos goy. Shabboses, plural of Shabbos. Shabbosim, plural of Shabbos. Get of clothing, a place, etc. unkempt and worn or otherwise in poor condition due to age or neglect, scruffy. Shai chic, a form of interior design where furnishings are either chosen for their appearance of age and signs of wear and tear or where new items are distressed to achieve the appearance of an antique. Shabby genteel, keeping up or affecting an appearance of gentility, though actually shabby. Kayat, somewhat shabby. Shabda, in Sanskrit grammar, an utterance or linguistic performance. Shabdas, plural of shabda. Shabin, alternative form of shebin. Shabins, plural of shabin. Sheba, an Israeli form of torture in which detainees are placed in painful postures, deprived of sleep, forced to hear loud music, etc. Jabba, a state-sponsored militia of the Syrian government. Shabbos, plural of Shabbiha. Shabbia, alternative form of Shabbia. Shabbia, a top-level administrative division in Libya. Shabiat, plural of Shabia. Shefta, an engagement ring traditionally with a golden net symbolizing the intertwining or tying together of the couple. Shathes, plural of Shabka. Shevel, a saber or curved sword. Shavels, plural of Shabel. Shabamam, a female given name of Indian usage. Shabo, a language of southwestern Ethiopia. Shaboangboang, indicating someone's flattery or submissiveness. Sheplink, to have sexual intercourse with someone. Shablinked, simple past and past participle of shaboink. Shaplinking, present participle and gerund of shaboink. Shaplinks, third person singular simple present indicative of shaboink. Shabono, a communal hut built by the Yanomamo, traditionally of thatched palm leaves and wood and divided into areas for different family units. Shabonos, plural of shabono. Shebrai, the saddle cloth of a cavalry horse. Shebraks, plural of shabrak. Shebrak, alternative form of shabrak. Shabraks, plural of shabrak. Gas, plural of shav. Shepti, alternative form of ashepti. Chavu, Methadone, methamphetamine. Shabu shabu, a Japanese dish of thinly sliced meat and vegetables, cooked piece by piece in hot water at the table by the diners. Shabender, alternative form of shebender. Shabenders, plural of shabender. Shabuos, alternative form of shavuot. Shabuot, alternative form of shavuot. Shabuot, alternative form of shavuot. Shabu shabu, alternative form of shabu shabu. Shabinite, a monoclinic snow-white mineral containing boron, chlorine, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Shata, a savory, slightly spicy Chinese condiment used in Minnan cuisine, made from soybean oil, garlic, shallots, chili, Chinese brill, and dried shrimp. Shakarus, alternative form of shaturit. Shaturit, alternative lettercase form of shaturit. Shatcherif, alternative lettercase form of Shatcherif. Yeah, a surname. Shakrat, a female civilian visiting military barracks in order to have sex with soldiers. Shakrats, plural of shakrat. Shack up, to live together, especially if an unmarried couple. Shakak, a child's rattle used in various Caribbean folk music traditions. Shakax, plural of shack shack. Shakamaxon, a meeting place near the Delaware River, used by the Lenape tribe in North America, and where the Treaty of Shakamaxon was signed in 1682. Shackbolt, a shackle. Shackbolts, plural of shackbolt. Shackler, a person who lives in a shack. Shackwillers, plural of shackwiller. Gat, simple past and past participle of shack. Shacked up, simple past and past participle of shack up. Shackelford, a surname. Shackelford County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Albany. Shackelfords, plural of Shackelford. Shackerstone, a village and civil parish in Hinckley and Bosworth Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3706. Jacket, a heavy overshirt worn as a jacket. Jackets, plural of shacket. Shake, present participle and gerund of shack. Shacking up, present participle and gerund of shack up. Shack job, a mistress. Shack jobs, plural of shack job. Shackland, an unofficial urban settlement composed of shacks. Shacklands, plural of shackland. Jackal, a restraint fitted over a human or animal appendage, such as an ankle, finger, or wrist, normally used in a pair joined by a chain. Shackle bolt, a bearing representing a fetlock for hobbling a horse. Shackle bolts, plural of shackle bolt. Shackle joint, a joint formed by a bony ring passing through a hole in a bone, as at the bases of spines in some fishes. Shackle joints, plural of shackle joint. Shackle bone, the wrist. Shackle bones, plural of shackle bone. Shackle in, or relating to G.L.S. Shackle 1903-1992, English economist who made a practical attempt to challenge classical rational choice theory. Shackled, restrained by shackles, chained. Shackle them, the condition of being imprisoned or restrained. Shackleford, a surname. Shackelfords, plural of Shackelford. Shackleless, that has no shackles or is not in shackles. Shackler, one who shackles. Shacklers, plural of shackler. Jackals, plural of shackle. Jackus, without a shack or shacks. Shackleless, second person singular simple present indicative of shackle. Shackleth, third person singular simple present indicative of shackle. Shackleton, a surname from Old English. Shackletonian, of or relating to Ernest Shackleton 1874–1922, polar explorer who led three British expeditions to the Antarctic. Shackletons, plural of Shackleton. Shacklet, a surname. Shacklets, plural of Shacklet. Shackley, a surname from Old English. Shackleys, plural of Shackley. Jacklike, resembling or characteristic of a shack. Shackle, present participle and gerund of shackle. Shacklock, a sort of shackle. Shacklocks, plural of shacklock. Shackly, shaky, rickety, ramshackle. Shacko, dated form of shako. Shackos, plural of shako. Shackos, plural of shako. Yaks, plural of shack. Shacked up, third person singular simple present indicative of shack up. Shacktown, a settlement made up of shacks, a shanty town. Shacktowns, plural of shacktown. Shacky, run down, like a shack. Shad, a surname. Shadfrar, an American spotted frog Lithobates pipiens and Lithobates sphenophalus. Shad frogs, plural of shad frog. Shad-bellied, sloping away gradually in front. Cut away. Shad spirit, the shadbird. Shad spirits, plural of shad spirit. Shad waiter, a lake whitefish, the roundfish Prosopium cylindriceum. Shad waiters, plural of shad waiter. Shadeable, of a drawing, etc. capable of being shaded. Jada, a residential community in Chengjiang, Zainshui, Yancheng, Jiangsu, China, formerly a village. Shadbellas, plural of shadbelly. Shadbelly, an old-fashioned formal dress coat sometimes worn in equestrian circles. Shadberries, plural of shadberry. Shadberry, synonym of shadbush plant in the genus Amelanchier. Shadbird, the American snipe, Wilson snipe, Gallinago delicata. Shadbirds, plural of shadbird. Shadblow, synonym of shadbush. Shadblows, plural of shadblow. Shadbolt, a surname. Shadbush, any plant in the genus Amelanchier. Shadbuyas, plural of shadbush. Shadchin, alternative form of shadchin. Shadhanum, plural of shadchin. Shadchins, plural of shadchin. Shadchin, marriage broker, matchmaker. Shadchins, plural of shadchin. Shadchamim, plural of shadchin. Shada, a diacritic Arabic shad used in the Arabic script to indicate gemination of a consonant. Shada, alternative form form of shada. Shadas, plural of shada. Shut up, shut up, be quiet. Shadas, plural of shada. Shadden, a surname. Shaddens, plural of shadden. Shatter, pronunciation spelling of shadow. Shatters, plural of shatter. Jadok, a surname. Shaddaks, plural of Shattuck. Shattuck, a surname. Jacks, plural of Shattuck. Shut up, pronunciation spelling of shut up. Shet, darkness where light, particularly sunlight, is blocked. Shade ball, a small plastic sphere floated in large numbers on top of a reservoir, pool, etc. to slow evaporation, block sunlight, or deter birds from landing. Shade balls, plural of shade ball. Shade cloth, cloth used to construct a sunshade. Shade cloths, plural of shade cloth. Shade horsetail, a plant in the taxonomic genus Equisetum horsetails, Equisetum praetens. Shade horsetails, plural of shade horsetail. Shade tree mechanic, a person who repairs cars as a hobby. Shade tree mechanics, plural of shade tree mechanic. Shade up, to stop, to rest in a shady area. Shadeable, alternative form of shadeable. Katia, a proponent of an interpretation of Vladimir Nabokov's 1962 novel Pale Fire, according to which the character John Shade wrote not only the poem, but the commentary as well, having invented his own death and the character of Kinbud as a literary device. Shadians, plural of a shadian. Shadeva, a type of bob graphical sprite-like element rendered additively on the display, so that it blends with others but can be easily removed again by decrementing the color value at each pixel. Shade bobs, plural of shade bob. Shade cloth, alternative form of shade cloth. Shade cloths, plural of shade cloth. Shade, being in the shade, not in direct light. Shaded fanfoot, Herminia tarsigranalis, an inconspicuous species of small, tan-colored erebid moths found in Europe. Shaded fanfoots, plural of shaded fanfoot. Shaded pole, a magnetic pole in an electric motor or solenoid with a shading coil that encircles a portion of the pole face. The shading coil creates an out-of-phase current that allows a single-phase alternating current electric motor to start or minimizes chatter in an alternating current solenoid or relay. Shaded poles, plural of shaded pole. Shaded up, simple past and past participle of shade up. Shaded pole motor, a particular type of AC single-phase induction motor. Shaded pole motors, plural of shaded pole motor. Shaddy, a female given name. Shadfus, an event or situation involving subtle insults between people. Shedfly, any of the butterflies of the genus Coenaira. Shedful, full of shade, shady, shaded. Shade house, a greenhouse used to provide plants with shade in a hot climate. Shade houses, plural of shade house. Shadism, alternative form of shadism. Shadeless, without shade, exposed, not sheltered from the sun. Shadelessly, in a shadeless way, exposedly, without shelter from the sun. Shadelessness, absence of shade. Shed-like, resembling or characteristic of a shade. Shaden, to make or become shaded or shady. Shaddened, simple past and past participle of shadden. Shaddening, present participle and gerund of shadden. Shaddens, third person singular simple present indicative of shadden. Shader, one who, or that which, shades. Shaderless, without the use of shaders. Shaders, plural of shader. Shades, plural of shay. Shades thought, third person singular simple present indicative of shade up. Jadset, a color scheme that can be applied to a computerized map. Jadset, plural of shadeset. Shadas, second person singular simple present indicative of shade. Shada, third person singular simple present indicative of shade. Shade tree mechanic, alternative form of shade tree mechanic. Shade tree mechanics, plural of shade tree mechanic. Shadflies, plural of shadfly. Shadflower, any plant of species Drobiverna common whitlow grass in the cabbage family. Shadflowers, plural of shadflower. Shadfly, mayfly. Shady, comparative form of shady, more shady. Kayist, superlative form of shady, most shady. Shadily, in a shady manner, particularly used in the sense of untrustworthy. Shadding, a fish, the Manhattan or American sardine. Shaddians, plural of shadding. Shadiness, the property of being shady. Shadinesses, plural of shadiness. Shade, present participle and gerund of shade. Shading coil, a shorted coil, usually one turn embedded in an alternating current pole face and encircling a portion of that face. Shading coils, plural of shading coil. Shading pen, a kind of pen with a broad, flat nib. Shading pens, plural of shading pen. Shading the, present participle and gerund of shade up. Shadings, plural of shading. Shadurvan, a fountain for ablutions, usually attached to a mosque. Shadurvans, plural of shadurvan. Shadism, prejudice on the basis of skin pigmentation. Gaddix, a surname. Gaddixes, plural of shaddix. Shadda, the first of the 7 swaras or primary musical notes. Shatkin, alternative form of shatkin. Shatkanem, plural of shatkin. Shatkins, plural of shatkin. Shatkin, alternative form of shatkin. Shatkanem, plural of shatkin. Shadkins, plural of shatkin. Shadkanem, plural of shatkin. Shatkin, alternative form of shatkin. Shatkins, plural of shatkin. Jedel, a surname. Jedels, plural of shadel. Shadley, a surname from German. Shadleys, plural of Shadley. Shadleunite, an isometric hexactahedral bronze mineral containing cadmium, copper, iron, lead, and sulfur. Shadobany, alternative spelling of Chadonbany. Shadon, a surname name from French. Shadowns, plural of shadowne. Shaddock, alternative form of shaddock. Shaddocks, plural of shaddock. Shadowbunny, alternative spelling of Chadonbunny. Cadove, an ancient device used to gather water consisting of a pivoted stick with a bucket on the end of it. Cadoves, plural of shadove. Shadove, alternative spelling of shadove. Shadows, plural of shadove. Shadow, a surname. Shadow account, a secondary representation of a financial account, especially one used to perform an independent verification. Shadow accounting, the practice of maintaining financial records and calculations in a separate system from official sources. Shadow accounts, plural of shadow account. Shadow acne, an undesirable striped or moire appearance in shadow mapping, resulting from the use of a relatively low-resolution shadow map. Shadow ban, alternative form of shadowban. Shadow ban, a thin, wavy line of alternating light and dark that can be seen moving and undulating in parallel on plain-colored surfaces immediately before and after a total solar eclipse. Shadow bank, an entity that illegally performs banking functions. Shadow banker, an agent connected to a shadow banking. Shadow bankers, plural of shadow banker. Shadow banking, bank-like activities that are not subject to existing bank regulation. Shadow banking system, non-bank financial institutions that, like banks, borrow short and in liquid forms and lend or invest long in more liquid assets. Shadow banking systems, plural of shadow banking system. Shadow banks, plural of shadow bank. Shadow ban, simple past and past participle of shadow ban. Shadow banning, present participle and gerund of shadow ban. Shadow bans, third person singular simple present indicative of shadow ban. Shadowbunny, alternative spelling of Chadonbunny. Shadow blister effect, a visual phenomenon in which a shadow bulges as it approaches another. Shadow box, a wall-mounted display case. Shadow box, simple past and past participle of shadow box. Shadow boxes, third person singular simple present indicative of shadow box. Shadow boxing, the action of practicing moves where the opponent is the boxer's own shadow. Shadow buffer, synonym of shadow map. Shadow buffers, plural of shadow buffer. Shadow cabinet, a senior group of opposition politicians who shadow the members of the government. Shadow cabinet, alternative form of shadow cabinet. Shadow cabinets, plural of shadow cabinet. Shadow cabinets, plural of shadow cabinet. Shadow daddies, plural of shadow daddy. Shadow daddy, a sexually attractive man, often morally gray and intimidating, who wields shadow or darkness-related powers. Shadow darner, Ishna umbrosa, a species of dragonfly. Shadow dial, a sundial. Shadow docket, the cases resolved by the U.S. Supreme Court that do not involve briefing, oral argument, or full judicial opinion. Shadow dockets, plural of shadow docket. Shadow DOM, a portion of a document object model that is not generally accessible and can therefore be used to encapsulate functionality. Shadow DOMs, plural of shadow DOM. Shadow drop, to release immediately after announcement without prior announcements. Shadow factories, plural of shadow factory. Shadow factory, an aircraft factory in the World War II era, partly staffed by people from the motor industry, that was kept hidden from enemy aircraft. Shadow fleet, the collection of vessels utilized by a state to covertly pursue its interests in a way which maintains plausible deniability, such as smuggling to avoid international sanctions, carrying out sabotage, or projecting power in disputed waters. Shadow fleets, plural of shadow fleet. Shadow gazer, a radiologist. Shadow gazers, plural of shadow gazer. Shadow government, a government that is prepared to take control in response to certain events, especially one made up of the leadership of the largest opposition party in parliament, which would assume control should the ruling party be displaced in elections. Shadow governments, plural of shadow government. Shadow grass, Luzula sylvatica. Shadow Hills, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. Shadow histories, plural of shadow history. Shadow history, synonym of secret history. Shadow IT, software used or deployed without the approval of a central IT department, typically to bypass limitations and restrictions. Shadow libraries, plural of shadow library. Shadow library, an unlawful online book distributor that hosts free copies as PDFs, EPUB, and the like for download. Shadow map, a texture buffer used in shadow mapping. Shadow mapping, a process by which shadows are added to 3D computer graphics based on whether individual pixels are visible from a light source. Shadow maps, plural of shadow map. Shadow mask, a plate punched with tiny holes that separate the colored phosphors in the layer behind the front glass of the screen. 3 electron guns at the back of the screen sweep across the mask, with the beams only reaching the screen if they pass through the holes. Shadow masks, plural of shadow mask. Shadow matter, mirror matter. Shadow memory, the use of one part of computer memory to store information about other parts of memory, used for example to keep track of which parts have been allocated by the program. Shadow minister, in British and some Commonwealth parliaments, a member of an opposition party with responsibility for a particular portfolio. Shadow ministers, plural of shadow minister. Shadow of one's former self, idiomete. Shadow play, an ancient form of storytelling and entertainment using opaque, often articulated figures in front of an illuminated backdrop to create the illusion of moving images. Shadow plays, plural of shadow play. Shadow price, a price for a resource, good, or service which is not based on actual market exchanges, but is mathematically derived from indirect data obtained from related markets. Shadow price, simple past and past participle of shadow price. Shadow prices, plural of shadow price. Shadow pricing, present participle and gerund of shadow price. Shadow pronoun, synonym of resumptive pronoun. Shadow pronouns, plural of shadow pronoun. Shadow puppet, a puppet used in shadow play. Shadow puppetry, synonym of shadow play form of storytelling. Shadow puppets, plural of shadow puppet. Shadow real wage, a shadow price of labor, i.e. a real wage which is not based on actual market exchanges. Shadow real wages, plural of shadow real wage. Shadow realm, alternative letter case form of shadow realm oblivion, death, knocked out. Shadow realm, oblivion f. Shadow ship, a ship of a shadow fleet. Shadow snake, a South American snake of the genus Synophes. Shadow snakes, plural of shadow snake. Shadow social, a social fundraising event where the women's shadows were cast on a sheet and bid upon by the men. Shadow socials, plural of shadow social. Shadow stitch, a very delicate kind of ladder stitch used in fine openwork. Shadow stitches, plural of shadow stitch. Shadow stock, virtual stock having a calculated value without real-world fluctuations, used to motivate and compensate employees. Shadow stocks, plural of shadow stock. Shadow tray, the trade of a security of a company that is economically linked to a publicly held company about which a person has inside information. Shadow trades, plural of shadow tray. Shadow trading, the buying or selling of securities of a company that is economically linked to a publicly held company about which a person has inside information. Shadow volume, the spatial volume resulting from the projection of a ray from a light source through each vertex of a shadow casting object to some point generally at infinity, used in adding accurate shadows to a rendered scene. Shadow volumes, plural of shadow volume. Shadow war, a form of armed conflict conducted secretly in the nexus between war and peace where various actors utilize different means to achieve their goals. Shadow wars, plural of shadow war. Shadow witch, any orchid in the genus Pondieva. Shadow witches, plural of shadow witch. Shadow work, unpaid labor in the form of self-service. Shadow zone, an area of the Earth's surface where seismographs cannot detect direct P waves or S waves from an earthquake. Shadow zones, plural of shadow zone. Shadow ban, alternative form of shadow ban. Shadow ban, simple past and past participle of shadow ban. Shadow banning, present participle and gerund of shadow ban. Shadow bans, third person singular simple present indicative of shadow ban. Shadow box, alternative form of shadow box. Shadow box, simple past and past participle of shadow box. Shadow boxes, plural of shadow box. Shadow boxing, present participle and gerund of shadow box. Shadow throwing, the art or practice of creating images with the body on a wall or other surface using the shadows cast from a fire or other source of light. Shadow Vinny Bush, synonym of Chatonbini. Shadowable, capable of being shadowed. Shadowbee, the fictional character Shadowheart from the video game Baldur's Gate 3. Shadowban, to ban a user from a community without their knowledge, allowing them to continue reading and commenting, but rendering their contributions invisible or less visible to other users. Shadow ban, alternative form of shadow ban. Shadow ban, simple past and past participle of shadow ban. Shadow banning, present participle and gerund of shadow ban. Shadow bans, Third person singular simple present indicative of shadowbin. Shadow box. A diorama or shallow display case, usually with a glass front. Shadow box. Simple past and past participle of shadow box. Shadow boxer. One who shadow boxes. Shadow boxers. Plural of shadow boxer. Shadow boxes. Plural of shadow box. Shadow boxing. A form of solo exercise involving throwing punches at the air and not at an opponent. Shadow casts. The performance of a film by a group of amateurs at the same time as it is screened. Shadow casted. Simple past and past participle of shadow casts. Shadow casting. The generation of shadows from a three-dimensional model. Shadow casts. Plural of shadow casts. Shadow dragon. Any of genus Neurocordulia family Corduliaceae of dragonflies. Shadow dragons. Plural of shadow dragon. Shadow. Obsolete spelling of shadow. Shadowed. Simple past and past participle of shadow. Shadowvins. A surname. Shadowenses. Plural of shadowins. Shadower. One who shadows. Shadowers. Plural of shadower. Shadows. Plural of shadow. Shadowless. Second person singular simple present indicative of shadow. Shadowla. Third person singular simple present indicative of shadow. Shadow filled. Filled with shadows. Shadogram. An image produced by means of shadowgraphy. Shadowgrams. Plural of shadogram. Shadowgraph. A shadow picture, a radiograph, or X-ray photograph, a sciagram. Shadowgraphed. Simple past and past participle of shadowgraph. Shadowgraphic. Relating to shadowgraphy. Shadowgraphies. Plural of shadowgraphy. Shadowgraphing. Present participle and gerund of shadowgraph. Shadowgraphists. An entertainer who produces the silhouettes of animals, etc. by selectively blocking parts of a light source. Shadowgraphists. Plural of shadowgraphists. Shadowgraphs. Plural of shadowgraph. Shadowgraphy. The creation of shadowgraph images. Shadowy. Comparative form of shadowy, more shadowy. Shadowiest. Superlative form of shadowy, most shadowy. Shadowily. In a shadowy manner. Shadowiness. The state or property of being shadowy. Shadowinesses. Plural of shadowiness. Shadowling. Present participle and gerund of shadow. Shadowlings. Plural of shadowing. Shadowish. Shadowy. Vague. Shadowishly. In a shadowish manner. Shadowland. A shadowy or borderland area where normal rules and boundaries do not apply. Shadowlands. Plural of shadowland. Shadowless. Lacking a shadow. Shadowlessness. Absence of shadows. Shadow-like. Resembling or characteristic of a shadow. Shadowplay. Alternative spelling of shadowplay. Shadowplays. Plural of shadowplay. Shadows. Plural of shadow. Shadowy. In shadow. Darkened by shadows. Shadow zone. Alternative form of shadow zone. Shadow zones. plural of shadow zone. Shadrach, Hananiah, one of the captives in the biblical book of Daniel who came out of the fiery furnace unharmed. Shadrachs, plural of Shadrach. Shadrach, a surname. Gadricks, plural of Shadrach. Gads, plural of Shad. Shadscale, an evergreen shrub, Atriplex convertifolia. Shadscales, plural of shadscale. Shaduf, alternative spelling of shaduv. Shadufs, plural of shaduf. Shadwell, a place name. Shadwells, plural of Shadwell. Shadwick, a surname. Shadwicks, plural of Shadwick. Getty, a surname. Shady Cove, a city in Jackson County, Oregon, United States. Shadies, plural of shady. Id, a surname. If, initialism of Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Kiva, a surname. Kievers, plural of Schiefer. Shellen, a female given name originating as a coinage. Ja'alis, archaic form of Cephalus. Kefo, a surname. Schaefers, plural of Schaefer. Duff, a surname from German. Java, a surname from German. Jaffel, to hobble or limp, to shuffle. Jaffled, simple past and past participle of shaffle. Jaffles, third person singular simple present indicative of shaffle. Shaffle, present participle and gerund of shaffle. Jathur, a surname. Jathers, plural of Schaffner. Shafrud, a surname. Shafron, alternative form of chamfron, protective armor for a horse's head. Chaffrons, plural of chaffron. Yafs, plural of chaff. Kevi, a surname from Urdu. Hete, a member of the Shafi Arabic, Arabic Sheen, Arabic Khalid, Arabic Fa, Arabic Dane, Arabic Yet S. Achek, A. Macron, F.I. letter to B.F.I. Macron, one of the schools of fiqh or religious law within the Sunni branch of Islam, recognizing four sources of jurisprudence. Ka'ates, plural of Shafi'i. Shafiq, a surname from Arabic. Shadiks, plural of Shafiq. Gatiz, plural of Shafi. Shafran, a surname from Yiddish. Shafranovsky, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and sodium. Shafrans, plural of Shafran. Gat, the entire body of a long weapon such as an arrow. Shastali, a passage extending from the engine room to the stern and containing the propeller shaft. Shastalas, plural of shaftali. Shastbow, part of a horse harness, an arch from shaft to shaft over the horse's shoulders. Shaftbows, plural of shaftbow. Shaft encoder, synonym of rotary encoder. Shaft encoders, plural of shaft encoder. Shaft furnace, a furnace in the form of a vertical cylinder in which hot gas is forced upwards through the contained solids. Shaft furnaces, plural of shaft furnace. Shaft horsepower, In an engine, the power measured in horsepower delivered to a rotating shaft, which could be in a turbine or transmission. Gafted, simple past and past participle of shaft. Shafter, a surname. Shafters, plural of shafter. Shaftesburyan, of pertaining to or characteristic of Anthony Ashley Cooper, of his writings or of his philosophical doctrines. Shaftesbury, a town and civil parish with a town council in North Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8623. Shaftesbury, of or pertaining to the Earl of Shaftesbury. Shafthead frame, headframe. Shafthead frames, plural of shafthead frame. Shafthome, a hamlet near Arksey, Metropolitan Borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5708. Shaft house, a structure enclosed or otherwise for the hoisting equipment and landing platform at the top of a mine shaft. Shaft houses, plural of shaft house. Gafty, alternative form of shafty. Shafties, plural of shafty. Shaften, pronunciation spelling of shafting. Shafte, present participle and gerund of shaft. Shaftings, plural of shafting. Shaftless, without a shaft. Shaft-like, resembling or characteristic of a shaft. Shaftman, a man who sinks a mine shaft. Shaftman, plural of shaftman. Shaftment, an obsolete unit of length defined as 6 inches, which equals 2 palms or 2 span. Today 6 inches equals exactly 15.24 cm. Before the 12th century, a shaftment was defined as 6+ inches. Shaftments, plural of shaftment. Shaftment, alternative form of shaftment. Shaftmans, plural of shaftman. Shaftmound, alternative form of shaftment. Shaftmound, plural of shaftmound. Shafto, a surname from Old English. Shaftos, plural of shafto. Shaftasai, an organic compound found in a passion flower. Shafts, plural of shaft. Shaftsman, alternative form of shaftman. Shaftsman, plural of shaftsman. Shaftway, the vertical space in a building in which the elevator or lift travels. Shaftways, plural of shaftway. Shaftware, shafts collectively. Gati, a bicycle that uses a drive shaft instead of a chain to transmit power from the pedals to the wheel. Matted material, rough mast hair, fibers, etc. Shag, that, alternative form of shag bag. Shag bags, plural of shag bag. Shag band, synonym of sex bracelet. Shag bandit, a man who has many sexual partners, especially while cheating on his spouse. Shag bandits, plural of shag bandit. Shag bands, plural of shag band. Shag monster, a sexually promiscuous person. Shag monsters, plural of shag monster. Shag wagon, alternative form of shagging wagon. Shag wagons, plural of shag wagon. Shag bat, alternative form of shagag. Shag bags, plural of shag bag. Shag bandit, alternative form of shag bandit. Shag bandits, plural of shag bandit. Shed boy, a ghost or goblin. Shag boys, plural of shag boy. Shag hound, a promiscuous man. Shag hounds, plural of shag hound. Shad rag, the unkempt and ragged part of the community. Shangedle, sexy in an outrageously retro manner. Shagaholic, a person who is addicted to sex. Shagaholics, plural of shagaholic. Shag-eye, an ankle bone of a sheep or goat used in traditional Mongolian games and divination practices as a die. Shagaluf, the Majorcan resort town of Magaluf. Shag Anapi, a rawhide strap, for example, as used to hold together Red River carts. Shaganappies, plural of Shaganappy. Shagil, misspelling of Shagale. Shadba, a prostitute or sexually promiscuous woman. Shagbags, plural of shagbag. Shadbark, a North American hickory Coria ovata that has shaggy bark in mature trees. Shagbark hickory. Shagbark hickories, plural of shagbark hickory. Shagbark hickory, a common hickory found in the eastern USA and in southern Canada. Coria ovata. Shagbarks, plural of shagbark. Shagfest, an event or encounter involving a large amount of sexual intercourse. Shagfests, plural of shagfests. Shaggability, the quality of being shaggable, fuckability. Shaggable, worthy of shagging, fuckable. Jet, having or covered with shaggy hair. Shagged out, exhausted as if with sexual activity. Shaddiness, shaddiness. Shaver, one who shags. Shagger's back, a bad back or that illness, humorously supposed to arise from excessive sexual intercourse. Shadders, plural of shagger. Tabe, comparative form of shaggy, more shaggy. Shaggist, superlative form of shaggy, most shaggy. Shaggily, in a shaggy manner. Shagginess, the property of being shaggy. Shade, present participle and gerund of shag. Shagging wagon, synonym of fuckmobile. Shagging wagons, plural of shagging wagon. Shaddings, plural of shagging. Shaggoth, alternative form of shoggoth. Shaggoths, plural of shaggoth. Yet, having long, thick, and uncombed hair. Fur or wool. Shaddy cut, synonym of shag hairstyle. Shaddy cuts, plural of shaggy cut. Shaggy defense, a legal defense strategy in which the defendant categorically denies any involvement. Shaggy dog stories, plural of shaggy dog story. Shaggy dog story, an intentionally long-winded joke or tale featuring the narration of typically irrelevant details and usually ending with an absurd or pointless punchline, which is often a pun or spoonerism on a known catchphrase, with the intended humor deriving from the combination of the excessive length and the anticlimax. Shaggy dog tale. Synonym of shaggy dog story. Shaggy dog tales, plural of shaggy dog tale. Shaggy dwarf morning glories, plural of shaggy dwarf morning glory. Shaggy dwarf morning glory, synonym of blue days. Shaggy god stories, plural of shaggy god story. Shaggy god stories, plural of shaggy god story. Shaggy god story, a style of science fiction story that attempts to explain biblical concepts with science fiction tropes. Shaggy god story, alternative letter case form of shaggy god story. Shag-eating cat, synonym of lawyer's wig edible mushroom Coprinus cometus. Shaggy inked caps, plural of shaggy inked cap. Shaggy mane, synonym of lawyer's wig edible mushroom. Shaggy manes, plural of shaggy mane. Shaggy soldier, a flowering plant of species Galansoba quadraradiata, native to Mexico, but widely naturalized. Shaggy dog stories, plural of shaggy dog story. Shaggy dog story, alternative form of shaggy dog story. Shaggy dog tale, synonym of shaggy dog story. Shaggy dog tales, plural of shaggy dog tale. Shaggy mane, alternative form of shaggy mane edible mushroom. Shaggy manes, plural of shaggy mane. Shada, alternative form of shagia. Shagbus, without sexual intercourse. Chablet, a young shag type of seabird. Shaglets, plural of shaglet. Shag-like, resembling or characteristic of shag the material. Shagnasties, plural of shagnasty. Shagnasty, a vile person. Shag pile, shag carpet. Shag piles, plural of shag pile. Shagreen, an untanned leather, often dyed green, originally made from horse skin, today mostly made from the skin of a shark or ray. Shagreenate, having a rough, granular surface, characteristic of shagreen. Chagrined, covered in shagreen. Chagreening, present participle and gerund of chagrin. Chagrins, plural of chagrin. Chagrur, a settler of the New Zealand province of Canterbury who came from somewhere other than Britain, most commonly Australia. Chagroons, plural of chagroon. Cadvis, plural of shag. Giactastic, brilliant, with implications of sexual intercourse. A surname. Rare spelling of Shah. Shatalam, the capital city of Selangor, Malaysia. Waardenburg syndrome, a form of Waardenburg syndrome with the addition of Hirschsprung's disease. Gab, a transliteration of the Persian male given name Arabic Sheen Arabica Arabicalif Arabic Bashahab. Shabs, plural of Shahab. Gahad, the Islamic declaration of belief in the unity of God, one of the 5 pillars, the formal content of which is the kalima, a minimal Islamic creed. Jad, alternative spelling of Shahada. Shahadas, plural of Shahada. Shahadas, plural of Shahada. Jadat, plural of Shahada. Yad, a surname. Shafans, plural of Shahan. Yafandia, King of Kings, a title given to the rulers of ancient Persia and sometimes of Armenia. Shahanshahs, plural of Shahanshah. Shahapshan, alternative form of Sahaptin. Shahapshans, plural of Shahapshan. Ahiris, alternative form of Shacharit. Sha'uri, alternative form of Shacharit. Shaharith, alternative form of Shacharit. Shadak, a neighborhood of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Shabadi, a liberal or a leftist in Bangladeshi politics, one who favors a secular society. Shabagiz, plural of Shabagi. Shabanu, alternative form of Shabanu. Shabanu, the consort of a Shah. Shabanu, alternative form of Shabanu. Shabenes, plural of Shabanu. Shabazian, a surname from Armenian. Shabazians, plural of Shabazian. Shavizian, a surname from Armenian. Shavizians, plural of Shabizian. Shadara, a district in Delhi, India. Shadam, the position, dignity, or jurisdiction of a Shah. Shadams, plural of Shadam. Sha'afan, synonym of Horfan. Qad, a military drone developed by the Iranian aviation company Shed Aviation Industries. Shad, plural of Shah. Yadi, a surname. Shahid Bhagat Singh Nagar, a district formerly known as Nalanchar district in the Indian state of Punjab. Shahids, plural of Shahid. Gather, a surname. Shaheen falcon, a medium-sized, very swift falcon of a subspecies of Falco peregrinus peregrinator that hunts small birds. Shaheen falcons, plural of Shaheen falcon. Jains, plural of Shaheen. Shatagu, a district of Dalian, Liaoning, China. Jahai, a former currency unit of Iran, worth 1/20th of a kuran. Javid, a surname. Shatidka, a female Shahid. Shatidkas, plural of Shahidka. Ja'ids, plural of Shahid. Shathadullah, synonym of Zaydullah. Javan, a surname. Shatins, plural of Shahin. Shahais, plural of Shahai. Kyav, plural of Shah. Shahjahanabai, synonym of Old Delhi. Shahjahanpur, a city and district of Bareilly Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Shafulu, the leader of the Shakalu rebellion in 1511. Jala, a female given name. Shamaki, a variant of the Urdu script based on the Nastaliq style of the Persian script and adopted to write the Punjabi language in the Punjab region of Pakistan. Shahnai, alternative form of Shahnai. Shahnais, plural of Shahnai. Shahnameh, an epic poem written by Ferdowsi around 1000 CE, telling the mythical and historical past of ancient Persia from the beginning of the world until the Muslim invasion. Shathor, former name of Salmas, Iran. Shathali, a transliteration of the Persian male given name Arabic Shin, Arabic Khalaf, Arabic Ha, Arabic Da, Arabic Lam, Arabic Farsi Shakali. Shar cord, alternative form of Shari cord. Shar Kurd, alternative form of Shari cord. Shari Cord, a city in Iran, the seat of Shari Cord County's Central District and the capital of Chahar Mahal and Bakhshiri Province. Shahri Pasht, a village in Iran. Shahrazad, alternative form of Scheherazade. Shahrikhord, alternative form of Shahrikhord. Shahrazad's, a city in Uzbekistan. Shahryar, the sixth solar month of the Persian calendar. Shahriyar, alternative spelling of Shahyar. Shahrur, a city in Shard County, Semen Province, Iran. Shahrads, plural of Shahrad. Shahr, name of the fictional Persian Sassanid king of kings who is told stories by his wife, Scheherazade, to delay her execution. Heth, plural of Shah. Keth, plural of Shah. Shahsavan, a member of an Azeri-speaking people of Iran. Shahsavani, of or relating to the Shahsavans. Talush, a light but warm Kashmiri shawl made with hair from the Kairu, or Tibetan antelope Pantalops hodgsonii, an endangered species. Shadushis, plural of shadush. Chadat, a type of Asian mulberry tree. Morris macroura. Tadats, plural of shadut. Davash, alternative spelling of shadush. Geli, plural of Shah. Shahzad, a surname. Shahzada, the son of a Shah. Shahzada, alternative form of Shahzada. Shahza, alternative letter case form of Shahzada. Shahzas, plural of Shahzada. Shahzadas, plural of Shahzada. Shahzi, alternative form of Shahzada. Shahzadeh, alternative form of Shahzada. Shahzaneh, alternative form of Shahzada. Shahzads, plural of Shahzi. Shahzads, plural of Shahzad. Shaita, alternative form of Shajia. Shaja, an Arabist-Nubian tribe of Sudan. Gif, a surname. Shaikthum, alternative spelling of Shaikthum. Shaikthums, plural of Shaikthum. Kit, a surname. Jaika, alternative form of Sheikha. Jaigas, plural of Sheikha. Shaikthum, alternative spelling of Shaikthum. Shaiktums, plural of Shaikthum. Gaigas, plural of Sheikh. Sheikye, alternative form of Shajia. Gaiks, plural of Sheikh. Gep, to walk or move unsteadily or haphazardly, stumbling or shuffling. Jela, a question, especially a religious or legal one posed to a rabbi regarding Jewish law halacha. Jalaja, a female given name of Indian usage. Geld, simple past and past participle of shale. Shale, present participle and gerund of shale. Gals, third person singular simple present indicative of shale. Cha, a surname. Jayans, plural of Shane. Shanian, a surname from Russian. Shaikia, alternative form of Shajia. Del, a fine cloth woven from the hair of a Tibetan variety of the Kashmir goat. Sher, alternative form of Sharn. Jo, a surname. Shaitan, Iblis, Satan. Shaitans, plural of Shaitan. Shah, alternative form of Seva. Kaidas, plural of Shaiva. Shaivism, a sect comprising the worshippers of the god Shiva. Shaivas, an adherent of Shaivism. Shaivists, plural of Shaivists. Shaivite, alternative form of Sevite. Shaivites, plural of Shaivite. Shazar, a town in northern Syria, historically important as the site of a fortress during the Crusades. Kadra, a detailed map showing the locations of Khosras in an area. Shadras, plural of Shadra. Yef, Shakespeare. Jakak, any of several kinds of traditional shakers or rattles found throughout the Caribbean. Shakax, plural of shack. Jack, alternative form of shack abbreviation of Shakespeare. Gyaka, a greeting gesture in which the thumb and little finger are extended while curling the three middle fingers in a semi-fist, used to express a variety of positive meanings including all right, hello, and goodbye. Shakeable, able to be shaken. Jackal, archaic form of jackal. Jackals, plural of shackle. Shakarian, a surname from Armenian. Shakarians, plural of Shakarian. Shakuyan, a surname from Armenian. Shakuyans, plural of Shakarian. Shatas, plural of Shaka. Kit, a surname. Shake and bake, alternative form of shake and bake. Shake and bake, alternative form of shake and bake. Shake a cloth in the wind, to be tipsy, but not really drunk. Shake a leg, to get busy, to get going, to be productive. Shake and bake, something fast or easy to use or perform, a simple, crude object or action. Shake and bakes, plural of shake and bake. Shake down, to cause something to fall down by shaking it or something it is attached to. Shake hands, to grasp another person's hands as an expression of greeting, farewell, agreement, etc. Shake hands with the unemployed, to urinate. Shake hole, alternative form of shake hole. Shake in one's boots, alternative form of quake in one's boots. Shake in one's shoes, alternative form of quake in one's boots. Shake it to death. Shake it up, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see shake up it. Shake like a leaf, to tremble as with fear, cold, etc. to shiver. Shake map, alternative form of shake map. Shake maps, plural of shake map. Shake off, to remove something attached to, on, or clinging to an object by shaking. Shake off the dust from one's feet, to separate oneself from something unpleasant, to leave a place for good. Shake on it, to agree by shaking hands, to close a deal. Shake one's ass, to perform a dance which involves lots of movement in the buttock area. Shake one's elbow, to gamble with dice. Shake one's head, to move one's head from side to side in a repeated swiveling motion from the neck to indicate disagreement, negation, disbelief, disapproval, or dismay. Shake out, to agitate a piece of cloth or other flexible material in order to remove dust or to try to make it smooth and flat. Shake over, to frisk. Shake table, an experimental platform that simulates earthquake motion to verify seismic performance of building structures. Shake tables, plural of shake table. Shake the dust from one's feet. Synonym of shake off the dust from one's feet. Shake the dust from one's sandals. Synonym of shake off the dust from one's feet. Shake the pagoda tree. To find a source of easy enrichment to become absurdly rich in a short time period. Shake the plum tree. To obtain a source of advantage, such as for political favors or appointments. Shake together. To get along well, to make friends. Shake up. To agitate by shaking. Shake a leg. A traditional Aboriginal dance involving rapid movements of the knees. Shake and bake. Alternative form of shake and bake. Shake and bakes. Plural of shake and bake. Shake down. Alternative spelling of shakedown. Shake down. Plural of shake down. Shake up. Alternative spelling of shake up. Shake ups. Plural of shake up. Shakeable. Alternative spelling of shakeable. Shaked. Simple past and past participle of shake. Shakedown. Extortion, especially through blackmail. Shakedowns. Plural of shakedown. Shake fork. A pawl, especially one which stops short of the edges of the shield and which has pointed ends. Shake forks. Plural of shake fork. Shake hand. A form of grip in table tennis in which the hand is in a position similar to that when shaking hands. Shake hole. A steep-sided, often conical, depression caused by slumping of ground into a cavity beneath. Shake holes may or may not contain a cave entrance and or a stream sink. Shake holes. Plural of shake hole. Shake map. A map showing ground movement and shaking intensity following major earthquakes. Shake maps. Plural of shake map. Shaken. Past participle of shake. Shaken a leg. Past participle of shake a leg. Shaken baby syndrome. A trauma on the head that occurs when a child is violently shaken, creating a whiplash-type motion that causes acceleration-deceleration injuries, often without external signs of trauma. Shaken baby syndromes. Plural of shaken baby syndrome. Shaken down. Past participle of shake down. Shaken hands. Past participle of shake hands. Shaken it. Past participle of shake it. Shaken it up. Past participle of shake it up. Shaken like a leaf. Past participle of shake like a leaf. Shaken off. Past participle of shake off. Shaken off the dust from one's feet. Past participle of shake off the dust from one's feet. Shaken on it. Past participle of shake on it. Shaken one's ass. Past participle of shake one's ass. Shaken one's head. Past participle of shake one's head. Shaken out. Past participle of shake out. Shaken over. Past participle of shake over. Shaken the dust from one's feet. Past participle of shake the dust from one's feet. Shaken the dust from one's sandals. Past participle of shake the dust from one's sandals. Shaken the pagoda tree. Past participle of shake the pagoda tree. Shaken the plum tree. Past participle of shake the plum tree. Shaken together. Past participle of shake together. Shaken up. Past participle of shake up. Shakenly, in a shaken or nervous manner. Shakenness, the quality of being shaken. Shake out, an event that causes marginal constituents to be eliminated. Shakeouts, plural of shakeout. Shakeproof, of a washer resistant to being loosened by vibration. Shaker, one of a Christian Protestant religious sect who do not marry. Shaker cabinet, a plain, symmetrical kind of cabinet having flat paneled doors with rail frames. Shaker cabinets, plural of shaker cabinet. Shaker Heights, a city in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, United States. Shaker kitchen, a simple, traditional style of kitchen with shaker cabinets. Shaker kitchens, plural of shaker kitchen. Shaker-upper, someone who shakes things up. A reformer. Shaker-uppers, plural of shaker-upper. Shakarag, a common nickname given to a poor rural town. Shakarags, plural of shakarag. Shakarado, a drink of espresso shaken with ice. Shakarados, plural of shakarado. Shakerdom, the world or society of shakers. Shakery, alternative form of secker. Shakeress, a female shaker. Shakeresses, plural of shakeress. Shakerful, a sufficient quantity to fill a shaker. Shakerfuls, plural of shakerful. Shakerish, typical of the Shakers, a Christian group known for their simple living, technological innovations, and minimalist designs. Shakerism, the doctrines of the Shakers. Shakerisms, plural of Shakerism. Shacoe, a suburban area near Tildesley, metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6902. Shacoes, plural of Shacole. Shakolike, resembling or characteristic of the Shaker sect. Shakers, plural of shaker. Shakes, plural of shake. Shakes a leg, third person singular simple present indicative of shake a leg. Shakes down, third person singular simple present indicative of shake down. Shakes hands, third person singular simple present indicative of shake hands. Shakes it, third person singular simple present indicative of shake it. Shakes it up, third person singular simple present indicative of shake it up. Shakes like a leaf, third person singular simple present indicative of shake like a leaf. Shakes off, third person singular simple present indicative of shake off. Shakes off the dust from one's feet, third person singular simple present indicative of shake off the dust from one's feet. Shakes on it, third person singular simple present indicative of shake on it. Shakes one's ass, third person singular simple present indicative of shake one's ass. Shakes one's head, third person singular simple present indicative of shake one's head. Shakes out, third person singular simple present indicative of shake out. Shakes over, third person singular simple present indicative of shake over. Shakes the dust from one's feet, third person singular simple present indicative of shake the dust from one's feet. Shakes the dust from one's sandals, third person singular simple present indicative of shake the dust from one's sandals. Shakes the pagoda tree, third person singular simple present indicative of shake the pagoda tree. Shakes the plum tree. Third person singular simple present indicative of shake the plum tree. Shakes together. Third person singular simple present indicative of shake together. Shakes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of shake up. Shake shake. Crotalaria incana, a tropical American plant, also introduced to many other tropical regions. Shakespeare, a surname. Shakespearean, of or pertaining to, characteristic of, associated with, or suggestive of William Shakespeare, an English playwright, his works, or his authorship, or the time in which he lived. Shakespearean sonnet, a sonnet comprising 3 quatrains and a final couplet in iambic pentameter with the rhyme scheme of the Bab CD FFGG. Shakespearean sonnets, plural of Shakespearean sonnet. Shakespeareana, items related to William Shakespeare, especially collectibles. Shakespeareanism, the devotion to or the teaching of the works and terminology of William Shakespeare. Shakespeareanisms, plural of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareanize, to make Shakespearean. Shakespeareanized, simple past and past participle of Shakespeareanize. Shakespeareanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Shakespeareanize. Shakespeareanizing, present participle and gerund of Shakespeareanize. Shakespeareanly, in a Shakespearean manner. Shakespeareanness, the quality, characteristic, or state of being Shakespearean. Shakespeareans, plural of Shakespearean. Shakespeare, simple past and past participle of Shakespeare. Shakespearemania, enthusiasm for the works of English playwright, poet, and actor William Shakespeare 1564–1616. Shakespeare's, plural of Shakespeare. Shakespeare's, language characteristic of or in the style of William Shakespeare. Shakespearesque, reminiscent of the works of William Shakespeare. Shakespearean, alternative spelling of Shakespearean. Shakespeareana, alternative spelling of Shakespeareana. Shakespeareanism, alternative spelling of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareanisms, plural of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareanly, alternative form of Shakespeareanly. Shakespeareanness, alternative form of Shakespeareanness. Shakespeareans, plural of Shakespearean. Shakespearing, present participle of Shakespeare. Shakespearism, synonym of Shakespeareanism. Shakespearisms, plural of Shakespearism. Shakespeareize, synonym of Shakespeareanize. Shakespearized, simple past and past participle of Shakespeareize. Shakespearizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Shakespeareize. Shakespearizing, present participle and gerund of Shakespeareize. Shakespearolator, one who is very enthusiastic about the works of William Shakespeare. Shakespearolators, plural of Shakespearolator. Shakespearolatry, extreme enthusiasm for the works of William Shakespeare. Shakespearologists, one who studies William Shakespeare. Shakespearologists, plural of Shakespearologists. Shakespearology, the study of William Shakespeare. Shakespeareana, alternative spelling of Shakespeareana. Shakespeare, obsolete spelling of Shakespeare. Shakespearean, archaic Spelling of Shakespearean. Shakes. Second person singular simple present indicative of shake. Shakester. Obsolete form of shiksa. Shakesters. Plural of shakester. Shaka. Third person singular simple present indicative of shake. Shake up. A vigorous reorganization, especially of the personnel or procedures of an organization. K-cups. Plural of shake-up. Shakeworthy. Worthy to be shaken. Shaky. William Shakespeare. Jatha. Alternative spelling of shaka. Jathas. Plural of shaka. Shakhavai. A monoclinic aromatic mineral containing antimony, hydrogen, mercury, and oxygen. Shakhtarsk. A city in Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Shakhtarsk. A city in Sinelnikov Rayon, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Jakhthi. A city in Rostov Oblast, Russia, located on the southeastern spur of the Donetsk mountain ridge. Shakhty. A city in Azerbaijan. Chagir. Comparative form of shaky, more shaky. Kagias. Superlative form of shaky, most shaky. Shakily. In a shaky manner. Shaken. Pronunciation spelling of shaking. Shakiness. The property of being shaky. Shakinesses. Plural of shakiness. Shaking. Present participle and gerund of shake. Shaking a leg. Present participle and gerund of shake a leg. Shaking down. Present participle and gerund of shake down. Shaking hands. Present participle and gerund of shake hands. Shaking in one's boots. Present participle and gerund of shake in one's boots. Shaking it. Present participle and gerund of shake it. Shaking it up. Present participle and gerund of shake it up. Shaking like a leaf. Present participle and gerund of shake like a leaf. Shaking off. Present participle and gerund of shake off. Shaking off the dust from one's feet. Past participle of shake off the dust from one's feet. Shaking on it. Present participle and gerund of shake on it. Shaking one's ass. Present participle and gerund of shake one's ass. Shaking one's head. Present participle and gerund of shake one's head. Shaking out. Present participle and gerund of shake out. Shaking over. Present participle and gerund of shake over. Shaken Quaker. Synonym of Shaker member of Christian sect. Shaking Quakers. Plural of shaking Quaker. Shaking rat Kawasaki. A real phenotype neuronal mutant rat. Shaking the dust from one's feet. Present participle of shake the dust from one's feet. Shaking the dust from one's sandals. Present participle of shake the dust from one's sandals. Shaking the pagoda tree. Present participle of shake the pagoda tree. Shaking the plum tree. Present participle and gerund of shake the plum tree. Shaking together. Present participle and gerund of shake together. Shaking up. Present participle and gerund of shake up. Shakenly. In a shaking manner, shakily. Shakings. Plural of shaking. Shakir. A male given name from Arabic. Shakira. A female given name from Arabic, masculine equivalent Shakir. Shakirs. Plural of Shakir. Shako. A stiff, cylindrical military dress hat with a metal plate in front, a short visor, and a plume. Shakas, plural of shako. Shakor, a surname. Shakors, plural of Shakor. Shakopee, a city, the county seat of Scott County, Minnesota, United States. Shakas, plural of Shako. Chakra, alternative form of Sakra. Shakshir, Turkish-style trousers. Kakshirs, plural of Shakshir. Shakshauka, alternative spelling of Shakshuka. Shakshuka, a Maghreb dish of eggs simmered in a mixture of chopped tomatoes, chilies, cumin, peppers, and onions. Shakespeare, obsolete spelling of Shakespeare. Shakespearean, alternative spelling of Shakespearean. Shakespeareanism, archaic form of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareanisms, plural of Shakespeareanism. Shakespearean, alternative spelling of Shakespearean. Shakespeareanism, archaic form of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareanisms, plural of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareism, archaic form of Shakespeareism. Shakespeareisms, plural of Shakespeareism. Shakespeare, alternative spelling of Shakespeare. Shakespearean, dated form of Shakespearean. Shakespearean, archaic spelling of Shakespearean. Shakespeareanism, archaic form of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareanisms, plural of Shakespeareanism. Shakespeareism, archaic form of Shakespeareism. Shakespeareisms, plural of Shakespeareism. Jacked, simple past of shake. Jakta, alternative form of sakta. Shaktas, plural of Shakta. Jati, the Hindu concept or personification of the divine feminine aspect, sometimes referred to as the Divine Mother. Shakti represents the active, dynamic principles of feminine power. Shaktism, a branch of Hinduism that focuses on the worship of Shakti as a supreme goddess. Kapu, the Japanese foot, a traditional Japanese unit of length equal to 10 sun or sash of a jo, now standardized as equal to sash of a meter. Shakibuku, to proselytize, to convert someone to one's religion. Shakibuku, simple past and past participle of Shakibuku. Takudo, a billion of gold and copper that can be treated to form a dark indigo patina resembling lacquer. Shakuhachi, a Japanese flute which is tuned to a pentatonic scale and is end blown like a recorder instead of being held transversely like the Western transverse flute. Shakuhachis, plural of shakuhachi. Kakuni, the personification of Deva Para Yuga, the brother of Gandhari in the Mahabharata. Shakur, a surname from Arabic. Shakurs, plural of Shakur. Jaktas, plural of Shaku. Jaki, shaking or trembling. Katya, an ancient tribe of Iron Age India to which the Buddha belonged. Shakyamuni, alternative form of Sakyamuni. Shakyamuni Buddha, alternative form of Sakyamuni Buddha. Katyas, plural of Shakya. Shakyakem, a style of filming using a handheld camera, giving an on-screen effect of shakiness. Ja, obsolete spelling of shall. Jala, alternative form of salda tree. Shalapenjica, alternative form of Salapangica. Shalapanjicas, plural of Shalapangica. Shalabhasana, alternative form of Salabhasana. Shalabi, a surname from Arabic. Shalabes, plural of Shalabi. Shalagrama, alternative form of Salagrama. Shalako, a Zuni ceremony performed at the winter solstice. Jala, plural of Shala. Jawa, Shalby, Shalbourne, a village and civil parish in eastern Wiltshire, England, southwest of Hungerford, West Berkshire, OS Grid Ref SU 3163. Chowder, the oyster catcher. Chowders, plural of Chowder. Chowden, a village and civil parish in Tainbridge District, Devon, England, on the south side of the Tyne Estuary. OS Grid Ref SX 9372. Dala, a former municipality and now subdivision of the municipality of SH Koder, Albania. Gel, a shell or husk, a cod or pod. Shale gas, natural gas extracted from shale. Shale gases, plural of shale gas. Shale oil, a synthetic crude oil obtained by the pyrolysis, hydrogenation, or thermal dissolution of oil. Shale. Shale oils, plural of shale oil. Shale shaker, a component of drilling equipment used to remove large solids cuttings from the drilling fluid mud. Shale shakers, plural of shale shaker. Geld, simple past and past participle of shale. Shalenaire, a person who has become rich by allowing natural gas to be extracted from a shale deposit situated below land they own. Chalenaires, plural of chalenaire. Gel-like, resembling shale. Killer, a producer of shale oil. Shalers, plural of shaler. Gals, plural of shale. Shales, synonym of Pseudoschlichet. Jalov, a male given name from Hebrew. Kali, pertaining to or resembling shale. Chaffleet, a village and civil parish on the Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4189. Shalford, a village and civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7229. Shalowet, a surname from Hebrew. Shalet, alternative form of Shalaya. Shalais, plural of Shaliach. Shalai, a legal agent, one who performs an act of legal significance for another. Shalayas, plural of Shalaya. Talia, comparative form of Shali, more Shali. Talius, superlative form of Shali, most Shali. Shalagram, alternative form of Salagrama. Shalagrama, alternative form of Salagrama. Shaliness, the condition of being shally. Shale, present participle and gerund of shale. Shalwene, alternative spelling of chalenaire. Chalenas, plural of chalienaire. Jalf, a man, fellow. Gaps, plural of shalk. Dal, used before a verb to indicate the simple future tense in the first person singular or plural. Shall I say? Synonym of shall we say. shall we say, used to make a statement less offensive by way of euphemism. Gals, contraction of shall us. Gallo, shall have with have as auxiliary verb. Shall issue, being or relating to those jurisdictions that require a license to carry a concealed handgun, but where the granting of such licenses is subject only to legal criteria and not to the discretion of the granting authority or to the applicant's ability to demonstrate good cause. Jowl, a surname from Arabic. Jawless, alternative form of shalst. Jali, a soft cotton fabric from India, often red in color. Gad, archaic form of shant. Shala, shall not. Shalani, shall not. Jala, the shrub sal. Shallons, plural of shalon. Tohu, a fabric of tightly woven wool, mainly used for the linings of articles of clothing. Shalloons, plural of shalloon. Jalop, a kind of like boat, a dinghy. Shallops, plural of shallop. Jola, any vegetable of certain species in the onion family. Shallots, plural of shallot. Shallow, a surname. Shallow brooks are noisy. People who do not consider things deeply often chatter or talk a lot. Shallow copies, plural of shallow copy. Shallow copy, a copy of a data structure which shows any link structures with the original. Shallow cove, a beggar who goes around almost naked. Shallow coves, plural of shallow cove. Shallow embedding, the act of representing one logic or language with another by providing a syntactic translation. Shallow embeddings, plural of shallow embedding. Shallow end, the part of a swimming pool with relatively shallow water. Shallow ends, plural of shallow end. Shallow fellow, synonym of shallow cove. Shallow fellows, plural of shallow fellow. Shallow water, an unincorporated community in Scott County, Kansas, United States. Shallow copid, simple past and past participle of shallow copy. Shallow copies, third person singular simple present indicative of shallow copy. Shallow copy, to make a shallow copy of. Shallow copying, present participle and gerund of shallow copy. Shallow fry, simple past and past participle of shallow fry. Shallow fries, third person singular simple present indicative of shallow fry. Shallow fry, to fry in a frying pan with only a thin layer of oil, to pan fry. Shallow frying, present participle and gerund of shallow fry. Shallow-hearted, frivolous, incapable of deep feeling. Shallow-heartedness, the quality of being shallow-headed. Shallow-waisted, having a flush deck or with only a moderate depression amidships set of a vessel. Shallow-witted, synonym of feather-brained. Shallow-wittedness, the state of being shallow-witted. Shallow-witter, a city in Lubbock County, Texas, United States. Shallow, simple past and past participle of shallow. Shallower, comparative form of shallow, more shallow. Shallowless, superlative form of shallow, most shallow. Shallow-vake, a misleading or slightly edited piece of media such as a video clip or image created using conventional methods as opposed to AI deep learning algorithms. Shallow fakes, plural of shallow fake. Shallow-hearted, alternative form of shallow-hearted. Shallow-heartedness, alternative form of shallow-heartedness. Shallowing, present participle and gerund of shallow. Shallowings, plural of shallowing. Shallowish, somewhat shallow. Shallowly, in a shallow manner, without depth. Shallowness, the property of being shallow, having little depth. Shallowness is, plural of shallowness. Shallowpate, one whose thinking is shallow or superficial. Shallowpates, plural of shallowpate. Shallows, plural of shallow. Gao, obsolete form of shawn. Jalwas, plural of shalom. Shalom, a surname from Hebrew. Shalom aleikum, a greeting said on meeting someone, especially when the two people meeting have not met in some time. Shalomed, simple past and past participle of shalom. Shaloming, present participle and gerund of shalom. Shaloms, plural of shalom. Shalosh regalim, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, the three festivals that included pilgrimages. Shalosh pseudos, synonym of pseudoshlishit. Shalosh suda, synonym of pseudoshlishit. Shalosh suda, synonym of pseudoshlishit. Jalot, obsolete form of shalat. Jalots, plural of shalat. Shalott, legendary place in Tennyson's The Lady of Shalott and elsewhere, identified with Guilford by Mallory. Shallow, obsolete form of shallop. Shallows, plural of shallow. Gals, synonym of shalt. Delt, second person singular simple present indicative of shall. Shavor, alternative form of shawor. Shavars, plural of shavar. Shawar, loose trousers worn in some South Asian or Islamic countries, especially by women but also by men, especially with the camis. Shalwar camis, alternative form of shalwar camis. Shalwar camis, an outfit worn by men and women in South Asian countries comprising loose trousers and a long shirt. Shalwar camis, alternative form of shalwar camis. Shalwars, plural of shalwar. Jolly, pertaining to or resembling shale. Tala, the brother of Madri, mother of Nakula and Sahedeva, as well as the ruler of the Madra kingdom in the Mahabharata. Tel, a surname. Sham Abraham, to pretend sickness or insanity. Sham Abram, alternative form of Sham Abraham. Sham Chun, synonym of Shenzhen. Shem marriage, a marriage of convenience conducted by two persons who do not intend to live as a couple, generally for the purpose of gaining some advantage arising from married status. Sham marriages, plural of Sham marriage. Sham Shui Po, an area of Sham Shui Po District, Kowloon, Hong Kong. Jama, Kasai Malabaricus white-trumped shama, a saxacaline songbird of India, glossy black with a white rump and brown underparts, and 6 other species in genus Casaicus. Shameable, capable of being shamed. Shamar, alternative form of Shamog. Shamags, plural of Shamag. Shamaki, a city in Azerbaijan. Shamaki, alternative form of Shamaki. Gaval, a hot, dry wind that blows across the Persian Gulf during the summer. Shamalbai, a town in Kashgar, Kashgar Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China, formerly a township. Damals, plural of Shamal. Shamamyan, a surname from Armenian. Javan, a traditional faith healer. Shamanesque, in the manner of a shaman. Shamanas, a female shaman. Shamanesses, plural of shamaness. Shamanhood, the role or status of a shaman. Shamanic, of or relating to a shaman or to shamanism. Shamanically, in a shamanic manner. Shamanize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of shamanize. Shamanize, simple past and past participle of shamanize. Shamanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of shamanize. Javanish, resembling or characteristic of a shaman. Shamanizing, present participle and gerund of shamanize. Shamanism, any of a range of traditional beliefs and practices concerned with communication with the spirit world. Shamanisms, plural of shamanism. Shamaness, an adherent of shamanism. Shamanistic, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of shamanism. Shamanistically, in a shamanistic manner. Shamanists, plural of shamanists. Shamanize, to act as a shaman, to perform the work of a shaman. Shamanized, simple past and past participle of shamanize. Shamanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of shamanize. Shamanizing, present participle and gerund of shamanize. Shaman-like, like a shaman, shamanest. Shamanly, of or relating to shamans. Shamanry, the activities or craft of a shaman. Shamans, plural of shaman. Shower, a male given name. Shamas, plural of shama. Shavush, the sun god and god of justice in Babylonia and Assyria, corresponding to Sumerian Utu. Shamayus, plural of Shamash. Shavaim, plural of Shamash. Yamada, a calming, stabilizing Indian meditation. Shamateur, a sportsman or athlete who is officially an amateur but who makes money from playing, or who otherwise behaves as a professional. Shamateurism, the fact or practice of being a shamateur, making money out of sports despite professing to be an amateur. Shamateurs, plural of shamateur. Jeva, an area of cultivated ground, a plot of land, a small subsistence farm for growing crops and fruit-bearing trees, often including the dwelling of the farmer. Shamba boy, a man or boy employed to tend a garden, a gardener. Shamba boys, plural of shamba boy. Shambhala, alternative spelling of Shambhala mythical realm. Shambhala, alternative form of Shambhala. Shambar, a soup originating in Peru, made of wheat grains, fava beans, green peas, chickpeas, and dry beans. Shambars, plural of shambar. Shambas, plural of shamba. Shampa, a surname. Shambhas, plural of Shambha. Shambhala, a mythical, mystic sacred realm in Tibetan Buddhism. Chevo, to walk while shuffling or dragging the feet. Chebald, simple past and past participle of shamble. Shambler, one who shambles. Shamblers, plural of shambler. Gambals, a scene of great disorder or ruin. Shablin, a surname. Shambling, present participle and gerund of shamble. Shamblingly, with a shambling motion. Shamblings, plural of shambling. Shamblins, plural of shamblin. Shambly, shambling, not coordinated or graceful, clumsy. Shambho, a surname from French. Shambach, alternative form of Sjambach. Shambach, simple past and past participle of Shambach. Shambaching, present participle and gerund of Shambach. Shambachs, plural of Shambach. Shambar, alternative form of Shanbog. Shambogs, plural of Shambar. Shambach, alternative form of Sjambach. Shambacht, simple past and past participle of Shambach. Shambaching, present participle and gerund of Shambach. Shambachs, plural of Shambach. Shambolic, chaotic, disorganized, or mismanaged. Shambolical, alternative form of shambolic. Shambolically, in a shambolic manner. Shambolism, a shambolic situation. Shambu, artificial bamboo. Shamboos, plural of shambu. Shambos, plural of shambo. Shambra, a depiction of a boat or ship. Shambrafs, plural of shambra. Shambach, alternative spelling of Sjambach. Shambachs, plural of Shambach. Shamburger, a surname. Shamburgers, plural of Shamburger. Gemdemic, synonym of scamdemic. Shemdemics, plural of shemdemic. Show an uncomfortable or painful feeling due to recognition or consciousness of one's own impropriety or dishonor, or something being exposed that should have been kept private. Shame on me, an expression of self-disapproval. Shame on you, an expression of disapproval. Shame plant, mimosa, especially Mimosa pudica. Shame plants, plural of shame plant. Shame pole, a totem pole set up to shame someone for a misdeed or an unpaid debt. Shame poles, plural of shame pole. Shame reel, the first dance after a wedding, where the bride is the best man's partner and the best maid is the bridegroom's. Shame reels, plural of shame reel. Shame upon me, an expression of self-disapproval. Shame weed, mimosa, especially Mimosa pudica. Shame, I condemn the content of this speech, expression of admonishment or disgust at the content of a speech. Shame stroke, the act of cutting off or stabbing a man's buttocks, in ancient times symbolically representing anal rape. Shame strokes, plural of shame stroke. Shameable, possible to shame. Shenanha, alternative alternative form of Shamiana. Shamanas, plural of Shamana. Jabbed, simple past and past participle of shame. Shamedly, with shame. Sheme, one who is shamed. Shamiana, alternative form of Shamiana. Shamianas, plural of Shamiana. Shamis, plural of Shami. Shamebased, bashful, showing modesty or embarrassment. Shamefaced crab, synonym of box crab. Shamefaced crabs, plural of shamefaced crab. Shamefacedly, in a shamefaced manner. Shamefacedness, the characteristic of being shamefaced. Shamefacednesses, plural of shamefacedness. Shamefast, bashful, modest, shy. Shamefastly, in a shamefast manner. Shamefastness, the condition or state of being shamefast. Shameful, causing or meriting shame or disgrace, disgraceful. Shamefulest, superlative form of shameful, most shameful. Shamefullest, superlative form of shameful, most shameful. Shamefully, in a shameful manner. Shamefulness, the property of being shameful. Shamefulnesses, plural of shamefulness. Shamoe, alternative form of samarang. Shameless, having no shame, no guilt nor remorse over something considered wrong, immodest, brazen, unable to feel disgrace. Shameless, obsolete form of shameless. Shamelessly, in a shameless manner, without shame, impudently. Shamelessness, the state or characteristic of being shameless. Shamelessnesses, plural of shamelessness. Shame-like, resembling or characteristic of shame. Shaman, plural of shaman, the standard plural form is shamans. Shameplant, alternative form of shameplant. Shameplants, plural of shameplant. Shameproof, resistant to shame. Shatter, one who disgraces someone or makes them feel ashamed, especially by public criticism. Shamers, plural of shamer. Shams, third person singular simple present indicative of shame. Shamesome, plural of shames. Shamesome, deserving of shame, shameful. Shamus, second person singular simple present indicative of shame. Shameth, third person singular simple present indicative of shame. Shameworthy, worthy of shame, shameful. Shami, a surname from Arabic. Shami kebab, a round patty of minced lamb and lentils cooked in a tandoor, often served with a small salad with a yogurt and mint dressing. Shami kebabs, plural of Shami kebab. Jiamen, an island of Liwen District, Guangzhou, Guangdong, China. Shaviana, a large, ornate tent or pavilion, a marquee. Jamiana, alternative form of Shamiana. Shamianas, plural of Shamiana. Shamianas, plural of Shamiana. Shamika, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Jamo, a male given name from Arabic. Jabala, a female given name from Arabic. Shaming, present participle and gerund of shame. Shamingly, in a shaming way. Shamings, plural of shaming. Shaber, a surname. Shamis, plural of shami. Shamisen, a kind of three-stringed Japanese fretless lute. Shamisenists, someone who plays a shamisen. Shamisenists, plural of shamisenists. Shamisens, plural of shamisen. Shamic xanthone, a prenellated xanthone isolated from aspergillus. Shamic xanthones, plural of shamic xanthone. Shamiana, alternative form of shamiana. Shamianas, plural of shamiana. Dawa, a girdle for the waist worn in India. Gamlas, plural of Shamla. Gamle, a city and district of Saharanpur Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Gal, an Ethiopian shawl. Jawar, a tribal Arab cotton confederation, descended from the Yemeni tribe of Ta'i as they originated in Yemen before migrating into present-day Saudi Arabia. Gabas, a surname from Arabic. Shameses, plural of shamas. Shavush, alternative form of shamash. Shavashim, plural of shamash. Jasam, plural of shamas. Hamath, the most severe form of excommunication among the ancient Jews. Challenge, simple past and past participle of sham. Shammed Abraham, simple past and past participle of sham Abraham. Shammed Abraham, simple past and past participle of sham Abraham. Shower, a person who shams, a liar or faker. Jammers, plural of shammer. Douse, alternative form of shamash sexton in a synagogue. Shamases, plural of shams. Shalas, simple past and past participle of shami. Games, plural of shami. Shebbing, present participle and gerund of sham. Shamming Abraham, present participle and gerund of sham Abraham. Shamming Abram, present participle and gerund of sham Abram. Javush, characteristic of a sham, deceitful. Jawah, alternative form of shumik. Shamakt, simple past and past participle of shamak. Shamaking, present participle and gerund of shamak. Jamas, third person singular simple present indicative of shamak. Shamos, alternative form of shamash sexton in a synagogue. Shamasam, plural of shams. Jeb, shama leather. Chade, present participle and gerund of shami. Jamwa, alternative form of chamwa. Jemoji, a flat paddle used in Japanese cuisine to stir and serve rice and to mix vinegar into the rice for sushi. Shemam, an onomatopoeia popularly heard in songs by Michael Jackson. Shabu, a surname. Shamuns, plural of shamun. Shamos, alternative form of shamash sexton in a synagogue. Shamasaurine, any ankylosaur of the genus Shamasaurus. Shamasaurians, plural of shamasaurine. Shama, a surname. Shamouns, plural of shamoun. Shabba, obsolete spelling of chamwa. Shabba, simple past and past participle of shamoy. Shabbaing, the act of one who chamois. Chamois, plural of chamois. Jamazel, alternative form of shemazel. Jamazels, plural of shamazel. Chev, a surname. Chambers, alternative spelling of Chambers. Champagne, a surname from French. Champagnes, plural of champagne. Shampoo, archaic form of shampoo to press or knead the body. Shampooed, simple past and past participle of shampoo. Shampooing, present participle and gerund of shampoo. Shampoo, a traditional Indian and Persian body massage given after pouring warm water over the body and rubbing it with extracts from herbs. Shampoo bowl, a large bowl, basin or sink typically found in hair salons with a cut out at the front that fits a person's neck while their hair is washed. Shampoo bowls, plural of shampoo bowl. Shampoo ginger, an Asian and Polynesian plant related to ginger, Zingiber zaramba, whose inflorescence contains a substance used as a shampoo. Shampoo gingers, plural of shampoo ginger. Shampooable, suitable for cleaning with shampoo. Shampooed, simple past and past participle of shampoo. Shampooer, a machine for shampooing carpets. Shampooers, plural of shampooer. Shampooey, resembling or characteristic of shampoo. Shampooing, present participle and gerund of shampoo. Shampooings, plural of shampooing. Shampoo-like, resembling or characteristic of shampoo. Shampoos, plural of shampoo. Shampoos, third person singular simple present indicative of shampoo. Gamps, plural of sham. Shamrock, the trefoil leaf of any small clover, especially Trifolium repens or such a leaf from a clover-like plant, commonly used as a symbol of Ireland. Shamrockery, an authentic Irishness. Shamrock-like, resembling or characteristic of a shamrock. Shamrocks, plural of shamrock. Daus, a surname from Arabic. Shams Abraham, third person singular simple present indicative of Sham Abraham. Shams Aram, third person singular simple present indicative of Sham Abram. Shamses, plural of shams. Jabir, archaic form of Shamshir. Jabirs, plural of Shamshir. Shamdar Jang, a Hindu princely title, sword of war. Shadvir, a Persian curved blade without a pommel. Shamirs, plural of Shamshir. Jawas, alternative spelling of Shamus. Shamuses, plural of Shamus. Java, a town in Mashonaland, Central Zimbabwe. Shamwow, a brand of absorbent cloth. Shamwows, plural of Shamwow. Shemit, the ship of characters Sheldon Cooper and Amy Farrah Fowler from the television series The Big Bang Theory. Shamiana, alternative form of Shamiana. Kadada, alternative form of Shamiana. Cabanas, plural of Shamiana. Shamianas, plural of Shamiana. Kel, a member of a people living primarily in the Shan state of Myanmar, also known as Burma, and in adjacent areas of China, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam, with about 6 million people. Shan State, a state of Myanmar. Shan Van Vat, Iron. Got contraction of shell not negative auxiliary. Shani Shesai, alternative form of Shanxi. Shantiu, alternative form of Shantu. Shantung, alternative form of Shandong. Donna, a female given name from Welsh. Shana Tova, Happy New Year. A common greeting on and around Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. Shanati, alternative form of Sinetchi. Shanakez, plural of Shanachi. Shanaki, alternative form of Sinetchi. Shan, a female given name from Irish. Shanefelt, a surname from German. Shanefolts, plural of Shanefelt. Shanahan, a surname from Irish. Shanahans, plural of Shanahan. Shadnai, alternative form of Shanai. Shanais, plural of Shanai. Shanda, the first day of the week in the solar Hijri calendar, equivalent to Saturday. Shanbez, plural of Shanbei. Shanbar, a village clerk or accountant. Shanbogs, plural of Shanbar. Shancheng, a district of Hebei, Henan, China. Shand, a surname. Shanda, shame this grace. Shandaken, a town in Ulster County, New York, United States. Shandas, plural of Shanda. Shandian, of or relating to the life and opinions of Tristram Shandy, Gentleman, a novel by Lawrence Stern. Shandernagger, obsolete form of Shandanagar. Shandies, plural of Shandy. Shandite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral brass yellow mineral containing lead, nickel, and sulfur. Shanley, a surname. Shandon, a census-designated place in San Luis Obispo County, California, United States. Shandonbini, alternative spelling of Chadonbini. Shandar, a coastal province in eastern China. Capital, Jinan. Shandong Peninsula, a peninsula in Shandong, in eastern China, between the Bohai Sea to the north and the Yellow Sea to the south. Shandhonger, a native or inhabitant of Shandong, China. Shandongers, plural of Shandonger. Chandra, alternative form of Chandra. Chandris, plural of Chandri. Chandui, synonym of Chandridan. Chandradan, a hooded chaise, any similar horse-drawn vehicle with no definite name. Chandradans, plural of Chandradan. Chans, a surname. Chansas, plural of Shans. Shandy, a drink made by mixing beer and lemonade. Shaningaf, a mixture of strong beer and ginger beer. Shaningafs, plural of Shanigaf. Chet, a male given name from Irish. Shaniqua, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage, variant of Shaniqua. Shael, a female given name of African American usage. Shanqua, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Jenner, a surname. Janers, plural of Shaner. Shane Neifelt, a surname. Shane Eifelts, plural of Shane Eiffelt. An ancient dynasty in China. Jia, alternative form of Shangyu. Shadyi, alternative form of Shanghai. Shanghai, alternative form of Shanghai. Shangzhou, alternative form of Shangrao. Shanglo, alternative form of Shangliwo. Shangam, an African tribe or clan or nation. Shandao, alternative form of Shankela. Shandani, plural of Shangnan. Shangvens, plural of Shangdan. Shakhai, a county of Zhoumadian, Henan, China. Shenzhen, a village in Yushan, Lanshan, Xi'an, Shaanxi, China. Shancheng, a county of Xinjiang, Henan, China. Shanthe, a district of Changsha, Shaanxi, China. Shandu, alternative form of Xanadu's summer capital of Kublai Khan's empire. Shangela, alternative form of Shenkela. Shadi, alternative form of Shanghai. Shadhud, simple past and past participle of Shanghe. Shadi, present participle and gerund of Shanghe. Shadi is third person singular simple present indicative of Shanghe. Shanghai, a major port city and direct administered municipality of China, the largest urban area in China. Shanghai French Concession, a foreign concession in Shanghai, China, governed by France. Shanghai hairy crab, synonym of Chinese mitten crab. Shanghai hairy crabs, plural of Shanghai hairy crab. Shanghai softshell turtle, synonym of Yangtze giant softshell turtle Raphidas swinoi. Shanghai softshell turtles, plural of Shanghai softshell turtle. Shanghai, simple past and past participle of Shanghai. Shanheit, simple past and past participle of Shanghai. Shanghaier, synonym of Shanghainese. Shanghaiers, plural of Shanghaier. Shanghaiing, present participle and gerund of Shanghai. Shanghaiings, plural of Shanghaiing. Shanghailander, an expat living in Shanghai, especially historical in its former international extraterritorial zones. Shanghailanders, plural of Shanghailander. Shanghainese, of or pertaining to Shanghai. Shanghais, plural of Shanghai. Jadad, a county of Longyan in China. Shendi, a shackle. Shangis, plural of Shandi. Shangdao, alternative form of Shangrao. Shandi, a district of Jiangsu, Henan, China. Shangyui, a county of Pingsang, Jiangxi, China. Shangluo, a prefecture-level city of Shaanxi, China. Shenan, a county of Shangluo, Shaanxi, China. Shango, an Orisha in Yoruba religion, the god of thunder, fire, justice, dance, and virility. Shanggu, a prefecture-level city of Henan, China. Shangrao, a prefecture-level city of Jiangxi, China. Shangri-La, a place of complete bliss, delight, and peace, especially one seen as an escape from ordinary life, a paradise. Shangri-La. Alternative letter case form of Shangri-La. Shangri-Las. Plural of Shangri-La. Shangri-Las. Plural of Shangri-La. Alternative letter case form of Shangri-Las. Shangshui, a county of Zhaogu, Henan, China. Jiazi, a county of Fangxingyang, Guangxi Autonomous Region, China. Shangzhou, a district of Shangliuo, Shaanxi, China. Shanhaiguan, a district of Qinhuangtao, Hebei, China. Shanholz, a surname. Shanholzes, plural of Shanholz. Genesi, alternative form of Shanxi. Gen, the Hindu god associated with the planet Saturn. Tanya, a female given name. Jamas, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Shaniqua, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Shaniquas, plural of Shaniqua. Jack, a surname. Shagit, to run away, to leg it. Shanksmare, alternative spelling of Shanksmare. Shankbone, alternative form of Shankbone. Shankbones, plural of Shankbone. Shankiron, a shaping tool for the shanks of a shoe. Shankirons, plural of Shankiron. Shangna, to travel on foot. Shangmad, simple past and past participle of Shangnag. Shangnagging, present participle and gerund of Shangnag. Shangnags, third person singular simple present indicative of Shangnag. Shank painter, a small rope for fastening the shank of an anchor when catted to a ship's side. Shank painters, plural of shank painter. Shankweary, weary-legged. Shenkala, alternative form of Shenkela. Shanella, alternative form of Shenkela. Shantar, a male given name from Sanskrit used commonly in India. Shanbone, synonym of cannon bone. Shankbones, plural of shankbone. Jet, simple past and past participle of shank. Shaktit, simple past and past participle of shank. Dangela, alternative form of Shenkela. Shekend, a locality in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Roxburghshire, OS Grid Ref NT 5205. Shankar, a surname from Hindi. Shankars, plural of Shankar. Shankist, superlative form of shank, most shank. Shankta, the conch shell, considered sacred and of ritual importance. Shanktas, plural of Shanka. Shanke, present participle and gerund of shank. Shanking it, present participle and gerund of shank it. Shankings, plural of shanking. Shanklin, a surname from Old English. Shanklins, plural of Shankland. Shankle, a surname. Shankles, plural of shankle. Shankless, lacking a shank. Shanklin, a town and civil parish with a town council on the southeast coast of the Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5881. Gex, a surname. Janks et. Third person singular simple present indicative of Shanket. Shanks mare. One's own legs used for walking. To travel by Shanks mare or ride on Shanks mare is to walk to your destination. Shanks mares. Plural of Shanks mare. Shanks mag. Transportation by foot. To take a Shanks snag means using one's own legs to walk. Shanks mags. Plural of Shanks nag. Shanks pony. One's feet or legs regarded as a means of transport. Shamley, a female given name. Shamley, a surname from Irish. Shames, plural of Shanley. Shamla, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Shenyudam, a male given name from Tamil. Shanyugams, plural of Shanyugam. Gava, a female given name. Shenan, a prefecture-level city of the Tibet Autonomous Region, China, on the border with Bhutan. Shemen, alternative form of Shannon. Jadnas, plural of Shan. Cheddar, the longest river in the British Isles, which flows through Ireland into the Atlantic Ocean. Shannon capacities, plural of Shannon capacity. Shannon capacity, synonym of Shannon limit. Shannon County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Eminence, named after George Shannon. Shannon entropies, plural of Shannon entropy. Shannon entropy, information entropy. Shannon information, a basic quantity derived from the probability of a particular event occurring from a random variable. Shannon limit, the theoretical maximum information transfer rate of a communication channel given a particular noise level. Shannon limits, plural of Shannon limit. Shannon stopover, a compulsory stopover at Shannon Airport that was imposed on airline flights from North America which intended to visit another airport in the Republic of Ireland such as Dublin, which applied to all flights from 1986 to 1993, then half of all flights until its abolition in 2007. Shannon stopovers, plural of Shannon stopover. Shannon's maxim, the enemy knows the system, a restatement of Kirchhoff's principle. Shannonian, of or pertaining to Claude Shannon 1916-2001, American mathematician and founder of information theory. Jananize, an orthorhombic sphenyl white mineral containing carbon, lead, and oxygen. Shannon Vale, a small village near Clonakilty, County Cork, Ireland, named after the Earls of Shannon. Irish Grid Ref W3944. Shema, contraction of shall not. Gen, a fish, the prickleback. Shemen, a female given name. Jangela, a number of ethnic groups now residing primarily in the westernmost part of Ethiopia near South Sudan, but who also inhabited more northerly areas until the late 19th century. Shenquela, alternative form of Shenkela. Gens, plural of Shan. Sanskrit, archaic form of Sanskrit. Gensi, obsolete spelling of Shanxi. Sanskrit, archaic form of Sanskrit. Dat, a drink, usually a pint. Chantal, a female given name from French. Jetadu, the name of a king in the Mahabharata. Kant, alternative form of Shanty sailors' work song. Shanties, plural of shanty. Kante, a call for peace, often recited 3 times as a prayer for peace of the soul. Shanty, simple past and past participle of shanty. Shanties, plural of shanty. Kente, alternative spelling of shanty. Shantanaitan, alternative spelling of Santanaitan. Shanto, a form of Guyanese music related to calypso and mento. Katu, a prefecture-level city of Guangdong, China. That's an article of clothing too long to be designated as shorts, but too short to be considered pants. Shantung, alternative form of Shandong. Shantung Peninsula, alternative form of Shandong Peninsula. Shantan Jiz, a person from Shandong, China. Shantuns, plural of Shantan. Genthi, a roughly built hut or cabin. Shantybai, a small, rough, and temporary dwelling or shelter often built by miners or workers in a mining camp. Shantybacks, plural of shantyback. Shanty boy, a young lumberjack. Shanty boys, plural of shanty boy. Shantytown, an area such as a suburb consisting of mean, roughly constructed dwellings inhabited by poor people. Shantytowns, plural of shantytown. Shantykeeper, one who manages, oversees, or resides in a shanty. Shantykeepers, plural of shantykeeper. Shantaboy, alternative form of shanty boy. Shantaboys, plural of shantaboy. Shanty, present participle and gerund of shanty. Shantalai, resembling or characteristic of a shanty. Shantyman, the sailor who sings the main line of a sea shanty, other sailors singing the responses or choruses. Shantyman, plural of shantyman. Shantytown, an area containing a collection of shacks, shanties, or makeshift dwellings. Shantytowns, plural of shantytown. That's a surname. Chances, plural of shants. Shanwei, a prefecture-level city in eastern Guangdong, China. Jiangxi, a province in the northern part of China. Capital, Taiyuan. Jiangxi, alternative form of Shanxi. Chanyai, a district of Jiazuo, Henan, China. Shadyezke, an amorphous aluminium hydroxide mineral. Shayan, a county of Shuozhou, Shaanxi, China. Shan'ai, the imitation and trademark infringing of brands and goods of usually poor quality, particularly electronics made in China. Shanjasai, an iridoid glucoside present in Lamiophilus retata. Shanzhou, a district of Samangxia, Henan, China. Ta, a surname. Xiao H. Sing, alternative form of Shaoxing. Xiaoquan, alternative form of Shaoguan. Shaolin, alternative form of Shaolin. Xiaofan, alternative form of Shaoshan. Xiaobing, a baked, layered flatbread, sometimes sometimes with sesame on top in northern Chinese cuisine. Sheagyuan, a prefecture-level city of Guangdong, China. Sheng, dated form of Sheoxing. Sheoxing, alternative form of Sheoxing. Sheatu, synonym of Beidou. Sheaguan, alternative form of Sheagyuan. Shaolin, a collection of Chinese martial arts that claim affiliation with the Shaolin Monastery. Shaoling, a district of Luo, Henan, China. Shaomai, alternative form of Shumai. Taos, plural of Shao. Sheshan, a count-level city of Xiantan, Hunan, China. Jiatran, a surname. Shaowei, Sume. Sheoxing, a prefecture-level city in eastern Zhejiang, China, along the southern shore of Hangzhou Bay, the site of the former capitals of the Yu Kingdom and Qaiji Commandery. Sheoxing wine, a variety of huanjiu made from rice from the region of Sheoxing in the Zhejiang province of eastern China. It is used in cooking and as a beverage. Sheoxing wines, plural of Sheoxing wine. Sheai, a prefecture-level city of Hunan, China. Sheishu Tuhua, a Chinese variety spoken in the border region of the provinces Guangdong, Hunan, and Guangxi. Dove, a linear village and civil parish joint with Shap rural parish in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District OS Grid Ref NY 5615. Shap Pat Hume, an area of Yuen Long District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Shap Rural, a large civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness District, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District. Shap Wells, a location with a spa well and hotel in Shap Rural Parish, Eden District, Cumbria, England OS Grid Ref NY 5709. Shapeable, capable of being shaped. Shapkat, a surname from Old English. Shapkats, plural of Shapkat. Jet, the status or condition of something. Shape memory alloy, any of a group of metallic materials that can return to a previously defined shape after being deformed by being heated. Shape memory alloys, plural of shape memory alloy. Shape note, a system of music notation designed to facilitate choral singing and the style of psalmody associated with it. The heads of the notes are of various shapes, not always round. Shape operator, the differential of the Gauss map of an oriented surface at a given point on the surface. Shape operators, plural of shape operator. Shape poem, a poem written in such a way that the lines form a pattern, usually related to the subject matter of the poem. Shape poems, plural of shape poem. Shape poetry, shape poems generally. Shape rotator, someone with high mathematical and technical skills, often portrayed as rivals to the wordsels who have stronger language and verbal skills. Shape rotators, plural of shape rotator. Shape up, to improve, to correct one's bad habits or behavior. Shape up or ship out, to either improve one's behavior or else be required to leave, to either improve one's performance in an activity or else withdraw from that activity completely. Shape note, alternative form of shape note. Shapeshift, alternative form of shapeshift. Shapeshifted, simple past and past participle of shapeshift. Shapeshifter, alternative form of shapeshifter. Shapeshifters, plural of shapeshifter. Shape-shifting. Present participle and gerund of shapeshift. Shape-shifts. Third person singular simple present indicative of shapeshift. Shape up. Alternative form of shape up any sense. Shape ups. Plural of shape up. Shapeability. Ability to be shaped. Shapeable. Alternative spelling of shapeable. Shape change. To shape-shift. Shape change. Simple past and past participle of shape change. Shape changer. A creature that can supernaturally change its physical form. Shape changers. Plural of shape changer. Shape changes. Third person singular simple present indicative of shape change. Shape changing. Capable of changing its physical form. Get. Having been given a shape, especially a curved shape. Shaped diaper. Synonym of fitted diaper. Shaped diapers. Plural of shaped diaper. Shaped nappies. Plural of shaped nappy. Shaped nappy. Synonym of fitted diaper. Shaped up. Simple past and past participle of shape up. Shaped up or shipped out. Simple past and past participle of shape up or ship out. Shapedly. In a shaped manner. Shaped thus. The quality of being shaped in a specified manner. Gaped. Second person singular simple past indicative of shape. Shapefile. A computer file in the shapefile format used in geographic information systems. Shapefiles. Plural of shapefile. Shapeful. Having an attractive shape, shapely. Shapeless. Without a clearly defined or identifiable shape. Shapelessly. In a shapeless manner. Shapelessness. The property of being shapeless. Shapelessnesses. Plural of shapelessness. Shapelet. A stylized shape used in pattern recognition systems to correspond to a real object. Shapelets. Plural of shapelet. Typelier. Comparative form of shapely, more shapely. Typliest. Superlative form of shapely, most shapely. Shapely. In a shapely manner. Shapeliness. The property of being shapely. Shapelinesses. Plural of shapeliness. Shapely. Having a pleasing shape, pleasant to look at. Shapen. To shape, form. Shapened. Simple past and past participle of shapen. Shapening. Present participle and gerund of shapen. Shapens. Third person singular simple present indicative of shapen. Shaper. Any agent that shapes something, whether literally or figuratively. Chaperone. A surname. Chaperos. Plural of chapero. Shapers. Plural of shaper. Shapes. Plural of shape. Shapes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of shape up. Shapes up or ships out. Third person singular simple present indicative of shape up or ship out. Shetift. To change one's shape or form into another through often magical means, normally applied only to living beings. Shapeshifted. Simple past and past participle of shapeshift. Shapeshifter. A person or creature capable of changing their appearance or form at will. Shapeshifters. Plural of shapeshifter. Shapeshifting. Present participle and gerund of shapeshifts. Shapeshiftings. Plural of shapeshifting. Shapeshifts. Third person singular simple present indicative of shapeshifts. Shapes. Second person singular simple present indicative of shape. Shapester. A seamstress, dressmaker, tailor. Shapesters. Plural of shapester. Shada. Third person singular simple present indicative of shape. Japat. A gathering of laborers where employers hire them for day jobs. Shape-ups. Plural of shape-up. Shapewear. Foundation garments designed to hold a part of the body in a particular form. Shapi Lama. An ancient Meitei goddess and mistress of all the rodents, daughter of the god Salalan. Shapan. A surname. Shape. The action of the verb to shape. Shaping thought. Present participle and gerund of shape up. Shaping up or shipping out. Present participle and gerund of shape up or ship out. Shapintha. A district of Chongqing, China. Shapingly. So as to give shape to something. Shapings. Plural of shaping. Shapiro. A surname from Yiddish. Shapiro delay. Synonym of Shapiro time delay. Shapiro effect. Synonym of Shapiro time delay. Shapiro syndrome. A very rare disorder consisting of paroxysmal hypothermia due to hypothalamic dysfunction of thermoregulation, hyperhidrosis, and agenesis of the corpus callosum. Shapiro time delay. A time delay in the round-trip travel time for radar signals passing near a massive object caused by time dilation. Shapiros. Plural of Shapiro. Shapta. A brimless Russian fur cap. Shaptas. Plural of Shapka. Shapley. A surname. Shapley value. A real number determined for the player I as. Shapleys. Plural of Shapley. Shapometer. An instrument for measuring the shape of something. Shapometers. Plural of shapometer. Shabono. Alternative spelling of shabono. Shabonos. Plural of shapono. Chapu. The Urial subspecies of sheep. Shapus. Plural of shapu. Shapatu. A district of Jianwei, Ningxia Autonomous Region, China.